Hope you enjoy.
The first I'd heard about Saturn was at this conference at McMaster University. That would have been in '74. And Emanuel Velikovsky was there. The Talbot brothers were there, David and George Talbot, right? Everett Cochran. It's not like EV, it's Everett. Cochran was there, and a number of the people whose names you've become familiar with were there. And it was the first time I'd heard people talking about Saturn, and what had actually happened was that Velikovsky had originally meant for Worlds in Collision to contain information about Saturn. He was talked out of it, right? I mean, it was like the book was just too much as it was, right? I mean, it wasn't going to get any sort of a reasonable reception. And, it didn't. But nonetheless, he had promised to put the Saturn material into some sort of a second volume of Worlds in Collision. It never happened. He ended up writing other books, and just the overwhelming negative response he got from academia. He had a runaway international bestseller for several months, right? And then it was shut down. I mean, this was just blackmail on the part of the universities, particularly the astronomy departments at Harvard and other schools. Macmillan was told that they were either going to drop this runaway international bestseller of theirs, or that they would not be allowed to sell textbooks in North America. They ended up handing Worlds in Collision off to Doubleday, which didn't have a textbook division. That's a sort of a crazy story, right? You had somewhere around that same period of time a kind of I don't know what you would call it exactly. It was a meeting where you had Carl Sagan and you had Velikovsky and you had a number of other people, right? And it was really sort of a witch hunt. I mean, Velikovsky still was not given any sort of a fair hearing. Now, when they discovered the actual conditions on Venus, there should have been a line, like a couple of miles long, of scientists lined up in front of Velikovsky's door to apologize, right? I mean, that never happened. See, starting from the 1950s and 60s, schools were still teaching that Venus was a sister planet of the Earth's, that it should have, say roughly the same size as Earth. It should have the same general sort of history as the Earth. Okay. In other words, it should be, at any given latitude, it should be about 10 or 15 degrees warmer than the Earth was, just due to its position in the solar system. That's what they were teaching in 1960, and it didn't take that much longer, right? I mean, they ended up with probes over Venus, and they finally got to where they understood that, like, the surface of Venus is going to be 850 degrees Fahrenheit, that you could melt lead. And, there's no reasonable, there's no reasonable way to explain something like that. Venus is, it has everything that you would expect for a new planet, right? You've got like a 90 bar CO2 atmosphere, a 2-mile-an-hour wind would knock you over. It's a massive thermal imbalance, massive upwards infrared flux, and all of those kinds of things, complete lack of regolith. There's no dirt on Venus. That's everything that you would expect for a new planet, right? But, Velikovsky was systematically denied any sort of credit for, he had predicted that Venus was going to be incandescently hot, just due to its recent history, due to the picture he had uncovered, basically describing the recent history of Venus. Carl Sagan devised what he called a super greenhouse theory to explain this heat, in which supposedly some tiny modicum of sunlight gets through all of these CO2 clouds and, heats up the surface of Venus, right? And this heat cannot re-radiate as infrared because of the CO2 clouds, right? Now, that's ludicrous. We've had descender probes going to the surface of Venus, and they describe the middle cloud layer as being pitch black. It says no light whatsoever in the middle cloud layer, and then as you get to the surface, it gets bright. What that tells you, so that it's well lit once you get to the surface. That says that the light at the surface is being generated locally. You understand what I'm saying? It's, any sort of a modicum of sunlight that ever got through those clouds would be like a drop of water in the ocean compared to the local light, which is seen there. And, that just says that what Sagan is proposing is ludicrous, but I mean, that's still, to this day, that's the official position of academia. That's the official explanation they give for the conditions on Venus, and that's just completely ridiculous. It's an anti-theory. It's like a sort of a doctrine that was devised specifically to prevent Immanuel Velikovsky from receiving any credit for this overwhelming correct prediction of his.
That he basically
so all these
that
things were going on like in the early to mid 1970s, and then they had this conference at McMaster University, and people were talking about Saturn at the time, right? And the average person doesn't really spend a whole lot of time reading through antique literature or trying to familiarize himself with any of those kinds of things, so that the idea of Saturn ever having been a dwarf star, or of us ever having been a planet of Saturn's, is just, it's like a body punch or something. I mean, to the typical person who's not familiar with anything like that, to ancients or to anybody that's familiar with antique literature, it's not going to come as that much of a surprise. Okay,
right, exactly.
You've got basically remnants of this this previous system all around us, right? We still call our Sabbath Saturn's Day, right? The most major Roman religious festival was called Saturnalia. Got classical authors, Hesiod, Ovid, both claiming that you'd had a golden age when Kronos, or Saturn, was the king of heaven, followed by the flood, followed by a silver age when Jupiter was Zeus was the king of heaven, followed by roughly the age of the Trojan War. And then our present age is, right? Our present age is called an Iron Age. In the same language, what do they mean by the king of heaven, right? Well, in the same language, our sun is the king of heaven now. In the early 1900s, you'd had a number of articles appearing in the Journal of Assyriology, basically outlining the question of a confusion of language between the sun and Saturn. Apparently all of the names which anybody used for the sun in the the Mediterranean basin early on were words which had originally pertained to Saturn, which got switched at some point, right? Shamesh, right, which the Bible refers to as Chemosh, the abomination of Moab, right? Let's see if I can find a picture of that. And I had like a bunch of good artwork sitting around here in various places. I think this is it, right? It's like what you've got sitting here. Can you see this picture here?
No, I can't. All I see is your little profile picture. Why is that? Screen sharing options.
Yeah, Greg, can you see this?
Let me see. No, I can't.
This is Shamesh iconography.
No, I'm not seeing. Where are you doing that at? Are you doing it on Skype?
Yeah.
There you go.
These are Shamesh glyphs from Babylon and surrounding territories. You've seen this?
Oh yeah, the Scenaria Binaria, I've seen it, but not on your website. I haven't gotten there yet.
Okay. Shamesh was like the Moabite version of Saturn, right, or Kronos, and what you're seeing here is completely different from our present sun, right? There's no way that anybody would look at our present sun and then draw a picture like this. It's something else entirely. It sometimes shows like this, I mean, where you have like a pillar of some sort, which is represented by a person or a god here in this picture. Or sometimes you'll see the ancient star sitting on some sort of a pedestal, right? Now, or something like this, right? What you're seeing in the form of the pedestal here, what the Egyptians called Shu, or the pillars of Shu, is this electromagnetic column of light which you had going between Saturn and Venus and Mars and Earth, right? This would be the idea of the great god living on top of the magic mountain, like Zeus on Olympus, or, Yahweh on Mount Zion. Okay, and sometimes the magic mountain is drawn like a person or a god. or something like this, right? You're seeing all of this, Greg?
Oh yeah, the four rivers there.
Greg, you with me?
Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
I see it.
Have pictures. This is David Talbot's version of an interpretation of what some of these images show. It's like you've got Saturn, and then like the blue object would be Venus, and the red object would be Mars, right? But there's a problem with this picture of David's, which shows this crescent just as a crescent of light. Okay, Troy McLaughlin does not agree with this.
Yeah, there's one more question that comes to mind too, and that is Evie Cochran says that Venus appeared green.
Green or blue,
Yeah,
okay.
By the way,
you're talking about a changing.
We're gonna.
You're talking about trying to, moving target here.
Okay.
Turquoise.
Yeah.
Okay, Egyptian pyramid writings describe not Atum but Osiris as shedding green light over the world, right?
Okay.
Yeah, we don't have anything in the sky that sheds green light, pure emerald light over the earth, right? We don't have anything like that today.
Now I wanted to ask you one question here. When
Sure.
that is when Mars is in that configuration, and those plasma, I'm assuming those are plasma formations that are across Saturn. Those are actually electric machine arcing the whole thing, right? It's like just being all just bombarded and fused, or is that some kind of just a plasma configuration? It's charged, right? It has to be.
Yeah, okay, it's like you're seeing plasma phenomena, physics phenomena here. There's no way to make something blue out of Venus, just by its own native light, right? I mean, Venus is sort of like an off-white color.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if you were up close to it, right? It's got here is blue light being generated by electrical arcing between Saturn and Venus.
Okay.
And just heated up to like blue heat. It's not like white hot, it's blue hot.
Yeah, and that's even hotter.
So that's not the natural color of Venus. That's being created by plasma discharge. The idea of this crescent on Venus or on Saturn being reflected sunlight, reflected sunlight from the sun, is problematical. That would put us between the sun and Saturn, or it'd put us between Saturn and some other very large body that could throw a shadow like that on the face of Saturn. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
That, in other words, Troy has a big problem with that, and I have a problem with that. Now, the other thing that you might try to argue, you might could try to claim that blue object is Uranus or Neptune rather, and not Venus, but that has all kinds of problems. I mean, you don't really want to go there.
Right.
Okay. I was talking about literature a short while ago. If you really want to read about the age of Kronos, I think probably something that you ought to read is one of Plato's dialogues, which is called Statesman.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And he describes what he calls the age of Kronos, right? Plato consistently referred to antediluvians as nurslings or children of Kronos, or children of Saturn, children of the age of Saturn. Technology down straight here as time goes on.
Did it get better?
But there's a problem here. Let me see if I can find Troy's version of this thing, okay?
Yeah.
Like I said, Troy has a problem with David Talbot's
I'm gonna look
there.
I'm gonna look real quick while you're doing that.
Okay. Are you with me?
Listen. Oh, yeah, I just want to see what the people are telling me. All right.
Okay.
Greg, do you have headphones? Ah, yes. That's exactly what I was thinking. I think that your voice is coming through my speakers into my mic and feeding back. That's what I think. So I'm gonna real quick here. I'm gonna just hit the mute button and set it up. It'll be like 10 seconds. Okay. I'll be right back.
Greg, you there?
Yes. Yes. Oh, I'm here. Headphones
okay. Can
are on.
you see this picture of Troy's here?
Oh, I've seen that. I just saw that picture recently. Now let me check with
It's the picture that I wanted you to take a look at, and I don't know why just
Sorry.
the fact that the crescent that you see in the ancient iconography is not reflect like a crescent of reflected light. It's light on the ring of Saturn itself, and then you've got the shadow of the body of Saturn falling over the ring.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, because of the tilt inclination.
I got it. Okay.
Okay, this is Troy's version of the ship of the morning, ship of the evening, ship, midday. The same kind of a thing that David Talbot describes. Okay. Other parts of David Talbot's analysis, I think, are golden, right? His analysis of the white crown of Egypt, what caused that, I think was as good as you could hope for.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah.
We were talking about different versions of a Saturn theory. There are about a half dozen versions of a Saturn theory floating around out there. The only thing that I believe is absolutely certain is the fact that 30 or 40 years from now, some version of a Saturn theory will be generally accepted. Now, the only question is which version.
Right.
And, you've got several of these, and I don't really have, we've got like maybe an hour here or something. I mean, I don't made into a presentation. I mean,
right.
as far
I
as
know
like,
that. I know that. We're just kind of flying by the
version
seat.
versus Talbot's version versus John Cook's version versus.
Well, how about if I could just
versus
suggest
Troy's
something.
my version versus give people some idea of like the versions of these things that exist and where to go looking for them.
Go ahead.
Okay, you've got Velikovsky's version of a Saturn theory, which you could find just searching on Velikovsky and Saturn on the internet, right? That'll turn up. He was going to originally make that part of Worlds in Collision. He was talked out of it by Macmillan. You've got that. You've got David Talbot's, theory, which began with a book called The Saturn Myth. Mm-hmm. Let me see if I can find something just to give you an idea of what that looks like, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've got that.
Okay. You've got a little clasp here. Can you see this picture? You've got like what the Egyptians called a shenbond clasp, which shows like a golden body of something or other, and then a blue body, and then a red body, right? It's like Saturn, Venus, and then Mars, right? And this is like for a coat or a cape or something.
Yep.
Okay, so that in Egyptian artwork, this picture is just sort of everywhere, right? I mean, here we go. The Saturn myth, David Talbot, right? And he's got the he's got the magic mountain, right? The column of light, the pillars of Shu, right? And then the ring, and then. And the funny thing is, I mean, this is 1980. David Talbot had this right in 1980, and then he thought that he'd made a mistake, right? He thought that this crescent that he was seeing was always going to be reflected light, but I mean, it's more likely that he was closer to being on the money like in 1980 originally.
Yep. He tells the story and remembers.
You've got other pieces of the Talbot, Thornhill, Cochrane, Cardona version of this thing out there on YouTube and in various places on the internet. If you just get on YouTube and type in symbols of an alien sky.
Yeah, there it is.
Okay, here we go. This is what this looks like on YouTube, right?
Yeah.
This is David Talbot and the people of the Thunderbolts.info group. Mm-hmm. And this is your most major group of people on the internet who talk about this kind of thing. And you're just talking about a very radically different version of ancient history than what is taught in our schools for the most part. Symbols of an alien sky, Saturn myth. Right. This would be, here's another kind of a funny picture here. Discourse on an alien sky. They've got a picture that turns up in Egyptian hieroglyphics pretty much all the time, right? And what you've got is like a star with a ring around it. And then you've got a magic mountain made up out of light, right? But for all intents and purposes, what you're seeing here are lightning forks. As normally when anybody draws a picture of lightning, as artwork, then the lightning fork, the lightning fork should point downwards, right? And these point up. You understand the difference? At any rate, all of this stuff makes for interesting watching and reading here. It's like, that's the David Talbot version of a Saturn theory, right? You've got, let me go back to what I was seeing here. a short while ago. Okay, you've got this video of yours, like you've got the John, he spelled his name J-N-O. The gentleman died here like about a couple of years ago. He pronounced his name John Cook as if it was J-O-H-N, right?
Right.
Saturn Cosmology, and this guy was no dummy, Greg. There are, golden nuggets, interspersed around all this stuff of his.
Mm-hmm.
He was the one who basically claimed to have done the calculations, which put Jupiter at about 0.7 AU, like in prehistoric times, right? What does that mean exactly? What that means is that the normal situation in our galaxy for dwarf stars or gas giant planets, which are aligned with the main sequence star like our sun, would be to have them in much closer to the main sequence star than Jupiter or Saturn are to our sun now. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now, this brings up an interesting sort of a question. Why would Jupiter and Saturn be where they are now, if they used to be dwarf stars, right?
Exactly.
And
yes.
Have you ever heard the name Robert Bass?
No, I have not.
Okay, one of the best mathematicians of the past century, Brigham Young University, and what is he noted for? The most major argument against Velikovsky, which I used to hear, was that starting from a chaotic situation such as Velikovsky described, it would take millions of years for the system to stabilize and to begin to look the way it looks now. That was the biggest argument.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Robert Bass blew that to pieces.
Okay.
Now, what he claimed, and I've never heard I've never heard or read anybody claiming to refute this. He claimed that the Titus-Bode law of celestial dynamics, which describes the order of our solar system, was the solution to a dynamical relaxation problem.
Bode's law.
Okay, and what he said was that you could start the bodies in our system pretty nearly anywhere, and they would be where they are now within a few thousand years, assuming that you've got all of the bodies of our system up somewhere close enough together to be gravitationally bound, right? Then without even worrying about electromagnetism or anything like that, then just by gravity, then he said that the bodies in our system would be where they are now within a few thousand years, right? So that the location of Venus and Saturn now are basically part of this solution to the question of the Titus-Bode law.
Well, you're doing a great job.
Okay, I'm sorry. It's like you'll pardon me if I'm pausing for a few seconds, between little segments of this thing.
Oh, that's okay, Ted.
That's the reason why.
Mm-hmm. You're not showing anymore, right? You're not showing your screen anymore, are you?
I thought I was.
Well,
it seems to fall out. It seems to fall out of that. Let me know.
Oh, okay.
Let me know.
I thought that you were done with that. Let me see. I'm trying something here. Window
okay, here's
capture.
Skype again. Share screen,
here,
right?
Skype, yes, right here. Bam.
Okay, are you seeing my screen now?
Not yet, but I thought I had it licked, but I guess I don't. I'm just going to put it on monitor and look at the Skype. Okay, I'm looking at it. You're showing my video again.
Yeah, I'm showing the
okay.
Yeah, that's the sun there right now.
Okay.
So the John Cook was talking about about Jupiter being up close to the sun in prehistoric times. Right, like about 0.7 AU, so like closer to the sun than we are now. That puts Jupiter well within the habitable zone of the sun, and what that does with Ganymede and possibly one or two others of the 4 large moons of Jupiter is it makes Ganymede into a freshwater ocean world.
Yeah, well, I thought the same thing too, Ted. So he's in agreement with you there.
Right. So that's just intriguing, right?
Right. because Jupiter had to have its moons. At least
Right. Jupiter has about 67 moons, of which 4 are large. Those are called Galilean moons, right? Because Galileo was able to see those moons with just the first telescopes.
Right. And I was in favor of your theory mainly because of the Herbig-Haro. The whole thing
Okay.
just fits. The scenario, the Herbig-Haros being what
Right.
we're said there'd be.
Let
Go
me
ahead. From there.
let me go over like a couple of the problems that you have, like with the other versions of a Saturn theory.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, one problem with John Cook's work is that he assumes this 4 billion year
Yeah.
age thing that we've had crammed into our heads all our lives.
Right. Yeah.
Right, and that turns out to be garbage.
Yeah.
You know, the Earth is not 4 billion years old. They used to try to come up with estimates of the Earth's age just from stitching Bible chronologies together. And they used to believe that the Earth and possibly also the entire universe were like about 5 or 6 or 7,000 years old, right?
Right.
You know, the problem is that we've actually got one body in our system, one planet, which actually is, you know, ballpark for some kind of a 5 or 6,000 year age estimate, which is Venus, right? But Venus looks like that. I mean, we know what a 6,000-year-old planet looks like. I mean, it's got an 850-degree Fahrenheit surface temperature, and 90 bar CO2 atmosphere. Massive thermal imbalance, radiates a great deal more energy than it takes in from the sun. Massive upwards infrared flux. Complete lack of regolith, no dirt, right? It's like the surface is so pristine that they talk about a resurfacing event, you know, quote unquote. You know, which they like to put somewhere back about 500 million years ago, right? But that's also BS.
Okay.
There was never any sort of resurfacing event on Venus, right? The Earth and Mars don't look like that at all. I mean, we know what a 5,000-year-old planet looks like because of Venus. Right? The Earth and Mars don't look like that at all. So you have to assume that the Earth and Mars are a whole lot older than that, but not hundreds of millions of billions of years old. Right.
Exactly.
Really have a way of knowing how old the Earth is or how old our system is. You're trying to come up with a reasonable guess.
Exactly.
Okay, the numbers that we've read all our lives, you know, the 4 billion year thing, are the estimated ages for the Earth and for our solar system, are based on assumptions which go out the window the first minute you allow for even one cosmic disaster of global scale, right? And there have been several.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we don't even know what a word like year would have meant before the flood, right? It's like, you know, the flood rearranged the whole solar system.
40. Yeah.
Okay. One of the problems is that the people that tell us that the Earth is 4 billion years old are the same people that tell us that dinosaurs died out 65 million years ago.
But it doesn't mean anything.
A couple of ways you could look at that. You know, like I say, if you just, the fact that you're getting good radiocarbon dates for the soft tissue and dinosaur remains says that you're dealing with a few tens of thousands of years. You're not dealing with hundreds, you know, tens of millions of years.
That's exactly
right. It's more like 65,000 years than 65 million years. That's a factor of 1,000 to 1. If you just divide this 4 billion year age estimate that you've been reading all your life by 1,000, is more like about 4 million years, right? That would say that the Earth was 4 million years old. I could live with that. The evolutionists can't live with that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, obvious reasons. Now,
what was the ABSU, Ted? What was it all about? What was it all about with the ABSU? Supposedly there was water in space. And when it burst, we had our second.
Dwarf stars are water environments. Okay, it's like a dwarf star is going to have a plasma heliosphere, and planets aligned with a dwarf star are going to be inside that plasma heliosphere. The plasma heliosphere is going to have.
So I'm watching chat right now. Okay, go ahead. Keep going.
I think
I asked you about the ABSU.
The mic might have been just a little bit too close.
Yeah, that's what happened.
You were asking me about water, and
I'm still hearing
the ABSU, whatever that was. What I started to reply was that dwarf stars generally carry water. You know, they're generally watery environments. You know, water for the flood came because dwarf stars are watery environments.
Yes.
The plasma heliosphere of a dwarf star is going to it's going to reflect light back in, it's going to reflect this star is a watery environment, and
Right.
the water, the rings of Saturn come from that original watery environment of the plasma heliosphere.
Yes.
One way you can get an idea of how big Saturn might have been in prehistoric times is that, Earth was the largest rocky planet of the Saturnian system, whereas Ganymede was the largest rocky body of the Jupiter system, or the Jovian system, right? And Earth is substantially bigger than Ganymede, right? So, I mean, that would lead you to expect that
Saturn would have been larger than Jupiter.
Prehistoric times, before this blowout. Well, you'd asked about water and the flood, and the question of what about a dwarf star?
Yeah.
Basically is watery, right, or involves water.
Mm-hmm.
Ancient literature says, believe it or not, that our own oceans were not salty prior to the flood. They claim that the salt in the oceans came from the flood.
Mm-hmm. And then you have the Dead Sea, which is very indicative of a massive salt dump right in that area during the flood or something.
Yeah. It's funny because there's no there's no source on this planet for the salt in the oceans, right? There's no place that you can go to on Earth where you can say, oh, gee, look at all this salt here. This must be where all the salt in the oceans come from.
Yes.
Right.
All right, someone just said, there you go. I think we got it finally at the end of the show.
Are people getting to be happier with voice levels?
Yeah, I increased my audio prominence or something and by a 4, right. And that seems
what I'm trying to do to keep from going crazy is just to have the earphone parts of the headset just away from my ears.
All right, start asking, guys, let's ask questions, like try to take it one at a time. First question that comes up, I'll ask Ted. We got 15, well, we actually got about 15 more minutes to be on, so it's the rest of the show belongs to you if you want to ask questions. If not, Ted can just keep going. It's 10:43. I don't want to go over an hour with the first show because I want them to get better. Where did gold come from? That's what I would say. Yeah. He wants to know if it rained gold. Did gold come from Saturn, Ted?
Gold probably is created by electrical arcing.
Arcing.
Gold is something which can be created by plasma physics phenomena. Gold and heavy metals, it's like most of the, I'll give you one sort of a problem, most of the dating schemes that you read about, for time periods beyond what you can get with radiocarbon dating involve isotope ratios, of heavy metals. But if you think about it, there shouldn't be any heavy metals near the surface of our Earth. If you believe, anything resembling standard theory as to how a planet would be formed, the heavy metals should all be near the center. You see, what that tells you is that the heavy metals that we find on or near the surface of the Earth either arrived here via impact events or were created here via these plasma physics phenomena, such as would have created the Grand Canyon, where you have electrical arcing between two differentially charged bodies. You get a planet like Mars too close to Earth, and you're going to get like arc discharge between the two planets, right? You're going to get, the Grand Canyon itself is an electrical scar. It's not something created by water.
Right,
I mean,
right.
You've got layers of sediment, which you can see on the canyon walls, right? But those were laid down earlier, right? The canyon itself is not created by water. There isn't any giant pile of debris out where the Colorado River used to empty into the Pacific Ocean. The pile of debris is missing. It's like basically, the material from the canyon simply got vaporized and then blasted into space.
Yes, yeah, that makes sense to me. Ria wants to know, what do you think of the magnetic reversal and solar minimum?
I'm sorry, do what now?
30 more minutes, okay. What do you think of the magnetic reversal, the pole reversal, and the solar minimum?
Okay, I don't have a theory about the magnetic reversal. Now, what we're seeing now with this impending second, new little ice age is just a fluctuation in the way that a star operates, right? if a star was a thermonuclear engine, as they teach, then you would not have little ice ages.
Okay.
Right? I mean, it wouldn't exist.
Okay. So you
Okay,
don't think that a
a
pole
little
flip
ice
is
age is
inevitable?
just a fluctuation in the way that a star
Yeah, the
operates,
shockwave.
depending on, which could be caused by, a periodic increase in strength of the Birkeland current, which powers the sun, or could be caused by the travel of the sun through regions of greater or lesser electrical potential difference from itself, right?
Okay.
Now, the major ice ages, like the Pleistocene, had cosmic causes. They will not recur.
Okay.
Okay, Troy's book goes into that, right? Troy's
You're not
other
a,
book, which is
you're
called
not a
Saturn
cyc-
Death Cult.
you're not a cycle guy for doomsday then. I take it.
No, I
How do
don't
you-
believe in any of the cycle
Okay.
stuff that you read from other authors. I don't believe that anything which has happened to us in the past is cyclic in nature.
Okay. Shockwave wants to know, how do you explain the purple dawn and its times end of it being 12,900 years ago? Do you think that was the end of it? The whole polar alignment and everything that
Okay, the purple dawn would have been the primordial condition of the Earth that would go, from the time that it ended until the beginning of the Earth. That was the primordial condition of the Earth.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, the creatures of the purple dawn all have the same kinds of huge eyes. Dinosaurs, hominids like the Neanderthal, remaining creatures from the purple dawn age.
Yeah.
Lemurs, tarsiers, bush babies, owls, owl monkeys.
When did
Any number of things all have these same gigantic eyes, right?
Yeah.
Danny Vendramine's Neanderthal reconstructions are, they're tour de force, right? I mean, artwork, I mean, most of what you see, which talks about Neanderthals, describes them as being just slightly different humans, right? I mean, just people that are just a little bit different from one of us. I mean, over the last 70 or 80 years, the Neanderthal became a sort of a poster child for kumbaya pseudo-religion.
Yeah.
Okay, we're all just sort of alike, right? But you have to ask yourself what you would expect a creature with DNA, which is halfway between ours and that of a chimpanzee, to look like, right? For instance, I mean, like early human needles are common, right? Nobody's ever found a Neanderthal needle because a creature with a 6-inch long fur coat doesn't require needles, right? I mean, just don't need them.
Okay. All right. I just caught up with the crew here.
Okay.
Let's see what they're saying. Things were bigger.
I'm sorry.
Then
it's like
too,
the purple dawn came to an end with this golden age when Saturn flared and lit up for a period of time, and then eventually the whole Saturnian system was captured and absorbed by our present sun, and from that time, I mean, we've been living in proximity to a main sequence star. Most of the planets that you would find in the universe are probably going to be around dwarf stars. Okay, I don't think that, a planet like Earth revolving around a main sequence star is probably not that common in the universe.
Where did we get our moon, Ted?
I'm sorry?
Where did we get the moon?
That I don't know. You see, now that's the kind of thing that John Cook has an easy time explaining. I don't have much of a theory for that one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's
okay. Go ahead.
That's the kind of thing that bothers me about John Cook's writings. Like the flood occurred. Like at 7:37 in the morning. Like a Friday, the 17th of June, minus 31.
Yeah. Right. Well, there might be, there could be a couple ways of figuring things out like that. If a certain celebration or day fell on, then 3 days after that day, this happened. Well, then, I can see where they could say, this time and that day.
The most major thing that separates Troy's and my version of a Saturn theory from the other versions that you're familiar with, the question of the Herbig-Haro string and the question of the form, Troy and I believe that our whole system, including everything that we see now, formed up pretty much in one place, right? So that you don't have to explain how Saturn would have just somehow or other wandered into the sun system, starting from the depths of deep space, right? I mean, I don't regard that as possible.
Do you think it's possible the moon was deliberately placed where it is? Is it
That's
possible?
possible. Okay, it's like I wasn't there. You know, you'd need a time machine to answer that one.
Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah. So, I mean, it's very, very plausible that we could have had a spacefaring civilization before in our past. There's no way we can prove it or disprove it. There's something funny
Right.
going
The
on in the
evidence that
South
we see
Pole.
on Mars indicates that you
Everybody
did
knows
have a
that.
spacefaring
At
civilization.
least
By the time you
should.
had humans living on Mars,
What?
they,
I think Ted just went bye-bye.
hang on.
Oh, I can hear you. You're still, you sound like a little android.
Hang on.
What happened?
I don't know. Let me.
Oh, boy.
What about now?
It's getting ugly again, Ted.
Let me hang up and call back.
There you are. There you are.
Better?
Are you there? Yeah, it's better.
Okay, don't ask me. I mean, I'm not a Skype expert. You're shooting at a moving target with Skype.
Yes, same here. I'm just trying to learn everything at the same time and bring a halfway decent show. That's why I wanted to keep it short, so we didn't.
Are you getting any other questions from the audience?
Yes, I am. Yeah. Let's see. Back saved. Okay. We're going to go for a little bit longer. I see the north lit up. Thumbs up. Looking for a question. Thanks. This is awesome. From Zappa. Buried alive. Cliff hanging. Gold pounded flat. Very thin. Will show green light through it. Okay, that was the moon. Okay, yeah, no more. I'm not getting any questions. So, use the force. Well, I'll use the good.
Try not. Do. Or do not. There is no try.
Give me just a second, Greg. It's like I'm getting some kind of another YouTube type thing.
Birkeland currents can be used for space travel. Can Birkeland currents be used for space travel, Ted? I know that you're an enthusiast for the secret space program.
No. The answer is no.
Why?
Give me a second. There's the thing that you really want to be looking into for space travel is going to be what you call Biefeld-Brown propulsion, electrogravitic propulsion. Okay. Oh shoot! It's like on Bearfabrique.org.
Okay.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
There's
who has the most
share screen.
Who has the most interesting Saturn theory to you of all?
I think it's Troy McLaughlin.
You believe in Troy that much, huh?
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, he's an intelligent young guy. I know that. I haven't read his stuff yet.
What I would suggest is that what I would suggest is that you go to the YouTube channel for the Ganymede hypothesis, right?
Yeah, I know all about that.
Can you see this? Okay, my channel.
Okay, hold on a second.
Yeah. Can you see my screen now?
It's very little. Yeah. I see it, but it's very little. And, no. Yeah, there you go. Okay, it's big. Okay. All right.
Okay. Videos for the Ganymede hypothesis. Right. The one which says Ganymede hypothesis parts 1 and 2.
Okay, yeah, we watched that. That's a good one.
Going to be Troy McLaughlin. This is going to give you Troy's and my version.
Yeah, you're going again. The thing
solar
with Troy's, he doesn't really get very in depth with his time scale. That's what I would like to see more of. I noticed most of them. The only one that has really given us a time scale that I see so far is Velikovsky and Cook.
Yeah, and John Cook.
And the rest of them,
his time scales to me are just completely wrong.
There you are.
I would get rid of those, but I'm getting some kind of a thing, which is like another. Let me see if I can find this and shut it off. It's like I'm getting another, like a video, which is going on in the background, which is talking about assault weapons and.
Really? You're getting a video?
Yeah, you're not hearing that at all?
No. I'm not hearing it at all.
Causing that, it's like there's some kind of an error on my system or something.
Yeah, well. Yeah, it's been kind of freaky. Well, I think, let me see if they got any more questions or whatever. Yeah, we just need some practice. That's right. Yep.
All right. Any more questions or?
Any more questions, guys? Anything at all? Because we're going to be wrapping it up here. But
Okay,
we're going to come back.
Okay,
I'm gonna,
next go, Greg. I'd sort of like to get into this business of what it is that I don't like about the idea of Saturn just a Saturnian system, just wandering into the neighborhood of our sun from deep space, right?
yeah, well, go ahead. We can stay on for a little longer. Get into it.
There are two ways you can shoot something, right? You can either shoot something with a weapon that has a sight on it, like a rifle,
Yeah,
or you can
yeah.
shoot something with a shotgun, right? So you've either got
Right.
something which is aimed, which would be like Ming the Merciless from Mongo aiming Saturn at our sun from, light years away, right? You'd have to have something very precisely aimed. Or you'd have to have some kind of, the other thing that you have for shooting things is a shotgun, right? Suppose you've got some kind of a giant cloud of Saturn-sized objects flying past our solar system, and one of those, just the law of averages says that one of those might get captured, right? Well, I mean, the problem with that is that would be like the thing that David Talbot would be talking about. The problem is, that it would have to be flying at less than the escape velocity from our system, right? And that says that this cloud of Saturn-sized objects would still be very close to us. It wouldn't have gone very far since that. If you're talking about 10,000 or 15,000 years ago, it would still be right out there in the sky, right? And our satellites would pick that up very easily. Yeah. Our optical satellites can see Proxima Centauri, right, which is 4 light years away. And something like I'm talking about it wouldn't even be 1 or 2 light years away, right? I mean, it would be right, it'd be right there in the near sky. Mm-hmm. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, well.
Logically, what you would have to have for a Saturnian system to just wander into our, the neighborhood of our sun, it just that doesn't make any sense. Whereas when you start talking about, the whole system being originally created in a Herbig-Haro string, which is what you actually do see out there in the cosmos, then the whole thing works, right? You don't have to explain Saturn wandering in from deep space or getting, precisely aimed or anything like that, or about there needing to be some kind of like a cloud of Saturn-sized objects which are still visible, right, which are still close to us. All those kinds of requirements just go away. You see, that's the thing that I like, about Troy's and my version of this thing, which, I like a whole lot better. Now, there's one other version of this, of something like this, which I haven't really mentioned and gone over very much, right? If I can find it, it would be like Alfred de Grazia's version of a Saturn theory. That's the one other thing that somebody might want to talk about sooner or later, which was published around 1985.
I bought the book.
Okay, it might actually be more like the late 70s. I don't know, but it's like he was talking about an ancient system which consists of the sun and then a very, very large dwarf star, which he called Super Uranus, right?
Super Saturn, yeah.
Super Saturn, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, which had been basically ejected just via like electrical fissioning from the sun. Mm-hmm. And then basically, he was talking about something like a double star system with a plasma physics tube connecting the two of them, and with us somewhere inside this plasma tube. Mm-hmm. Okay, the central fire, right? Right. But this was the best somebody could do with information that was available, like in the mid 70s, late 70s. Okay, whereas I think what Troy and I basically, we're not a whole lot smarter than Alfred de Grazia was. We've just got better information to work with.
Right. Yeah, I got that book, Solar Veneria, and I did see that. I have a couple of questions about Uranus. I know people say that I pronounce it wrong, but I don't know if it's Uranus, whatever you want to call it.
I don't know. Oranos, right?
The question I have is that Saturn was said to have castrated or dethroned his father Uranus. So, there's got to be something there that we're not hearing,
Yeah, it's something that the ancients observed in the sky at some point, or is some sort of a very old memory.
Yeah.
Okay, but to try to give precise explanations of these things, like I say, we don't have precise pictures of all these things, right? We don't even know what a word like year would have meant, or day or month before the flood, right? We don't know what any of those things would have meant.
Yeah.
You know, what we, like I said, John Cook tries to put precise dates on things happening, like back, long before Christ, before the flood even. And
Yeah, he has a few tardy things to say about the Thunderbolts group too. I read from him.
yeah,
I mean, I just don't understand why he would even go there. But okay, I guess that's his prerogative.
like I said, the problem I have with the Thunderbolts group is that the three things which strike me as most interesting in these pictures are taboo subjects within the Thunderbolts group, right? I mean, Mars images,
Oh,
Ganymede,
I
then this
remember what I
question.
wanted.
Sorry?
I'm sorry. I don't mean to step on you. I have to blurt it out or I forget it. The one thing that I meant to ask you, and I keep forgetting, is about the jumping Jupiter scenario from the Nice model. Have you heard of this?
No.
On YouTube. It's by a young guy, and it's called the Jupiter Myth. I totally recommend watching it. It's in 3 parts. It's only 45 minutes, 3 15-minute videos. And he crams so much information in them 3 15-minute videos. It just amazes me.
I'll take a look.
Yeah, oh, it's excellent. Yeah, and I'd like to hear what you think after you see it. As far, so far from me, from what I've seen, I like your theory because it involves the Herbig-Haro objects, all of them going northerly direction, the sun catching up with the north and Jupiter. I mean, this could have been thousands of years in the making here, and the southern section slowly catching up. I mean, all of this I can piece together, I can comprehend it. You know what I mean?
Right.
For something to just wander in from, well, it would have to have been from the serpentine dwarf galaxy that's been getting eaten by the Milky Way for, they say, billions or millions of years, but we don't know, That I just think the Herbig-Haro thing sounds more feasible, Ted. That's just what I think.
The Herbig-Haro string is something which we actually observe in the sky.
Yes.
In real life, right? I mean,
Yes.
it's not a theory. It's
right.
It's a known phenomenon.
Right. Yeah.
Right. And that would explain. In other words, it's like they still teach this gravity-only cosmology in our schools.
Mm-hmm.
Gravity is by 40 orders of magnitude the weakest force in nature, and gravity does not have the power to form, stars or planets up from dust or from plasma. Right, 99.9% of the mass of the universe is in plasma form.
Mm-hmm.
The one thing which really does have the power to form plasma up into much more solid objects are these electromagnetic pinch points, the electrical short circuiting that you get, where the pieces of a Birkeland current cross each other.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. And that's just what we see. We see, like Herbig-Haro strings where you have like one of these twisted spirals of electrical currents.
Yeah, shockwave says
current, and you see, and you see bright spots, like where these currents cross each other, where you have the short circuiting and the Z pinch effect.
Where did you get that info?
I'm sorry?
Oh, I was talking to Shockwave. He says your Herbig-Haro systems last for 100,000 years roughly, and then they coalesce into solar systems. That's exactly what I think, and I know that you agree with that too, and that's exactly part of your Ganymede. Yeah, well.
I had a picture like that sitting around here. Hang on.
Yeah, I know the guy Mars Anomalies. He's actually got a few videos where he's showing these features on Ganymede, and he's making the claim that there's still people still live there. But I mean, I wouldn't laugh at anything like that because I've heard ridiculous things before that turned out. It sounds far-fetched.
I don't like to try to make claims like that, which I can't really, which I can't really defend. Right? It wouldn't surprise me at all.
No, yeah. Well, I think that we should call it a show right now, and while we get our poop together for another one, and after I glean some feedback from my folks, I can write it down, and we can go for another shot, and I can maybe get it together a little better. Okay, Ted?
Okay, good enough. I appreciate it.
All right, man. Thanks so much for helping us out and explaining some things for us. I really appreciate what you did for us.
Okay.
All right.
Good enough. I appreciate it. It's always a pleasure.
Always a pleasure, Ted. Thank you, sir. I'll talk to you soon. All right.
Take care.
Take care.
Bye.
All right, you too. Bye-bye.
I enjoyed that as my first live stream.
With a scene above your heads that would be similar to this, is it any wonder that the ancients thought it was gigantic gods walking around? It doesn't take much of an imagination. Even today, if you saw something like that right above your heads, it would be tempting to personify it. All right. Well, that'll do it. This was the recovered recording that I made just in case, and that's why I did it. I have a newfound respect for podcasters who can live stream and have everything come off like they expect it to. It's tough. I'm not talking about just throwing up one picture and having a phone conversation. I mean, the guys who do this podcast and stay current with pictures and everything like that, it's not easy, but we'll get it together. Thank you so much for your patience and support. I'll see you next time. Take care.
Right, that was the first one. We're going to get into an hour of Mars now. The show with Mars was not a live stream. It was recorded.
I'm going to close out the show with this scene from the Cosmology Quest. I'll put a link in the description. I keep going back to this video because they just epicycle after epicycle for the Big Bang Theory. They just have so much gray area you don't know where you're at. With this clip that I'm about to show you, Tony Peratt shows exactly how easy it is and uncomplicated it is to have a galaxy out of plasma. You don't have to add dark stuff to make it work in a computer model. It just makes so much sense. It slaps you in the face with reality. It should, but it still doesn't. And that just, I don't know, it's just crazy to me. This is Tony Peratt and his plasma galaxy.
Simulation does is that it allows you to model the plasma regardless of size, put in the rather few basic initial equations, and then follow the simulation through its various nonlinear stages and the different morphologies or shapes that the plasma will take.
In Tony Peratt's simulations, as the current spirals into the center of the galaxy, turns around and moves out along the axis of the galaxy. In that central area where the current is extremely concentrated, there seemed again the potential for violent events. And Alfvén and Peratt raised the question, couldn't this be a way of explaining the extremely violent events that occur in the center of galaxies that are known
Eric
as
Lerner,
in which huge amounts of energy are released in what, by astronomical terms, is a relatively small amount of time. That is, millions of years compared with the billions of years galaxies exist.
Initially, the time frames shown represent 1 billion years or so, but now we're going to carry it out for 10 billion years to see what happens to these double radio galaxies or quasars as the two filaments have evolved into. And you'll see that the tails start to elongate, and fairly soon you're going to start to see a spiral structure. And as we get closer to 10 billion years, the end of the movie, you will see that we have formed the shape, the morphology, the shape of a spiral galaxy.
they look like they have mouths and eyes.
Was called Saturnalia, and we still refer to the Sabbath as Saturn's Day, or Saturday. But Saturn's golden age did not last. As inconceivable as it may seem to the modern mind, the witness of ancient mythology reveals that mankind suffered a great cosmological upheaval in which Saturn's glorious rule was replaced first by Jupiter and then eventually by the Sun. The consequences of this upheaval has left an incredible mark on the collective human psyche, leading to a pervading doomsday anxiety, a fretful psychosis fed by deeply entrenched psychological archetypes that cross all known cultural barriers. In recent years, this pervasive fixation with large-scale catastrophe has nearly become Hollywood's entire stock in trade. Deep down, whatever our cultural heritage, we all share in a seemingly irrational fear of impending catastrophe, a fear born of prehistoric experience that has spawned the dominant themes in our religions, arts, architecture, and even our geopolitical and economic systems. Yet, even before the coming of the Saturnian Golden Age, we hear of a time before time, a distantly primeval world calling to us from out of the universal dream time.
Whoopsie.
These are the fading memories of humankind preserved in the oral traditions of our most ancient races and cultures. Through these dreamtime fragments, we hear echoes of an age spent in darkness, a twilight world existing long before the coming of the sun. We hear of it as a time when the dull primordial half-light of the star god Saturn shifted listlessly on the chaotic celestial waters that enveloped all human existence. Here we find the purple-hued dawn of creation, the time before time began, the time before bright, clear light entered into the world. Through the work of comparative mythologists, and more recently the contributions of plasma-based physicists, a new cosmology has emerged that seeks to explain these almost forgotten human legacies. This new cosmology identifies the mythical god Saturn as the primordial sub-brown dwarf star existing and drifting beyond the solar system and accompanied by its own family of satellites. Our Earth was one of these satellites, safely encapsulated within Saturn's protective and opaque bubble-like plasma sphere. The oral traditions tell us Earth's inhabitants enjoyed a warm yet dully lit environment devoid of any concept of measured time and oblivious to the greater cosmos. In the swirling, enveloping chaos that was Saturn's outer plasma sphere, nothing moved with regularity. Saturn's pale disk glowed from a fixed, if listless, position above the Earth's North Pole, the position identified by world mythologies as the abode of the gods. And slowly, yet surely, Saturn and its family of planets unknowingly drifted towards a fateful encounter with a much larger and more electrically dynamic star we now call the Sun. When contact was made between Saturn's own plasmasphere and the Sun's heliosphere, all hell broke loose. Powerful electrical forces surged and discharged, causing Saturn to overload and flare nova-like. In what must have seemed an instant, humankind's previous twilight existence was spectacularly extinguished by a brilliant bright light shining forth from out of the celestial north. Day one, in the epic of a new creation story, had announced itself, and humanity now confronted a deeply changed world brimming with visual access to the greater cosmos. Life would never be the same as humankind entered into Saturn's universal golden age, an age that only ended when the sun's overwhelming electrical influence conspired with the planet Jupiter to violently banish Saturn to the outer celestial realms. The great primordial Saturn system of planets was torn asunder, and Earth, for so long changed in actual alignment to Saturn, was freed from its bindings to acquire a new orbit around a new master, the Sun. Such events, mythology tells us, took place roughly 10,000 years ago. Yet, there are two conundrums we face in coming to grips with this radical interpretation of Earth's mythical and cosmological relationship to Saturn. Even if we accept that Saturn originally started off as a free-floating brown dwarf star with an inhabited Earth as one of its satellites, we are faced with the mythological record's insistence that Saturn remained fixed and immobile at Earth's celestial north. In the same manner, we see the pole star today. While most would offer a phase-lock solution to Saturn's perceived immobility, with Earth orbiting Saturn in the same way that the Moon orbits Earth today, this does not explain the latter epoch in which Saturn remained seemingly stacked above Earth while both bodies circled the Sun on its equatorial plane. This forces us to consider Earth as having been in actual alignment with Saturn's southern pole. During this time, an arrangement that was most likely a continuance of its existing primordial relationship to Saturn before the latter's catastrophic encounter with the Sun. However, this polar configuration, that of planets being stacked on top of one another in actual alignment, is viewed as an abomination by virtually all astrophysicists, an impossibility given the known tenets of celestial mechanics. This, then, was our first conundrum. Saturn Theory Day at the Planetarium. The planets Mercury and Jupiter, the latter with its 4 Galilean moons, orbit the Sun as the actual aligned planets dominated by Saturn approach from below the solar system at roughly 27-degree angle to the Sun's own axis. The scene depicts events shortly before the Sun's electrical field provokes an electrical imbalance in Saturn, causing it to flare nova-like. The planet Venus is absent at this time due to it not yet having been ejected by a flaring Saturn, an event that is preserved in mythology as the birth of the goddess Venus. So they marked this event happening with the myth of the birth of the goddess Venus. Check. Then we come to the subject of us, that is, humankind's place in the general scheme laid out by the Saturn theory. More precisely, we are concerned with an assumed origin of human beings on an Earth in which ancient world traditions tell us we had once stumbled around in near darkness for a period stretching back into an unknown antiquity. This reported dim and inhospitable environment conflicts with the basic idea that a species is generally adapted to their environment of origin. We, human beings, are creatures fundamentally adapted to function best in a bright environment. This then is our second conundrum. The inescapable conclusion was that humans did not necessarily originate on the Earth. As a species, we seek the light. Our optimum environment is a bright environment. For humans to be trapped in a permanent gloom where one of our most important faculties is handicapped to the point of near uselessness, vigorously militates against the concept of a permanently darkened primordial Earth being our environment of origin. So we began to look elsewhere, and the journey we undertook eventually led us to a basic question that opened up a huge vista of potential solutions. The question that changed the game was the obvious flip side to it, Earth having begun life under a wandering sub-brown dwarf star called Saturn. In the meantime, what was happening around the Sun? And was there a brightly lit world on which it was happening? Finding the answer to this question offered more than both of us anticipated. Ted eventually dubbed our subsequent findings to be a prehistory of what he called the antique solar system, a prearrangement of our current solar system, sans the planets Saturn, Neptune, Uranus, Mars, Venus, and of course the Earth. Subsequently, the role played by Jupiter during this antique epoch seems to have contrasted sharply with Earth's experience under Saturn. Jupiter's moons also began to take on an increasingly important role in a story that, in one of those sweet ironies that only research of this kind can raise up, saw two avowed anti-evolutionists, Ted and myself, begin to entertain aspects into the theories of two hardcore evolutionists, Elaine Morgan's aquatic ape hypothesis and Danny Vendramini's them and us theory of Neanderthal predation on ancient humans. And if that last sentence involving Jupiter's moons swimming humans and ravenous beastly Neanderthals doesn't pique your curiosity, then maybe nothing will. Which brings us back to our first conundrum, namely that of explaining how a planet like Earth could find itself dangling down below a sub-brown dwarf star for most of its own distant prehistory. While at first glance, this problem seems almost insurmountable from a purely physics point of view, a closer look at observable phenomena would suggest otherwise. By this, we mean that there are, in fact, copious examples of axially aligned objects in our galaxy that offer clues not only to how axial alignments can function, but also as to the nature of how stars and planets are birthed in the first place. However, this is a discussion to take up in more depth in the next chapter, a chapter that will look closely at the role played by the astronomical phenomena called a Herbig-Haro object. Such objects, we will argue, establish the legitimacy of axial aligned celestial bodies in space and provide a solution to the seemingly bizarre relationship between Earth and Saturn in ancient times. For those readers new to the above presented concepts, they could at this point simply choose to reject all cosmological notions of Saturnian planetary systems being captured in the distant past by the Sun, and the resulting mythical cataclysmic orgies of destruction. They could simply dismiss the concept of an ancient and dark Saturnian primordial dawn as simply being the fundamental fallacy at the heart of our conundrum regarding human origins on Earth. They could offer the observation that daylight must surely have always existed, been a feature in the human experience, and that this is really why we have evolved the way we are. Also, in seeking to reject the evidence presented by the mythological record for a dark primordial environment, they could lay charges that we have willfully misinterpreted mythology to concoct our own flawed literalist dogma at odds with accepting scholastic scientific consensus. To answer such critics, all we can say is read on if you dare, and make your criticisms after absorbing the full argument presented in this work. We believe there is much to offer, if only for the purpose of constructive debate on the topics that should intrigue anyone searching for an understanding as to where we come from and who we are.
I got chapter 3 coming, Saturn Myth. If you guys waiting for it, it's coming soon. I did this with Universal Sandbox. You know, they don't have an electric force. So I just took a red dwarf and put Earth and Mars around it and ran it close to the sun. And every single time it does that. But we know that it wouldn't do that because it's the electric force. It would repel it, or that's what the solar system would look like. And it doesn't. It has to be a feedback mechanism. Electricity and magnetism. It's perfect. There's no other better way to explain it. It's the only energy there is. That was kind of like a supernova. Got Mars coming. So I'm going to have to put something else on for a second here. Hold on. This is terrible. Because I thought I had it queued up. But I guess I don't. I don't know what happened to it. Let's try Ted. I'm just going to have to play something else. I'll play SATURN, this one right here. Might as well. I wanted to play Mars. I'll find it.
And welcome to part 2 of my conversation with Theodore Holden on the Saturnian alignment, her big hero objects, and the planet Neptune.
Yeah, the blue associated with Venus has nothing to do with the planet's reflected surface or even its incandescent surface. It's kind of like an off-white. It's like I wouldn't want to say a beige color, but it's an off-white. The ancients described it as being of a bloody rather than a fiery redness. Okay, so it's not, within anything that you would call recorded history or anything close to recorded history, it wasn't blue. Okay.
Right.
No, but I mean it's like a
naturally, yeah,
or green out of CO2. Everything to do with the overriding color temperature of its arc glow mode plasma sheet. The blue associated with Venus has nothing to do with the planet's reflective surface or even its incandescent surface temperatures of its early birth.
Okay.
Okay? But has everything to do with the overriding color temperature of its arc glow mode plasma sheath, i.e. 6,000 to 10,000 years ago, right? Which glows blue to the naked eye, a color temperature that would have overridden the planet's hot surface light output. Green is also associated with Venus, and we'll get to that. Okay, and this would have been produced by the mixture of Venus's orange-yellow surface temperature color with its glow mode blue plasma sheath. Okay, Venus's green that's convoluted. Okay, Venus's green shade would have only been seen during the planet's quieter glow mode phases, to be replaced by sky blue when electrical stress has excited its plasma sheath into its blue arc mode phase, along with its distinctive flaring star. As long as Venus was trapped in its position between Mars and Saturn, its plasma sheath would have fluctuated between an electrical green-blue and blue, like a planetary-sized St. Elmo's glow display, which would be a match for the Shen bond jewel color. Okay, Venus's remarkable flaring star feature was produced by Venus's plasma sheath going into arc mode as Venus' connection to Saturn came under increased electrical stress, thus causing the connecting Birkeland current between Venus and Saturn to expand and fluctuate. From below, this looked like a flaring star, but from side on, it would have appeared as if the strands in the arcing and twisting Birkeland current between these two planets was inflating and deflating balloon-like, the same type of phenomenon that produced the Squatterman shapes in the arc glow mode Birkeland current reaching down to Earth. Okay. It should also be noted that Venus's depiction as being blue in color shows a full circle with a uniform glow color, another indication that its color was not produced reflected light off of its surface. Also, if icy Neptune was the planet between Mars and Saturn, Earth observers would not have seen its surface color, since it would have been silhouetted by Saturn's glow, like Mars was. Eventually, light from the sun would have struck Neptune from the side and produced another rotating half-crescent phenomenon, like Earth's rotating perspective, something that is simply not a part of the pictorial legacy associated with the body between Mars and Saturn. The flared star is the dominant motif. Also, Saturn's deep shade of blue, as portrayed in NASA's false color images, would not have been apparent from Earth. Rather, its sun-facing side would have appeared much more pale almost white due to the sun's own blue temperature light reacting with our atmosphere and canceling out the blue effect. At night, Neptune might have looked a bit more blue, but half of it would have fallen into black shadow, since Neptune's blue color is solely produced by its atmosphere, reflecting the sun's blue light spectrum. Neptune doesn't glow and shows none of the telltale signs of having once glowed that both Saturn and Jupiter do, so it does not emit any significant radio waves or X-rays. Furthermore, to place Neptune in the role of mythical Venus during the age of Saturn introduces the problem of two Venuses having to be accounted for in the mythological record at a later point. This is the thing I mentioned up above, right? In other words, if Neptune isn't the blue body in the picture, then where is it, right? So in other words, you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm with you.
You know, so I mean, I don't know how carefully Troy thought about this particular little item here, since we would have to reconcile the change of identification of Venus from the Neptune Venus to the concurrent arrival and identification of the new comet-like Venus, supposedly originated from Jupiter. It's also hard to see how these two separate but concurrent celestial bodies, both serving in terms of variations of the archetypal Venus and of mythology, resulted in the unremarked physical disappearance of one of those bodies, the massive Neptune, from the ancient astronomical records, while the currently identified Venus somehow became conflated and identified by ancient astronomers as being the same body that is being suggested was originally the planet Neptune. Items 1 through 6 here deal with color, right? There's one other, I want to leave the rest of these alone. It's like, you know,
Read number 7.
Okay, which brings us to the next problem. What about in past ages, Babylonians and others described Venus as a torch careening across the heavens?
Right.
Okay, that's, you know, you could get a lot of that like in Worlds in Collision, Velikovsky's book.
But what you're saying is that Venus could still be the Venus of mythology, only the polar configuration Neptune was there instead of Venus. That's basically what you're saying.
Yeah.
What gave you that inkling?
Like I say, the most major thing is that Neptune has the right axis tilt to have been part of the Saturnian system. That is the most. There are a couple of other things in the picture as well, right?
Yeah, I was wondering, what was it that
I'm going to go to it as soon as it's ready.
Like that?
Okay, the time problem, there's a couple of time problems in the picture, right? You know, the idea of Venus having been part of some kind of a Saturnian configuration for a long period of time, and then to be described the way that it is in Greco-Roman literature as creating problems immediately that it was born. You know, that doesn't figure, okay? Now, you got item 14 here, and this document has been posted on these. I could send you a copy of this document if I haven't already. Item 14, the point is that Venus was never part of the original Saturnian system of planets that approached the Sun, but was the consequence of Saturn's core being electrically overloaded. The point is Venus was never part of the original Saturnian system of planets that approached the Sun. The consequence of Saturn's core being electrically overloaded and being captured by the Sun. Under those circumstances, this fracture piece of Saturn was never going to have an aligned axial tilt while it was still in a state of positive charge relative to Saturn's core. We could well have been caught for time in a Z-pinch in Saturn's Birkeland current and flipped as Saturn continued to comet towards electrical and physical capture by the Sun. Axially aligned Saturnian system of planets eventually broke apart from each other. The original roughly 26-degree tilts would have been maintained, as you say, except for Venus, which was too young and volatile to have established such a tilt in the first place. Okay, this is an attempt to reply to some of this stuff. Okay, items 1 through 6. Do you have any other images that I put down here? No. As I understand it, the atmosphere of Venus is about 96% CO2. It's pretty much nothing you can do to CO2 to get green out of it. It's probably closest would be something like this, and I'm going to say return, right? That would probably be as close to blue or green as you could get from Venus.
That's pretty blue.
That's blue, but it's not the kind of blue that you see in the blue body.
It's like a powder blue.
Neptune, right? It's like it's very, very pale sort of a blue, and that's positively, I mean,
Baby blue.
How you would get green out of that is I don't know. Okay, nonetheless, there is some
yellow. You get blue.
Yeah, you can come a lot closer to getting green out of methane than you can out of CO2, right? And you've got two things in our system which seem to have a lot of methane in them: Neptune and Titan, maybe Uranus. I'm not really sure. You know, it's like Uranus. I don't know whether those images that you see are false color or what, right? It's like some of them are greenish, Titan, it's like most of the images you see are green. But I don't picture, I don't picture Titan having become a morning star after Titan's not even in the icon images, right? It's like and Titan stuck home with Saturn, right? So after the Earth has been captured by the Jovian system, then I don't picture Titan having been as a green morning star, right? It's, at least some ancient literature speaks of a green morning star, which we would normally assume to have been Venus simply because of the term morning star, right? The Mayan Bible is called the Popol Vuh, right? For instance, this is, you can find this here, it's like on MesoWeb. Now, when they came from Tulan, Zuya, right, they did not eat, they fasted continuously, yet they fixed their eyes on the dawn, looking steadfastly for the coming forth of the sun. They occupy themselves in looking for the great star, which appears first before the birth of the sun. Okay, and I don't picture anybody describing Titan as a great star, right? The face of this green morning star, like 500, footnote 570, always appears at the coming forth of the sun, right? When they were there at a place called, the gods came to them. Okay, so that you've got the Mayans claiming that, you've got a green morning star, at a period when the sun and Jupiter were first having to be dealt with, right? Now, what is going to work as a green morning star? I don't picture it being Venus because, this is after the Great Capture event, and Venus, once you disconnect it from the, from the Birkeland current of Saturn, then it's, if there was anything that was going to make Venus look blue or green prior to that, that's not, that's gone, right? In other words, after the Great Capture event, Venus is going to very quickly pick up its natural color, which is Romans describe as being of a bloody rather than a fiery redness. Okay? You see what I'm saying? There's another time problem with this. Did I just lose you with that, Jay or Greg? Greg, you there?
Yes, I'm here.
I'm sorry, your voice just went. Because the Mayans claiming that they were seeing a green morning star after the Earth had been captured by the Sun-Jupiter system right now. I don't see how that green morning star at that point in time could have been Venus, right? In other words, Venus at that point would have been, if it had come from Saturn and if it was still visible and it was still something we had to contend with after we were captured by the Sun-Jupiter system, then, it would no longer be blue or green if it ever had been, right? It would be red. Okay. It would have picked up its normal color in the present age of the world, right?
Yeah, I see that. I'm with you there.
Okay. If the color of the blue body was being generated by plasma physics phenomena prior to the GCE, the Great Capture event, then nobody would have thought of it as the morning star. Prior to the GCE, its color and appearance would have been steady regardless of time of day. Okay, that's another time problem. So, that means the time period during which the Mayans were referring to the blue body as a morning star had to have been after the capture event, not before it. That would appear to rule out Venus. After being disconnected from the Birkeland current of Saturn, Venus would quickly have assumed its post-GCE color scheme. Okay, bloody rather than a fiery redness. This also implies that the green morning star, which the Mayans referred to, would have been. There's three possibilities, right? So you've got Neptune, Uranus,
Mars, the god of war. Ares of the Greeks, Archangel Gabriel. The Aztec god, Huitzilopochtli. In Babylon, he was Nergal, a desolate desert planet, fourth from the sun. There are those that say life once thrived here. Some say it still does. The estimates of the level of the technology range anywhere from Bronze Age to a technology so advanced they had vacation spots on Enceladus. As far as our reality goes, I think that we were all fascinated even before the face was found. But when that face was found, we were all over it. They didn't waste any time. They started saying that it was just a mesa, and not a very good one at that. We all have a pretty good idea that at the very least life once existed there, and there's a very good possibility that it still does. They seem to think we can't handle it, but I think we can handle it just fine. The Martians, on the other hand, would most likely have the number one rule, and that would be stay away from the Earthlings. That's what mine would be. Theodore Holden and Troy McLaughlin are co-authors of a book called Cosmos in Collision, which posits Jupiter's largest moon, Ganymede, as the original site of human habitation within our solar system. In this video, Theodore Holden describes the overwhelming evidence of previous human habitation on Mars as seen in recent NASA probe images, which is the reason that he, his co-author Troy McLaughlin, and numerous others have originally thought that human habitation within our system must have begun on Mars.
I'm good. I'm ready. Whatever you are, and we got about an hour and a half.
Okay. Okay, you should be able to see my screen on.
I got it.
Okay. I said the first thing I wanted to talk about was Mars. Okay. And
I'm good.
let me just run some of the areas on Bearfabrique Bio. Okay, at the top you've got two of Yvonne Bolivian's Firebirds, right? HYPOTHESIS. You've got products and books which are not that's sort of probably not ready for prime time just yet, right? Forbidden knowledge, you know, like things which are too good for the American people to have. You know, DDT, the Tucker Carr, whatever, right? All kinds of stuff like that. A decent alphabet for English, that's interesting. SATURN theories, genesis of the Ganymede hypothesis, that you would be interested in. Okay, our Blacktop manned space program. This is the thing we were talking about yesterday. And like I say, you're still with me, right? It's like...
Yeah, I'm with you.
Right, there are three files here, three general areas in this. This is my own take on, you know, Mars images. I've been looking at Mars images since the early 90s, right? I had a copy of that book of Richard Hoagland's and read it, okay? And all you had to work with in those days were those low resolution images, you know, like from the Viking probe. And NASA has always claimed that what you're seeing in that Cydonia area is just a bunch of natural formations, you know, a mesa, which is what they claim that face megalith amounts to. Pyramids, you've got other things which, you know, to many observers just obviously artificial. They claim they're not. They claim that all you're seeing there is pareidolia. They're lying, okay? Make no mistake, they're lying by omission. It's like they're working at keeping those old images in circulation, because you could almost, starting from the 1976 low resolution images, you could almost make a case that what you're seeing is natural formations, right, in pareidolia. You know, what they're not telling people and what they're trying to get out of circulation, and what is becoming increasingly difficult to find on the internet as the years go by, are these high resolution images, which they were forced into taking like in 1999 and 2001. Okay, let's look at some of that, right? This first file is called General Mars Images, Satellites, and Rolling Probes. It says those of us who were at least pre-teens in the 1950s remember it well enough. Getting to the moon was all anybody ever talked about in those days. Great national purpose, which you heard about and read about every day, right? And then in 1969, they actually did it, right? One small step for man, giant leap for mankind.
Yeah, although the more and more people are starting to think that whole thing was fake, you know.
I don't believe it was fake. There were several more Apollo missions over the space of the next few years. And then, like, what are we supposed to believe, right? Like, manned space programs, been there, done that, time now to get back to serious business, such as running and fine-tuning our welfare state. Do you actually believe that? Or could it possibly, you know, is that believable? Or could it possibly be that whatever those people saw up there messed their minds so badly that manned space exploration was made into a black op at that point, and most people simply haven't heard any more about it since that time?
You have two camps. You have a camp that says that Mr. Armstrong was recluse because of what he saw up there, and then you have the camp that says he didn't want to lie, so...
I believe he's a recluse because of what he saw up there. Normally,
yeah,
like I said, conspiracy theory should be the last choice, right? I mean, for explaining anything.
I agree.
But the situation you've got is not normal, right? You've got a situation where you have, like, artificial things for sure on Mars, in all likelihood on the moon, right? And then in all likelihood on Ganymede also, that largest moon of Jupiter's. We'll get to that.
Mm-hmm.
Right, large numbers of rolling probe images coming online, NASA and ESA websites. This is not just NASA, right? The European Space Agency also shows these Sidonia images, and you've got not so much anymore, right? It seems now that they seem to have largely given up on trying to hide this stuff. They used to go to great lengths to try to mess these images up, to smear them using, brightness and contrast settings, and to do other kinds of things. Their charter requires them to post these images online, right? But they've tried to make it so that you can't make anything out of them, right?
Yeah.
They call NASA never a straight answer, right?
Yeah. I heard another good one for that too, for that acronym. Something about Nazis. Anyways, go ahead.
Right.
Nazis
You've got
are still around.
This. You have a dozen Baker's dozen Facebook groups dedicated entirely to going over these Mars rover images pixel by pixel, right? NASA can't do that. NASA's just a government agency. I mean, they do not have the number of eyes it would take to go over all those images pixel by pixel. But the internet does, right? Facebook does, and these Facebook groups do. And the Facebook groups, I believe, have pretty much taken the place of Usenet, which used to be the worldwide BBS system before you had web browsers or HTML.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. What I believe you're seeing now is that I believe that NASA is actually using the Facebook groups to catalog these things, right? I think they appear at times.
Yeah.
Now, we've got these two cases that we talked about yesterday, where you've got urban infrastructure, which has been disguised to look as if it were a desert area, just by smearing contrast and brightness.
Mm-hmm.
Right? You've got numerous websites which you can go to, and then all you have to do is get on. You've got enterprisemission.com, which is Richard Hoagland. You've got UFO, whatever that amounts to, right? MarsAnomalyResearch.com. Right, and then Sapinski, the sky. What's up in the sky.com. Right, you've got a number of places like that, and then you've got these Facebook groups, and the one that I would recommend more than any other is Martine Greiny's group, which is called Martian Genesis.
Right.
Okay, and we will, the first indication that you had something really funny going on Mars came like around 96, 97, whatever that was.
Mm-hmm.
EIA 04995, right? You've got footprints in this image. In fact, the lower right-hand corner of this image shows a number of artificial things, including metallic things, right, which are obviously clearly artificial. And then, like, evidence that somebody was walking around looking at some of this stuff. You've got, like, those are not ancient footprints from 10,000 years ago. Those are fairly recent.
Yeah, it's windy.
Right. You've got an example here of what I mean when I say that you need to have the eyes that it takes to go over these images pixel by pixel. What you're seeing in this image doesn't look like much of anything. It just looks like the camera arm or one of the camera arms of the rover, and then just desert, right? This just looks like a bunch of nothing.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yep.
But like, what happens when I go to this Gigapan? You've got like a website called gigapan.com where people keep large geological images, right?
Yeah.
Paid for panning and zooming. Let me show what happens for this. Look, if I say, let's open this in a new tab, right?
What do you think? Oh, I just got an internal server error.
That's me.
Oh, real quick, what do you think of the thing that NASA says Mars' atmosphere is only 1% that of Earth? I don't believe that. It can't be. How could the parachute stop the rover or anything for that matter with 1% of our atmosphere?
I don't quite know what to make of that. Look, it's like
Yeah.
you've got images which positively show small animals and people, indigenous people,
Yeah.
around on Mars. They must be breathing something. Either that or they've gotten very good at it's something akin to yoga. And they're managing to go for like 30 or 40 or 50 minutes without breathing.
Yeah.
That's a bit far-fetched.
Slow their heartbeat down to 1 beat a minute or something.
That's pretty far-fetched. It's
Yeah.
conceivable, but what appears to be the case is that they've never rebuilt the surface on Mars. They're living most of their lives underground. They're coming out for a half hour, an hour in the middle of the day for sunlight and vitamin D, right?
Right. Magnetic field.
Okay, whatever's happening is that the GigaPan link isn't working right now. Okay, so I'm going to just scroll past this. What you're going to see,
Yeah.
if you zoom, if you start with this image here, and if you zoom, you see where my mouse cursor is right now?
Yes.
This is where you're going to find the interesting stuff. Right where the mouse cursor is, more or less, is like, somewhere right around here is the interesting area. If you zoom like about 5 times,
Yeah.
what you can see is this.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Here you've got a woman with a sort of a khaki colored pair of slacks and then a black jacket on and some sort of what seems to be the case is that the U.S. government workers are wearing some sort of a minimalistic oxygen tank, right? They're probably not used to breathing whatever they call air on Mars. Okay. You can see the arrow that I've got. You've got this woman standing there with strawberry blonde hair. You've got to her left is what you might think was a boulder, except that boulders generally don't have gull-wing doors like an old 300 SL Mercedes. You see that what I'm pointing at with my mouse cursor here.
Yeah, I see like something that looks like a flag. It's a shadow of a flag. Is that what you're talking about?
No, well, no, this is a door. It's like it's an opening. You see where my cursor is now, that's an opening, and that's like a door of some sort.
Yeah, you know what? I don't see your cursor. I was looking at my cursor.
Okay, can you see my cursor now? It's green. It's over on the left in the white area.
No, I don't see it.
Okay, at any rate, you've got like a boulder, which is really some sort of an ancient building, which has got a door. It looks a little bit like a flag, but what you're really seeing is like a folding door.
Yeah, I can see that.
Okay. In front of the woman is the head of a statue. That's what she's looking at. You can see that. You can see you've got eyes and a nose and, lips.
Yeah.
And then above there's that red arrow. And above the red arrow, there's what looks like a piece of angle iron.
Looks like
sticking
a Hulk.
out towards the viewer, towards the rover's camera.
I see it.
Okay. All of this stuff is like, it doesn't belong there. If you accept what NASA's trying to tell us, NASA wants us to believe that you've got some sort of army of robots up there now, with no live humans up there. It's like they want us to, and again, nobody makes a vehicle that could roll around Baltimore or Houston for like 3 or 4, 5 or 10 years, without any sort of maintenance, right? Do you really want to believe that anything could roll around this sort of an area, for 10, for years without maintenance? I don't believe that.
Yeah, they're trying to say that the wind was keeping the solar panels clean. That's crazy. I've never seen wind clean a car.
Somebody wasn't wiping the dust off of those solar panels every couple of days or so. They wouldn't function very well. This is what we're looking at here. We're looking at an agency. That when Barack Obama took over, the first thing he told NASA was that their primary mission in life was helping Muslims with their self-esteem issues, right? Maybe, to my way of thinking, anybody with any self-respect should have just got up and left. Right. I'm not making that up. Nobody can make that up, right? That's the kind of thing nobody can make up. But these are some of these 1976 images, right, of the Cydonia region.
I remember when I first saw it.
Okay. This is the face on Mars. Everybody, a lot of people have seen this picture on tabloids. You go up to the grocery store, right, and it's like, aside from how everybody's living in Hollywood, California. You've got this picture sitting around occasionally.
Yeah.
The face on Mars. This is the thing that NASA claims is pareidolia, you know, just some sort of a mesa, right? And you might make a case like that, right? I mean, you know, Richard Hoagland never believed that, even if that's all, even if this image was all he had to work with, Richard Hoagland was calling them liars on account of this. You know, other people with real credentials have always challenged NASA on this one, just on the basis of these low resolution images. You've got an area where you've got small pyramids, like this that you see here. And to the right of this image, you've got something which looks like a sort of a dinner bell triangle, you know, which they called a fortress or something. And you've got more than one little pyramid body. And then you've got like a five-sided pyramid, like the Chrysler emblem. Okay. And Mother Nature doesn't do equilateral triangles. You know, like the long sides of this thing are 1.5 miles, right? Mother Nature doesn't do straight lines and Bezier curves on a 2 or 3 mile scale. Okay.
Ted, can I enlarge that like I did yesterday with the plus control, or no?
Yeah.
Okay.
On your own screen. Or I could enlarge it for you a little bit. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. Because I mean, I don't have my reading glasses on, and I can't.
Better?
That's better. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. I see that good.
Down on the next page is the thing that NASA hasn't publicized very much. This is the high resolution image of that same face megalith.
Damn, look at that eye. It looks evil.
This is absolutely artificial. Look, the left eye, you know, the way you'd create something like this is to pile up progressively smaller stones and rocks until you have the general shape and outline that you wanted. You got to understand this thing is like 2.5 miles or so top to bottom, and then maybe, I don't know, 2.5 or 3 miles up and down, and then like maybe 1.5 miles across, right?
That's
immense. This is made to be seen from off planet. This is not made to be seen by people walking around next to it.
Right.
Okay. You've got lips, you've got eyes, you've got nostrils, right? You've got some sort of a headdress. The guy's wearing, right?
Looks like the right side took a hit.
The wind and sand are coming from left to right in this picture. What they've done, the way they built this thing was to pile up rocks into the general form they wanted, then cover the rocks and stones with some sort of a hard casing like concrete or cement, right?
Yeah.
And then over, you know, I mean, how much time has gone by since the time this was in good shape till now? I don't know, 3, 4, 5, 10,000 years, however, it's been a while. The hard casing has been weathered on the left side, right? And you can see the stones beginning to show through. You know, where the casings, and then on the right-hand side, on the leeward side, the hard casing is falling away in slabs. Which is what you see. Now you can see that, like, you've got like the eye on the left eye is, you know, which is on the leeward side, is, you know, much easier to see, right? It's like you can see where the casing is falling away from what was the left eye. And I believe this thing has been picked up and then slammed down in the catastrophes, which just, you know, which sort of wrecked the place.
And it's huge too.
Yeah. Okay. If you scroll down a little bit more, you can see my own interpretation of what you're seeing. Says that the thing has been sort of warped. Okay. The face megalith has been warped by this event, which picked it up and slammed it down like that. But you can see where you have nostrils and lips and eyes, and, you know, you can see the proportions of the thing, right?
Yes. Did you see Van Flanderen's presentation on this, where he claims that it's like 1 billion to 1 that it's artificial? I mean, that it in favor of it being artificial.
Let me explain. Yeah, Tom Van Flanderen, and your viewers should understand that Tom Van Flanderen was a director of the Naval Observatory. Okay, so Tom Van Flanderen has got serious credentials.
Oh, yeah.
It's not some clown or anything like that, right? It's like he said that it was provable that this thing was artificial. And the proof, basically, if you boil it down to what he was saying, it involves the nature of pareidolia, right? And that's a funny word. You know, pareidolia generally means that You can oftentimes look at a cloud formation or rock formation somewhere off in the distance, and you could think you're seeing a picture of Aunt Sally or Uncle John or something familiar, right? It's like you get some sort of a cloud that looks like something or other, but it's invariably the case that as you get closer, cases of real pareidolia, as you get closer to whatever it is, as you get increasingly higher resolution images, the higher the resolution image you look at, or the closer you get, the less it looks like Uncle John or Aunt Sally or whatever it looked like, right? The effect diminishes with decreasing distance, right? Whereas in this thing, the higher the resolution you get, the more artificial it looks. You understand what I'm saying? It's the exact opposite of pareidolia.
Right. Bob, do you think that this face is just a face, or do you think it's a face of a particular big prominent person? Or I heard someone say might be Adam. That's why I asked.
No, look, I've got no clue. It's like whatever it's supposed to represent. I mean, we've obviously got, to my way of thinking, we've got like about 200 years worth of archaeological work sitting there in front of us.
Yep.
I don't like the idea of going off into space in the condition of amnesia sufferers, right? Like, not knowing who the hell we are or what our own history is, right? In other words, before we go off into space and feel good about it, we've got to spend the 200 years doing archaeological work both on Mars and on Ganymede more than anything else, right? But it's like, there's other places on the system which are interesting as well, including a moon, right?
Yeah.
If you get some of this basic science right, then you could end up throwing a lot of money away. Now, the Chinese, and this is like, the people at the LaRouche group,
I'm aware of them.
Chinese have just landed on the dark side of the moon, and what they have in mind to do is to, get rich and famous by mining, hydrogen or helium-3, which they believe has been, accumulating on the dark side of the moon for like about 4 billion years. What's the problem with that?
What did you say? You cut out. What?
I say, what's the problem with that?
What's the problem with the Chinese mining the moon?
No, what's the problem with their thinking that the moon has been sitting there collecting that stuff for 4 billion years?
I don't know. What is the problem?
The moon isn't 4 billion years old. That's very...
Okay. I didn't catch the 4 billion year part.
So somebody's in for rude awakening.
Definitely.
I try to explain that to the LaRouche group. They don't want to hear about it at any rate.
Oh, that's too bad.
No. At any rate, so you've got this thing sitting there, and this is like, definitely. This is official. It's a monument which looks like a human face. It served some purpose. I mean, there was some reason for it being there, right? I don't know what that reason would be. I don't think anybody does.
Yeah.
At any rate, this descriptive text, this is the 5-sided pyramid, like your Chrysler emblem from Detroit, right?
Yep.
Oh, this is the high resolution of that. And here you've got like, equilateral triangles. I mean, Mother Nature doesn't do equilateral triangles. I mean, not on a, piece of which is like 1.5 miles long. Things like the long edges 1.5 miles. You've got buttressing on the corners here. You've got the side which, to the right of the image, which has obviously been damaged, right?
Right. Yeah.
But you can still see that this is something which is not a natural formation, right? I mean, let's scroll down a bit more. You've got another pyramid. This is a smaller pyramid, and you've got like going from one corner of the thing, you've got some sort of a tunnel going out, and then you've got two things which look a little bit like tennis courts or something down at the end of the tunnel. Okay, and if you scroll down a little bit more, then you've got, my own interpretation of what you're seeing here. If you didn't know better, you see the blue line?
Yeah.
If you didn't know better, you might have thought that you were seeing something other than just a pyramid, right? But the buildup inside that blue line, I think, is just sand blowing up against the other surfaces, right?
I see.
As of right now, this image was easy enough to find like in 2001 or 2002. It's not easy to find anymore. It's like I know I can find it on my own, on Bearfabrique, you know, my own website. I don't know where else you'd go to look for this right now, find it easily. Like I say, NASA has tried to disappear these high-res images while keeping the 1976 low-resolution images floating around. You know, it's like lying by omission.
Yeah.
Okay, keep going. That mentions metaresearch.org. I don't know if that still exists, right? That was Tom Van Flander's website. There are other websites sitting around there with some of Tom Van Flander's images and presentations.
I like the crater he shows with the tire tracks going around it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The text here talks about the profusion of images coming back from these Mars rovers, right?
Mm-hmm.
It says these images show clear remains of cities and villages with roads, bridges, buildings, and other urban infrastructure, remains of large-scale infrastructure, remains of walls with fitted stones, remains of the foundations of buildings, remaining trees and vegetation, water both flowing and standing. I've seen that in numerous of these Mars images.
I have pictures of it.
Okay, such pools and streams frequently seen in near proximity to artifacts of past habitation, mechanical junk and debris strewn across the sands. Most of those kinds of items are obviously artificial, but of unknown usage. Occasionally, you see something easily recognizable: gear wheels, cogs, tires, axles, funnels, padlocks, common items, right?
Mm-hmm.
Excuse me.
It's okay.
Gateways, portals to underground areas. Like I said, the people that live there are living underground. They've never, I don't see any evidence in any of these images they've ever tried to rebuild the surface.
Yeah. Yeah, I see the glass tunnels too. They're very intriguing.
One of Mars' small moons, Phobos, turns out to be artificial. Okay, and this was known even as early on as the Eisenhower administration. You know, just from orbit parameters, they knew that this thing was not solid, right? It was, you know, you've got claims on the internet that one of the Russian probes has taken penetrating radar soundings on Phobos and seen rectangular interior spaces. Okay.
And heat signature.
Yeah. Real moons are supposed to be made out of dirt and green cheese, and that's supposed to reflect light all over creation.
I agree with that.
Okay, Phobos appears to be metallic. It looks as if it were made out of metallic strakes. Before you even have the color images, you had.
Did you were you aware of the two moons of Mars in the Gulliver's Travels story that was written in 1790, I think? And they got it could be a lucky guess, but they got the orbit times right. How could they do that?
I don't know.
Jonathan Swift.
Yeah, I don't know. So you might have been working with information which has not been lost over the years, right? I mean, I just don't know. You've got portals and gateways to underground areas. You've got this artificial moon. You've got color images now, which are called HIRISE, HIRISE, right? The University of Arizona Space Program, and all you have to do is get on Google and type in, you know, Phobos HIRISE. Well, let me do that for a moment. Let me get over here.
Okay.
Type in Phobos HIRISE. Okay, these are the HIRISE images. I don't know what it is with this. It's like, oh, okay, we just got a color back. Okay, here we go. This is Phobos.
Yeah, right there, yeah.
You know, this appears to be made of metallic strakes. Richard Hoagland was saying, you know, even before you have these color images, that you could almost count the rivets. He said that, like, looking at even at the black and white images that you had of Phobos before 2008, you could all but count the rivets. You know.
Is that the body with the monolith on it that looks like a tombstone?
There's an anomaly. There's a thing which looks like a tower rising out of Phobos, which may have been a docking tower or something. This is like an ancient space station, like 14 or 15 miles across, right?
Yeah.
We don't build things on a scale like that. If we were to try to, if some government agency wanted to build something like that, starting from Earth now, there's no way you could do it. It's like, if you built it on Earth, you'd never get it into space. And if you were going to try to build something like that in space, how would you do it? I mean, you're going to have an army of workers up there in space doing what, right? Wearing spacesuits? I mean, what happens when one of them has to use the restroom, right? You can have like Johnny on the spots out there in space, or like,
Oh, I'm sure they'd figure it out. They'd figure if they had to do 7 steps, they'd figure it out.
No, I mean, I think I could tell you how this was constructed, right? But I mean, it's a very strange explanation.
Oh, I love strange explanations.
Okay, what I believe to be the case is that where, from reading through Velikovsky's materials, that, Venus is supposed to have been electrically, like, you're talking about electrical fissioning, right? I mean, ejected from one of the gas giants. I mean, most likely Saturn. I believe that the people living on Mars had been able to control that process. That they had somehow or other caused, Saturn to eject something which they intended to use, like a metallic geode, which they just hammered into what you're seeing here. Okay.
Yeah. Would that be something called the Lucifer experiment?
No, this is outside the realm.
Okay.
Let me back what we were looking at here. It's like, Mars images, cities and villages, right? You see this is basically, I mean, looks like a desert.
Right. That's Hale Crater.
Looks like a bunch of nothing. I had to convince myself that the people that were making the claims that I was seeing, I mean, I had to convince myself they weren't just smoking too much reefer. What you do is you download the image, and you don't download the JPEG image. JPEG is a lossy process, right? It's like download the TIFF image, which is lossless, about 30 megabytes, right? And sit there and screw around with that image, just using adjustments for brightness and contrast. And this is what turns up when you do that. Like, oh my, that doesn't look like a desert anymore. That's urban infrastructure. You've got buildings there.
Yep.
You've got buildings, you've got all kinds of things which don't belong in a desert, right? Now, this is beyond lying by omission. This is lying. This is putting out a false story to the American taxpayers and people who are paying for all this stuff.
Yeah, they don't really care much about that.
Okay, there's another city area and this was fairly easy to demonkey, right? It's like, you could get somebody wanting to claim that what you're seeing here was like JPEG artifacts. No, they're not. I mean, I've worked with JPEG coding. JPEG, smears noise around, right? It's like there's no way in the world that JPEG encoding is ever going to create anything like that. And besides, we're not even talking about JPEG. It's like, remember I said I downloaded a TIFF image.
Right.
At any rate, even if I had downloaded a JPEG image, it's like it wouldn't do anything like that.
Yeah.
Here, you're seeing something which is a little bit more obviously urban infrastructure. You're seeing in the middle of this thing, you're seeing a sort of a bridge, right? Where you've got vanishing point perspective in this. You've got like at least one bridge, roads, buildings, God knows. This was a little bit more involved to try to demonkey, right? But it's like, you had to do a little bit more than just fooling around with brightness and contrast. Somebody managed to figure out that this looked, like a little bit more than just a sandy desert area, right? And then they managed to dig that out of it, right? And I mean, I also managed to just download the base file and follow the same set of steps, and like, yeah, it does start to look like that.
Looks like infrastructure to me.
Oh yeah. You've got areas where you can see urban infrastructure, and where you can see cities and like towns and villages, right? These are, you're seeing buildings here which are sort of worn. There's a windward and a leeward side of this. Well, leeward side is on the left of these buildings. The corners on the left are still straight.
Oh, yeah.
You're seeing terracing and you're seeing buildings.
Yep.
This is like another sort of a thing which looks like, like suburban infrastructure. That's like one of these chaos regions that they talk about. Fitted stones.
Right.
Right.
Yep. I've seen those. Those are interesting.
This, I don't know. This could be something that may or may not be, right? It's like there's all kinds of stuff. Whatever this is obviously artificial.
Oh, yeah. That, it just looks different.
Yeah, I mean, this is like, here you've got Bezier curves, and you've got like a metallic piece of something or other. Like I said, just mechanical junk and debris strewn across the sands. In this picture that you're seeing now, you've got the remains of a gear wheel. You can see this.
Yep.
Okay. You've got some sort of an ornate box sitting here. I have no idea what that would be, but, a casket or something, or, that's not a rock.
Well, that picture has been deliberately fudged. You can just tell by looking at it.
No, this is a zoomed picture.
Why? Okay, because it looks like it's in strips.
Yeah, well, I know the reason it looks like it's in strips is because it's back at the limit of the. You don't have flying drones, camera drones like with these rovers, right? It's like the only thing that they're really doing is using the highest resolution camera that they can use, and they're rolling around and they're taking image of some of the pictures you see are things which are a half a mile or a mile from the rover.
Uh-huh. Okay. I got it. Yeah. Almost looks like tombstones, like a graveyard.
Okay, this is some other kind of a mechanical thing.
Yep, I see that.
Be a valve cover or something. I mean, it doesn't take much imagination. Here you've got something. I mean, does that look like a rock to you?
Well, it's hard to say, really. Are you saying it's metallic?
It's not a rock. You've got a completely flat surface. I mean, you've got something which is, is obviously artificial. I've shown some of these images, like I've posted some of these images like on, the Thunderbolts forum site. And I got people, just swearing up and down, oh, that's just a rock, Holden. What are you talking about? You're smoking too much dope or something,
Yeah.
So, I mean, you can't really argue with that. You know what I mean? It's like, the evidence here is mostly graphic. It's mostly, to a reasonable person, to my way of thinking, this is not a rock, right? I mean, this is some kind of an artificial thing. I mean, no way to tell what it was. You've got, this, for instance, I mean, that could be like a sign on a barber shop, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I see that.
Not a rock. Looks sort of like a bronze manhole cover.
Sure does, yeah.
I mean, you got no idea what it was, right? But I mean, this is not something that just occurs in nature. There's no reason to believe that anybody ever dragged a bronze manhole cover up to Mars, like in one of those spacecraft, right?
Well, yeah, now also I'm looking at the blue tint in the rocks. I've never seen blue rocks before.
Yeah.
You see that?
The color may or may not be believable, it's like, nonetheless, the thing that you're seeing here is not something which occurs in nature. This here, you've got something which to me is like a funnel,
Yeah. Yeah.
Like I say, sometimes you see common things lying around. Here you've got what appears to be a propeller blade. It could either be a fan blade or it could be a propeller for a ship.
Yeah, they sure blurred it.
I've seen the remains of boats and ships. Here you've got what appears to be a wooden beam of some sort, right? It's like you find, well, like I've seen foundations of buildings and the remains of, just buildings which you don't have much left of, right? And this appears to be a wooden beam. You've got like all kinds of things which don't belong there if Mars is a dead world, right? And this is, you know, you've heard me say that, you know, you've had the one guy who I believe has done a huge disservice to the Thunderbolts group. You know, in these presentations, you know, like Mars, the lightning-scarred planet, right? You can attend one of these hour-long presentations and walk out believing that Mars was nothing more than a collection of rocks and electrical scars, right? Now, you do have rocks on Mars. You do have electrical scars, and an awful lot of the things which look like rocks are rocks. That's a pretty good reason for something looking like a rock, right? But then you've also got too many things which aren't rocks sitting up there.
Well, it's our wonderful education system, and the scientific dogma has everyone in their left brains. They're not allowed to use any kind of a instinct or intuition.
Yeah.
That gets people afraid to touch it. They don't want to be labeled.
I don't want to talk about things which anybody can see in Thunderbolts videos, right? I mean, those guys are better at materials than I am. It's like what I wanted to talk about today was the 3 or 4 things which are sort of like taboo topics on Thunderbolts and a number of other venues, right? Small animals, right? I mean, to me, this is obviously enough. It's the ground squirrel.
But I can understand why they are like they are. They're trying to break into the mainstream science, you know.
They're trying to break into academia, right? I can understand that.
Yeah.
Nonetheless, I've had people who thought I was jerking them for a long time, looked at this and said, oh my God, Ted, that's a squirrel. But no kidding.
Yeah, I know that's crazy. Well, I know you're familiar with Mr. I can't remember his last name now, Mr. Hall, who's claiming that these are on Vancouver Island, and that's one of them, what do they call them, creatures there that live there?
Yeah, it's a lemming.
Yeah.
That's not a lemming, that's a ground squirrel. And, you know, the other thing about Spitsbergen Island is that, like, the topography of those islands off of Canada are not what appears like in page after page after page after page of these Mars images, right? It's a different kind of topography.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, you're not seeing the same kinds of things. Let me see if I can bring this up on a separate. Here's the image that ground squirrel. The little squirrel is down there in the lower left area of the image. Okay, you can see that somebody had to be going over these images pixel by pixel before you ever saw that ground squirrel.
People can be amazing at what they can do.
Can you not see my cursor at all, or?
I can. I see something fluttering around, but I don't see your cursor.
You see my cursor over on the left of the image? It's green.
Yeah, I know you said that. It's green. I don't see no cursor on my screen.
Okay, it's if anybody else can see it.
Do you have maybe an option to show cursor or hide cursor?
No, you either see that or you don't, right? It's like the technology is just not there.
Yeah.
At any rate, that's the NASA image of that ground. So, you know, I could take you, you know, if we were sitting here both in my room, it's like I could take you right to the point, you know, where the ground squirrel is lying between these 2 rocks, right? You've got openings to this. This is something which shows like on Google Earth, or Google Mars rather. Okay, so you've got some fairly large openings to underground areas. You've got this thing which we've gone over.
Mm-hmm.
This woman sitting there looking at the statue.
Yeah, the strawberry blonde. Imagine there's 2 women and they're both strawberry blondes. That's interesting.
Yeah, look, it's like this is a case MSL 1049, right? The 100mm camera. As you zoom in on this.
Oh, there's an arm.
Yeah, you've got a woman looking at the rover.
Sure do.
Rover from behind a wall, sort of. She's standing in a doorway, which is a sort of a cave. You know, this is like Fred Flintstone and Barney Rubble, right? Living in a sort of what's left. That's a human. The human visual system does a very good job of recognizing familiar forms.
Yeah.
human musculature and arms and shoulders and legs and hips and all these kinds of things, you know, the human visual system does a very good job. This is a woman, not a U.S. government worker. I mean, a U.S. government worker wouldn't be peeking around a corner looking at the rover like she didn't know what it was.
She looks like she's wearing like a light purple coat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you zoom a little bit more, then
Okay, I see it better now. Yeah. That is something else there.
Oh, it gets better.
Oh, I know.
Here you've got another woman standing at a sort of a counter. And remember I said that in this picture there were also several things which appear to be doorways into underground areas.
Right.
Subterranean areas, which I've marked here.
Mm-hmm.
As if they were all purchased back at Home Depot or Lowe's.
Yeah.
Right?
It does.
See what I'm saying?
Yep.
You've got like a guy that shows in one of these images, this is not pareidolia.
The speaker.
Yeah. That's not pareidolia.
No, it's not.
You have you have statues, right? These people were big into statues. You know, so you have to separate like cases of live humans from statues, but it's not that hard to do.
Ted, scroll back up on that. I mean, come on. That is something somebody made. You can see the guy with his arms crossed and his little beard and his little turban or whatever he's wearing. That's artificial.
That's not a rock.
No.
Okay? Here we've got like a little girl, and this is not a statue either. You know, a 5,000-year-old statue isn't going to have glossy hair like that.
Yeah, that's real hair. The only one problem with me is I'm trying to figure out where the hell her body is.
She's lying prone on the ground behind a rock, okay? And it's like there's a little bit of a rise in the ground she's lying on. She's looking at the rover, again, like just sort of peeking at it from behind something, like she doesn't know what it is.
Oh, so her body is like on the other side of the hill.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. If she was a statue, then the statue would have fallen on its face. And if the statue was standing there, then she'd be staring up into the sky, right? Nobody makes a statue of somebody staring up into space.
Or looking off to the side.
Yeah. Okay.
No, I see that. Yeah.
This is my own. This is my own take on just as close as I could come to.
That blows me away right there. That first picture, the color one.
Yeah. Let me see if this picture might still be there. It's like
creepy looking.
Oh yeah, but you can see the little girl is she's not in one of the corners of this thing. She's like about 2/3 of the way to the right and 1/3 of the way up from the bottom. You can see.
Right in the bottom.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I see her. Oh, okay. So she's high. There is a big rock there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
You get close. The proportion.
Yeah.
That's the one that gets me right there.
This is the grand prize.
That's undeniable.
Yeah, this is Martine Graney. And here you've got what I call the girl in the yellow smock, okay?
Yeah.
And these colors are there. The colors have not been added into this picture. I mean, again, she's trying to, you've got the rover's camera taking a picture of something half a mile or 2/3 of a mile away.
Mm-hmm.
And you've got like this little girl sitting on a rock in front of what looks like Chinese architecture, sort of a pagoda roof.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, and I see she has like weak legs. That might be due to the gravity, on Mars, because it's like.
I don't know. I don't know why you're seeing her legs look the way that they do in the picture.
Yeah, they look funky.
Something to do with the photography, the cinematography.
Her upper torso looks perfect.
Right.
Another strawberry.
Somebody might still try to say, well, that's just a rock, Holden. You're just smoking too much,
No, that's not a rock.
That's not a rock. Let me tell you the problem you've got trying to claim that's a rock. I mean,
Rocks don't get up and walk away when it gets to be time for dinner or time to go to bed, right? Little girls do that. You've got two pictures of this exact same spot taken from different angles from, you know, like a day apart or day and a half apart, whatever that was, right?
I have that picture. Yeah.
One of the pictures shows the little girl sitting there on the rock. The other one just shows the rock, and the little girl is gone.
I have shown that. Yeah.
And you know, like I say, you know, rocks don't get up and walk away when it's dinner time.
No, they sure don't.
You know.
Yeah.
Now, let me read you some of this. All of this, I believe, is what is behind the NASA secrecy. Anything else they could have at least come up with some feeble attempt at an explanation for without having to totally toss and jettison their entire theory of a history of our solar system, or at least without having to look flagrant about it. Assuming that NASA actually has made contact with indigenous humans living on Mars, a number of questions arise, right? So do these people know much more about human prehistory than we do, have better records going back to and possibly beyond the catastrophes than we do, right? Do they know anything about antediluvian civilizations on our own planet or other bodies within our own system, which we don't know? Do they have any physical or mental capabilities that we don't have? Do they have any technologies we might be interested in? Does contact with us represent any danger to them or vice versa, right?
Yeah.
Keeping big secret, keeping secrets invites conspiracy theories. That's the problem, right?
Yeah, it sure does.
NASA should not be keeping secrets like this.
Absolutely.
You know, it's like, you know, we pay their salaries. It's like we should be getting this information.
Of course we should.
You know, this is that's the problem. It's a big problem here. Let me go back. Remember, I said there were 3 files here.
Yeah, yeah.
The third file here.
Yeah, we got a half an hour, so.
Okay, the third file here says the question of electrogravitic propulsion and how the trip to Mars might have been shortened. I don't picture a human astronaut surviving a trip to Mars via any kind of a vehicle powered by rocket engines. It's like it would take a year. It would take 10 months to a year, right? And it's like you'd have to deal with the Van Allen belt. You'd have to be, you know, what else would you have to deal with? I mean, you go stir crazy, right? I mean, they say that Christopher Columbus took like about 2 months to get to the Americas.
Right.
And it's said that his men were on the edge of losing it when he finally, you know, at the point at which he got here. You know, if they hadn't found something fairly quickly, they would have been in very bad shape.
You can't go to Mars in a firework.
No. Okay, all you can do is make educated guesses. I mean, I don't, you know, I can tell you what I know. Okay, I have like 2 or 3 people that I associate with that, you know, that are connected to some of these kinds of projects, right? I mean, what they tell me is that it's most likely not NASA in charge of this project.
No, I wouldn't think so.
Likely the USAF Space Command. NASA is more like a PR firm.
A front.
You know, NASA could easily be operating these rovers once the rovers get there, but I don't think they're in charge of the project. NASA is just a government agency. NASA cannot materialize money in trillion-dollar quantities just out of the void, right? The Pentagon can do that.
Right, right.
Catherine Austin Fitts, you know, talking about dollars and whatnot, and like, you know, has enough money gone missing from the Pentagon's budget to pay for a manned space program on a black op basis? The answer is yes.
Yeah, trillions.
Yeah, trillions of dollars. What is it you need to get? What is it you need to get out into the void, right? To get out towards Alpha Centauri or something like that. You need 2 things, to my way of thinking.
Mm-hmm.
You need compute power. You know, you get this Ben Rich. Let me open this file here. You get this Ben Rich made this statement. He said that, you know, this is the picture which I may be looking at the wrong way. I don't want to tell anybody. I should take this picture out of this.
No, I like that picture. Right? What's wrong with it?
It sure as hell does look like somebody working on the rover, doesn't it? But there's another possible interpretation of the picture.
What's that?
It's a long story.
Okay.
But this one may really be a case, an extreme case of a coincidence. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to put money on this one at this point, you know, so I would
Looks
say,
like
yeah.
they're pouring something into it.
Right.
Yeah, I guess that's one that everybody will, you know, it's too obvious, so it can't be, you know.
It seems to me like I would almost bet the farm that we do have people on Mars at this point. I mean, just to maintain these rovers.
Well, we already have quantum computing. They're using it.
The two things that we needed to get out there, really, were like compute power density and propulsion, right? We needed something better than rocket propulsion, and we needed compute power density that we never had until the early to mid 80s. You know, I'm saying that like you had to be able to plot courses in space, right? It's not easy to do.
That, yeah.
What as I said about the B-29s just flying, forget about bombing Japan, right? But like just trying to get from California to Hawaii.
Yeah.
The navigators were off by 1 degree or something like that, that end up out there in the open ocean.
Right.
And run out of fuel, right? And they'd have to swim.
Yeah. That's why you need a fuel that's just never ending.
Yeah, okay, it's like, you know, you'd be talking about Biefeld-Brown propulsion, right? Interesting.
Electricity.
Yeah, you had to have two things, right? And I believe that, see, Ben Rich claims that we have these capabilities by 1993, right? And that sort of jives with my own times. You know, my own reading of the timeframes involved say that the point at which you would have started to have these things, you would have had the Biefeld-Brown propulsion starting from the 1960s, right? But the compute power density, you never had until the mid 80s, right? With the Motorola 68020, 68030 family of chips, right?
Mm-hmm.
A key person at the Skunk Works, okay, Lockheed, the man responsible for the F-117. He's called the father of stealth, right?
Mm-hmm.
The question, there's an interesting discussion here. I've got a link to that. Question involves a quote which reads, purportedly from Rich. Okay, stated during a 1993 alumni speech at UCLA, we already have the means to travel amongst the stars, but these technologies are locked up in black projects that would take an act of God to ever get them out to benefit humanity. Anything you can imagine, we already know how to do. One reply to the question as to a source for that quote was exceedingly interesting. It sounds like Jan Hartson is the source of these quotes, right? This was posted on a forum in 2006. Josh, I'll answer for him as I have the data. Jan Hartson's the director of MUFON, you know, UFOs, right?
Yeah.
And it is he who heard the statements. It so happens that Jan was the source of the rumor that Ben Rich made statements in a presentation he gave to a group of engineers, which happened to be members of a UCLA alumni group, who were invited to hear the presentation March 23rd, 93. The late Ben R. Rich, okay, who knows his father's self, okay. Knowing Jan, I call him to clarify what Rich said at this presentation, UCLA engineering alumni. Here's what Jan, a senior at the project executive of Boeing, told me about Ben's presentation. He showed slides and went through the history of the Skunk Works, showed pictures of U-2 and SR-71, and drones no one had seen before. The kicker was the last slide. It showed a black disc headed for space. He showed this and he made the statement, we now have the technology to take ET home. But in other words, he said we as of the early 90s, we were spacefaring, we could get beyond our own solar system. Subject of Biefeld-Brown propulsion. Okay, Paul LaViolette describes the situation.
Love his work. I watch him a lot.
Paul LaViolette is serious also. I mean, I've seen him at a couple of these Thunderbolts conferences.
Yeah, he's good.
And what he says, this is interesting. He says that in December of 1955, Aviation Report noted that corporate interest in anti-gravity research was widening. Okay, electrogravitics efforts widening, right? Companies studying the implications of gravity are said in a new statement to include Glenn Martin, Convair, you know, like the B-58 Hustler, right? Sperry Rand, Sikorsky, Bell, Lear Incorporated. Clark Industries. In other words, you have major corporate interest in this stuff, starting from the mid-50s, so that you have to figure. And then it just sort of disappeared off of everybody's radar screens, right? It got sucked up to black op type stuff.
Yeah, well, they had publications in magazines that were stating, the G machines are coming, the anti-gravity. They were talking, and then all of a sudden it just died right at that time.
I'm saying that you have to assume that 10 years later, by 1965, they would have had a pretty good handle on this stuff.
Do you remember as a kid growing up when we would picture the year 2000 and people would have flying cars? When are we going to get flying cars, for God's sakes?
Yeah. People can't even drive the kinds of cars that they have, right? I mean,
God, it would be a mess.
It would be terrible. Okay, we spoke about gravity, and you also have taken a look at that presentation of mine, like on the Ganymede hypothesis. And you said we're going to do this in 3 segments. Okay, so we're going to have to save some of this stuff for the next.
Absolutely. We'll do this in a few installments.
A few installments, yeah, but you get the idea, right? It's like Albert Einstein tried to claim that gravity was a 3-dimensional, some sort of a 4-dimensional differential geometry kind of a thing. You can't start with that and believe that it ever could have changed very much on the surface of our own planet in relatively recent times, within the last 50,000 years or thereabouts. But it's a very easy demonstration that it has, right? And that these large dinosaurs would be crushed by their own weight in our present world. They never experienced gravity the way that we do at all. In no conceivable way they could have, right? They'd be annihilated by the square cube problem. I mean, you lose part of weight ratio as you get bigger no matter what you do, right? Weight is proportional to volume, which the cubed figure. Strength is proportional to cross section of bones and muscles, which is a squared figure. If you double your physical dimensions, you go to sleep and you're 6 feet tall, you wake up and you're 12 feet tall. You've got a factor of 2 that gets figured 3 times. For volume, width, breadth, height, 2, 4, H, you're going to be 8 times heavier. You're only going to be 4 times stronger. Because the factor of 2 only gets squared, it doesn't get cubed for cross section. And that says, you can obviously only, cut your power to weight ratio in half so many times and still stand up and walk, be able to function at all, right? And it's like the large dinosaurs would be way outside of that calculation in our present world. Excuse me.
Oh, that's okay.
At any rate.
That's good stuff. I've watched that several times. You all right?
Yeah, I'm okay. It's like, when I talk for any great length of time.
I get a raw throat too many times.
The TR3B, right? I mean, the TR3B, if I had to put money on it, I would assume the TR3B it's an interstellar vehicle. It's something which is made to get looks at places like Alpha Centauri. You have to assume that they've had a pretty good look at Ganymede by now. It's like, certainly, I think Troy and I have gotten enough attention over the last, starting in 2012. I think we've gotten enough attention that filtered in somehow or other. It's like, that they've had a look at that.
It's been estimated that it produces 10,000 Tesla, at least. 15 Tesla will elevate a frog.
Yeah. Look, I'm going to...
5 Tesla, I think. I can't remember, 15 or 5.
Right.
But if you had 10,000 Tesla, that thing's got it would have its own gravitational sphere. I mean, it would be in its, right?
You've got people that claim to have seen the TR3B, what appears to look like 20 or 30 G maneuvers right now. You know that 8 or 9 G will kill a human.
Oh, yeah, I got video of it.
What I've had people tell me is that your normal laws of physics go out the window.
Right.
You start talking about something that operates the way that, that a Biefeld-Brown propulsion vehicle would operate, right? That, it would eliminate the problem that you would have with dust traveling at relativistic speeds. It would eliminate the problems that you would have with the Van Allen belts and all these other problems that you have trying to get to Mars, right?
Right.
When you do a search on constant acceleration, which is what you'd have to get to Alpha Centauri, then you start seeing a lot of, Google, right? You start seeing a lot of stuff about Albert Einstein and relativity, right? Well, I mean, that's rubbish.
Yep. Yeah.
It's not any sort of real limitation.
No.
You're not going to come back and you be like 35 years old and all your friends are dead from old age, right? That's not going to happen. They made a movie about something like that about several years ago, right? It's called Interstellar.
Oh, yeah. You were into this at a very young age. I mean, you were a teenager, right?
I'm 72 years old now, okay? So that
Okay, right. So Velikovsky was still alive, and you met him?
That's correct. I saw Velikovsky at that conference at McMaster University in Canada.
That's amazing.
I had been reading Velikovsky's books a couple of years prior to that, right? I mean, I discovered Velikovsky after I got out of college.
Okay. What year?
71, 72.
Okay. And, okay, I'm trying to think back. Nixon was president.
Yeah.
Yeah, 70. Oh, so you went to this university and saw Immanuel Velikovsky speak and then met him afterward?
I spoke to him briefly. I asked him some kind of a question about gravity and dinosaurs at the time. I can't remember what the...
So you had the wheels already turning.
That's something I'd wondered about, before I ever read about Velikovsky or, in other words, I knew there was an insoluble problem with dinosaurs. I mean, even when I was a college student.
Yeah. Yeah, that's good. I mean, I was so in love with the T-Rex that I didn't even think about things like that,
Okay, elephants barely can walk around on four legs at 5, 6, 7, 8 tons, right? It's like
a
Tyrannosaur could be like 8, 9, 10, 11 tons and could be hopping around on 2 legs. I don't think so.
No.
That doesn't work.
That intrigues the hell out of me.
Oh, that's intriguing. That's more than intriguing. Now look, it's like if I go back to just the front page for Bearfabrique here.
We got 14 minutes.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna have to. I don't.
Okay, if you can't make it, that's no problem. I got to go in 14.
No, look, it's like I didn't realize. I mentioned this to you yesterday. I've got both of these PDF files sitting here. You can just click on them, right? I've got one which there's a short and a long version. Okay, Telepathy in Ancient Times, short version.
Mm-hmm.
It's like about 4 or 5 pages, and then there's what amounts to a book.
Was that the one you showed me yesterday?
Look, Telepathy in Ancient Times, the long version is this version that talks about Ka and the Old Kingdom of Egypt and what all Ka amounted to. Right.
And I want to discuss Ganymede too because I like that theory, Ted. I think it has.
The Ganymede hypothesis is the most major thing that I've ever.
Yeah.
Far the most intriguing thing that I've ever worked on. Okay, that's basically.
You know how sometimes something will just strike you as being true?
Share a native axial tilt with the Sun. The remaining other planets do not. A startling question arises. Is it possible that our solar system is, in fact, a collection of original native planets catastrophically displaced by the later arrival of a group of captured rogue planets? Is there possibly a period in our solar system's ancient history when the planets Saturn, Neptune, Uranus, Mars, Venus, and even Earth were nowhere to be seen, and Jupiter reigned supreme with the Sun? In observing other solar systems, we can see that gas giants often orbit closely to their host star, and that many of these so-called hot Jupiters may be brown dwarf stars, complete with their own collections of moons. If our solar system originally began with only Jupiter and Mercury as its original native planets, evidenced by their axial tilts being the same as the Sun's, then it would not be amiss to suggest that Jupiter may have shared the same orbital characteristics of many gas giant exoplanets being discovered today. The problem here is that many of these hot Jupiters are too close to their suns to suggest they or their moons might be habitable. They are simply too hot. However, there are a few gas giant exoplanets that have been discovered orbiting their host star in what is called the habitable zone, and these give hope to the theory that their moons may support the needed attributes for the emergence of life as we know it. Should closer inspection of these habitable zone gas giants prove them to be brown dwarf stars, that is something entirely possible given the blurred lines between gas giants and brown dwarfs, then the possibility of liquid water moons becomes enticingly likely. Brown dwarf stars are known carriers of water, sometimes copious amounts of water, so it is entirely likely that any moons orbiting them will accumulate a portion of this water.
Yeah.
That's what, when I first heard that, it did it with SATURN theory too, but then when I heard about you and found out about your hypothesis, it just struck me like SATURN theory did, like this has got to be it, especially from the findings of Elaine Morgan.
Yeah, we have not, I mean, we haven't answered every question anybody's ever going to have about human origins. We haven't answered the question of where the first humans in the universe appeared, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I mean, we've pretty much answered the question, where did the first humans within our own solar system appear? Which is not Earth, right? This is going to be this largest moon of Jupiter's, Ganymede, right? But, like I said, we haven't answered every question, but some of the questions which we have answered are very big ones. That's the thing that's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
We've answered the question as to the relationship between Cro-Magnon man and the people of Genesis. We've answered the question as to humans not being related to hominids. For any hominid to have ever evolved into a human, he'd have to have lost everything he needed to live, right? He'd have to have lost his fur while you had ice ages going on. He'd have to have lost almost all of his night vision while trying to make it as a land prey animal surrounded by predators which could see very well in the dark.
And develop a shoulder that can throw.
He'd have to have lost almost all of his sense of smell.
Yeah.
While trying to make it as a land prey animal. And that obviously doesn't work, right? That was just making an effortlessly free meal for every predator that ever laid eyes on him, right? Whereas an aquatic mammal doesn't really need much of a sense of smell,
No.
Elaine, there are two ways you could look at Elaine Morgan's thesis. You could look at it as another version of evolutionism, in which case it's just another flavor of BS. Or you could look at it as a theory of human adaptation, in which case it's the best theory that's ever come down the road, but it's never gotten any traction in academia. There's two reasons for that, right? It's like, there's no physical evidence of it. There's no fossil evidence of an aquatic ape anywhere that anybody's ever found. The other problem with Elaine Morgan's theory is that there's never been a body of water on this planet that would be safe for humans to live in.
Yeah, no doubt.
It's like it's a perfectly good theory. It just needs another kind of a world to happen on.
Mm-hmm. Well, there's no way we could have came from this planet.
No. Look, it's like I've got to take off at this point. I've got to get back. I do have this other thing that you heard that other call about.
Oh, okay. You got to go?
Yeah. I've got to go here, Greg.
Oh, that's cool. I'll get in touch with you through email. I enjoyed it, Ted. Thanks, man.
Okay.
It was awesome. Okay.
Catch you later.
All right. We'll talk. Okay. Bye.
Right. And hang up the Skype call.
Yeah. How do I do that?
I'll do it.
Hit the button? All right. Take care. There are numerous reasons for being interested in Mars, including possible answers to some or all of the questions. Do the indigenous people of Mars know any more about the history of our system than we do? How did they build the monstrous structures at Cydonia? How was Phobos constructed?
Did some number of people from our system try to escape the system altogether? If so, is there any way of knowing which way they went or where they might have ended up? Do the present racial groups on Earth amount to people from different bodies within our system having been brought to Earth to give them the greatest shot at surviving? Earth being the largest rocky bottom in the system, and so on and so on. I watched a few presentations by Mike Peratt on Mars. He is Richard Hoagland's partner on the Enterprise mission website, I believe, and he has some very interesting insights as well. For example, he brought up the fact that this comic book came out in 1958 about the face on Mars, and putting that with the Jonathan Swift information, there are some people who know the truth right here on Earth, but of course it's kept from us, the plebes, which gets to be an old record after a while. I understand why they have to have top secrets for military and that, but they keep everything from us. That's just not right. We're good tax-paying citizens that deserve the truth. Another thing was I got from him was in 1924, they asked all the radio stations in America to not broadcast for one day because they wanted to send signals to Mars and receive them. At the time, Tesla was saying that he was receiving signals from Mars, and they had a good laugh about that in the paper, but Yale University put on this experiment, and they did receive a repeating message from the red planet in return, and it looked like this, which Mike equates to some guy named Voldemort or something. I don't know. I don't watch those movies, but I think it's curious that we get another face from Mars. There is many very peculiar things about that planet, and that there is some kind of life going on up there right now. Let me know what you think in the comment box. And our next episode that I do with Ted, a little bit down the road, will be on the Ganymede hypothesis. Also, look out for Ted's Ganymede hypothesis Facebook page, which you can find right here. I'll have a link in the description. There's a lot of disinfo out there. There's a lot of people trying to muddy the water on purpose. And there's a few people that when their name is mentioned, I just go the other way because I don't think they're being real. But Ted is real. He's definitely being real. And join us for our next episode, and Ted will elaborate on his Ganymede hypothesis. I like to take a step outside of the norm every once in a while. My guess is you do too. I think we all do. Thanks for watching. Now see you on down the road. Take care. Indeed, mighty peculiar things going on out there. There's so much of it. Just too much to ignore. Okay, we're going to touch on the Ganymede hypothesis a little bit since we're in the mood and the flow. In 2011 and 2012, Troy McLaughlin and Theodore Holden were discussing the possibility of writing a book on human origins, taking into account the Mars images and what is known as the Purple Dawn of Creation from Troy's Saturn Death Cult and from the works of Eduardo Cardona. Because of the evidence of previous and possibly continuing habitation that have been seen on Mars over the past couple of decades, they were assuming at first that human origins must have come from Mars. Nonetheless, it gradually became clear that there were problems with that idea. Mars, it turns out, would have shared
shared the same general history with Earth, and therefore would experience the same Purple Dawn age. Skulls of early hominids and dinosaurs all show the same kinds of huge eye sockets we observe in lemurs, owls, bush babies, etc., that are leftover creatures from that age. Now, humans and dolphins, by way of contrast, have the smallest relative eye sizes of all the advanced creatures. It's simply very hard to believe that humans could arise in such darkish conditions. In particular, that same consideration, which would eliminate Earth as a plausible original home world of humans within our system, but also eliminate Mars. Our system had in fact been a double system some tens of thousands of years ago, with a bright northern part consisting of the Sun, Jupiter in a much closer orbit than it is now, and Mercury in a darkish southern part, within the purplish plasma heliosphere of the dwarf star Saturn, which now survive as a gas giant planet. Humans, with their relatively tiny eyes, had to have risen within the bright part of that antique system, and it turns out that one of the rocky bodies within that bright northern system would be Jupiter's largest moon, Ganymede, could have amounted to an ideal human world at that time. This video describes that story.
As we take a look at Theodore Holden and Troy McLaughlin's Ganymede hypothesis.
How did you get into this? When did you learn about the electric universe and all this?
Oh man, it's like there are multiple pieces to this picture. We went over one piece of the picture.
Well, I was wondering what inspired you. What got you onto the whole thing?
About Ganymede. It's a long story.
Yeah.
1971, 72. Me getting out of college and learning about Immanuel Velikovsky. I had a roommate that was into, it had a number of Immanuel Velikovsky's books lying around, right? And, I sort of got hooked into Worlds in Collision, right? And I mean, I had gone and checked out a number of the sources for Worlds in Collision, and they all checked, right? I mean, the guy was not making any of this stuff up. I mean, Immanuel Velikovsky is just the author of one of the two books which I regard as foundational to understanding ancient history, right? To trying to make sense out of Bible stories, things like that, right? Trying to make sense out of, what we actually know about human origins. And, the picture which you would get from college courses is not really very reasonable. I mean, they'll tell you that humans came down from trees, and started running around on the ground in Africa like somewhere 3, 4, 5, 6 million years ago. Before that, they're just sitting around in tree limbs, scratching themselves and, whatever, right? But for a human to come down and start trying to live on the African savannah with women and children, that's just impossible. You understand what I'm saying? It's like, I mean, there's no way to believe that.
Right.
What's the most major difference between human infants and baby deer? If somebody asks you that question.
Well, human infants are completely helpless.
No. It's like the baby deer know enough to keep quiet.
Yeah.
But when you've got like predators walking around, about humans coming down onto the savannah, maybe a male hunter group, with armed, they're just like 4 or 5 guys by themselves. They've got spears, they've got, whatever, right? It's like they might survive, right, for a while at least. But like with women and kids that's not going to work.
I always had a hard time picturing the first human because he would have had to be a baby. How could he have survived?
Yeah, I mean, what's going to happen the first time some infant starts screaming his head off because something displeased him or something wasn't right, or
it's going to get eaten.
Yeah. I mean, that's just ringing the dinner bell out there on the African savannah. That's ridiculous. The picture's ridiculous, but that's the way humans are supposed to have lived. And then you get this out of Africa theory, right? And it's supposed to have moved on into Europe and other places, right? And but what they tell us is that we don't really know much of anything. This has been going on for like 5 or 6 million years, but we don't really know anything about human existence other than like within the last 3, 4, 5, 6,000 years. Before that we assumed they were probably just walking around beating on trees with sticks.
Yeah.
That's the whole picture of human origins. What I tell people is we can't go out into the cosmos like that. We cannot go out into galactic space, not knowing anything about our own origins, not knowing who we are, basically in the state of amnesia victims. That's a problem, right?
Right.
So, I mean, that's some of the motivation for this stuff. I mean, you've got the question of a Saturn theory, and the question of the Earth having once been a satellite of Saturn's, which I learned about at that, the first I heard of that ever really was at that McMaster conference 4, which was sort of like where some of Thunderbolts got started. That's probably the begin point for the Thunderbolts group.
Are the way the planets are displaced in space, is that what gave them the idea for the Saturn theory and the actual tilt?
No, it's basically iconography and ancient history and writings.
Okay.
Yeah, look, I mean, the vestiges of this ancient system are all around us. Okay, it's like, if you were to go to some place where primitive people congregate today, like DNC headquarters in Chicago or something like that, or Baltimore, Ravens game, and just say, guys, I need an astral religion, right? It's like, we're putting on some sort of a TV show or something. I need some sort of a new religion, which involves worshiping things that you see in the sky, right? $100 a piece. It's like, I'll be back in a couple hours, I see what you come up, right? It's like, they would end up worshiping the sun and the moon, wouldn't they?
I would think so.
Maybe Venus, right? I mean, the average person can find Venus once in a while. The average person cannot find Jupiter or Saturn. It's like Jupiter maybe once in a while, right? But Saturn, I mean, not likely. And they're not going to worship something which is that, that microscopic a thing in the sky, right? But the two chieftain gods of every one of those ancient religions, the pantheon religions, were Jupiter and Saturn. They were not the sun and the moon.
Right.
Okay. I mean, Yahweh is like basically the same word as Jove, right? Even Israelite religion, if you go back far enough, involves worship of Jupiter and Saturn. Worst cases, I mean, you've got this question of the ancient pantheon religions. You can read through Plato's writings and understand that Plato understood well enough the difference between God with a capital G and these pantheon gods and goddesses, right? And, the pantheon gods and goddesses were all connected to cosmic objects, right? I mean, the name connections between, the Greek and Roman gods and the bodies within our solar system are primordial. They're older than we can trace.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
Okay, the Greeks used the word Kronos for Saturn, right? Elohim, right? They claim that there's a dual, two traditions that you can discern in the Old Testament, the Torah, the Bible, right? Which is like a Yahwist and an Elohist tradition, right? Yahweh, like I say, is the same word as Jove, which is, with Jupiter. El was universally a word for Saturn in the ancient Near East, and you can convince yourself of that by doing Google searches on El, Saturn, and Babylon, and you have to include the term Babylon to weed out the hits for the old GM Saturn dealerships, the car that they were making 10 years ago or so, at any rate.
So that's how they came about.
Yeah.
It took all the way to Velikovsky to figure that out, or did someone have the theory before?
Velikovsky had partially figured it out. Okay, it really took David Talbot is really the guy that completely figured all of that out. And
in 1980.
It begins around 75, 76, somewhere around there. You started reading about Saturn. They constructed the Ponce journal back along about 72, 73.
Right.
And started reading those stories. Plato referred to antediluvians as children of Kronos, right? And both Hesiod and Ovid and a number of other, Greek and Roman writers claimed that you had a golden age when supposedly Kronos, or Saturn, was the king of heaven, followed by a silver age. And Troy has sort of upset my thinking on this a little bit, right? Troy puts the flood after the silver age, I think. I would have to get back to you on that, but somewhere in the same area you've got the flood. But you've got a golden age when Saturn, or Kronos, was the king of heaven, followed by a silver age when Jupiter, or Zeus, was the king of heaven, right? Now the word Jupiter comes from Sanskrit, right? Dios Pitar, sky father. And Mircea Eliade and other supposed experts on mythology, will claim that, what that means is, that the ancients were worshiping the sky father and earth mother, right? Gaia and Dios Pitar, Jupiter. But it does, nobody's going to worship the sky, right? The sky we see every day. People don't worship things which are common, right? It doesn't mean our father in the sky. It means our father in the sky. You understand what I mean? Which is going to be Jupiter. It's going to be the dwarf star.
Yes.
Okay. Now, Jupiter and Saturn are both, at one time, had been dwarf stars.
Yes.
Why are they no longer dwarf stars? When a dwarf star is captured by a main sequence star like our sun, the dwarf star dies out, right, and becomes a gas giant. These stars, both main sequence and dwarf stars, are powered by Birkeland currents. They're not, stars are not thermonuclear engines. That's another thing they teach in school, which is wrong. Okay. Stars are powered by cosmic Birkeland currents. You know, a dwarf star sitting there by itself is going to be like a lightning rod. I mean, it'll glow. You know, certainly the radiation that you get from a dwarf star, like anything else, I mean, it's going to be powered by one of these cosmic Birkeland currents. When a dwarf star is captured by main sequence star, then it's as if you had a 100 or 200 foot lightning rod sitting there glowing in a storm. And while that's happening, the Acme lightning rod company's truck drives up, and the guys get out and they construct a 1,000-foot lightning rod 150 feet away from the smaller lightning. What's going to happen? Well, the small light, the 100-foot lightning rod is going to go out. It's no longer going to be the focus of any sort of discharge.
Yeah, that's a good analogy.
Does that make sense?
Absolutely. Yes, it does.
But, I mean, Jupiter and Saturn, within the memory of the human race, had been dwarf stars. Okay, particularly Saturn. Right now, like I say, you've got a description of this purple age and of the Saturnian age in Troy's other book, which is called Saturn Death Cult. Okay, the website is called SaturnDeathCult.com. And Troy actually read through a number of these, at least 2 or 3 of these books of Eduardo Cardona's, right? And that's very difficult to do. I mean, these books of Eduardo's were like, one of those is like a 400 or 500 page science journal article.
Didn't you have some kind of an affiliation with him?
With Eduardo?
Yeah, were you a fact checker or something for him?
No.
Oh, okay.
The guy that I really was working with to any great extent was Charles Ganymede, and that gets into this other branch of the Velikovskian family. At any rate, you'd ask how I got, where I got started being interested in this sort of thing. I mean, it goes back to associations with the Thunderbolts group and the people involved in the Thunderbolts group. And they had me talk at those conferences several times about gravity. Did we talk about gravity in the last section?
Well, I've heard you talk about it, but no, we haven't. We just talked about Mars. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, gravity with your weightlifters, and you, I mean, it makes perfect sense. And I never thought about it before I heard it.
Yeah, see, Albert Einstein tried to describe gravity as a 4-dimensional differential geometry sort of a thing. You cannot start with that and believe that gravity on the surface of our own planet ever could have changed terribly much within the last, say, 50 or 100,000 years. Yet it's a very easy demonstration that it has, and that a large dinosaur would simply be crushed by his own weight in our present world. Okay.
Yeah.
That's the situation with this square cubed problem that you heard me talk about. Weight is proportional to volume, which is a cubed figure, width times breadth times height.
Yes.
And strength is proportional to cross-section of bones and muscles, which is more like pi r squared. Okay, if you double your dimensions, if you go to sleep at night and you're 6 feet tall, you wake up in the morning, you're 12 feet tall, and everything just got expanded by a factor of 2. That factor of 2 gets cubed for volume, width, breadth, height, 2, 4, age. It could be 8 times heavier. It's only going to be 4 times stronger. You'll have cut your weight ratio in half. And there's a limit to how many times you could ever cut your power to weight ratio in half and still be able to stand up and walk. And for the strongest human athletes that we know anything at all about, the limit is right around 20,000 pounds. For somebody like Magnuson or Bill Kazmaier, somewhere right around 20,000 pounds, it would become the same level of effort just to stand up as it is to do one of those 1,000-pound squats or deadlifts at the normal weight of 350 or whatever. Okay.
Yeah, that's a game changer. I mean, that should slap somebody in the face right there.
It did, right? And it's like, there was a huge controversy over that. Like 30 years ago, I was the only person on the planet saying anything like that. Nowadays, I think most people agree. They've done the math. It's like they've listened to the arguments, and I think most people agree with me that you couldn't have large dinosaurs walking around in today's world. The controversy now is like, do you or don't you want to believe in an expanding Earth theory of any sort? And the answer to my way of thinking is no. I have no use for Earth expanding theories. And
even with what they found out down there at that, the deepest place under South America, where the ground is actually coming up and expanding.
I hadn't heard about that. Give me a second.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Geez, what was it? I just saw it not that long ago. What's that one what's the place called where it's really deep down under South America?
The Mariana Trench.
And you don't really know.
Okay.
There's two reasons why anybody would ever talk about an Earth, expanding Earth theories, right? One would have to do with dinosaurs. The other would have to do with the tectonic plates of the ancient supercontinent, Pangaea.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, the tectonic plates of Pangaea wouldn't fit on a planet. That they appear as if they would require a planet of greater curvature, a smaller planet, right? But there's another way of explaining that, right? In other words, you've got the Earth sitting there underneath the dwarf star with its pole pointed straight out the dwarf star. It's going to get pulled into an egg shape, right? It's not going to be spherical the way it is now. Okay, it's like Pangaea was simply sitting there at the high point of the egg. Okay, and that would explain the greater curvature. Now, as far as dinosaurs go, like I say, you couldn't have it. It's like, if you put a sauropod dinosaur next to Bill Kazmar at equal sizes, then what you're seeing is one creature at the top of the food chain, the other pretty near the bottom, right? In other words, Kazmar's body is 90% bone and muscle, right? And that's trained as well as you ever could have muscle trained. And the brachiosaur's body is mostly gut and digestive system for processing leaves and grass, right? And I mean, if Kazmar couldn't make it 20,000 pounds in our present world, then a brachiosaur sure as hell couldn't.
Yeah, I heard they had 3 hearts in their neck just to pump the blood.
No, it's ridiculous. You've got two problems with the dinosaurs with large dinosaurs, sauropods on their necks, right? And you've got two kinds of sauropod dinosaurs. You've got like brachiosaurids, which, according to the bones, apparently held their necks upwards, and then you've got the diplodocids, which would have held their necks outwards, or at least that's what the bones indicate, okay? Either way, you've got an insurmountable problem, right? It's like, in the case of the brachiosaurids, it's everything, in other words, the limiting value of something like that in our present world is the giraffe, right? Now, it takes a gigantic amount of blood pressure to get blood to a giraffe's brain. Okay, and the giraffe has this very, very tight skin, which acts like a pressure suit, like for a fighter pilot.
Right.
And basically, a giraffe's blood pressure would blow our vascular system apart. While, then he's trying to get blood to a brain which is 20 feet high. I mean, what is some sauropod going to do to try to get blood to a brain which is 60 feet high?
That is
experts claim that would put, the brachiosaurids in the position of just being constantly at risk for some kind of a circulatory system disaster, right? Now, that's no way to go through life, especially if you're trying to rule the world for 60 million years or something like,
Yeah.
Doesn't make sense. So they're claiming, well, it must be that like what the bones are telling us is wrong. They must have all just held their necks outwards, and the diplodocids apparently did hold their necks outwards. But in that case, you're dealing with a problem which is just as bad or worse. I think is worse. You're talking about torque, right? Because you've got a creature with a neck which is 60 feet long. Okay, and if the and that neck could weigh 50 or 60,000 pounds, right? And if the center of gravity of that neck is even 10 feet out from the shoulders, then you talk about 500,000 foot-pounds of torque and on up, right? Now, what is there in our normal life which corresponds to 500,000 foot-pounds of torque? The answer is nothing. I mean, as far as like any kind of a nut or a bolt or anything that screws together with that much torque, what you would really be talking, the one thing in the Earth which would be ballpark for that kind of torque would be like the combined maximum torque of all 4 of the engines of an Iowa-class battleship. There would be enough torque to drive a 65,000-ton warship through the water at 35 knots.
Yeah.
Okay, and you're going to hold that with some kind of a structure made out of flesh and blood?
Yeah, it's not going to happen.
No, so there's no way for a large dinosaur to hold his neck in our present gravity, and that problem, if somebody ever really was able to do the math for it, which I have not been able to do, would almost certainly be a bigger problem than the question of gravity, just being able to support weight, on land. They used to think dinosaurs, the large ones would have lived in water, but they had no adaptation for that. They would have needed snowshoe feet, right? In other words, the feet they actually have would just sink straight into muddy river bottoms. They would take 3 steps to be immobilized.
So what happened?
Yeah, gravity changed, right? It's like you've got like pictographs, right? Like, what's the word I want? Not pictographs, but like petroglyphs.
Okay.
Native American petroglyphs, which showed, like known dinosaur types on canyon walls around the United States. And some of these used to be more common than they are. You've still got the one glyph, which is, and by the way, did I ever get as far as showing my screen here?
No, I was waiting for that. Yeah, I liked that last time. I just heard that they had found some dinosaur remains with flesh still intact, and they said it dated to 4,000 years old. And of course, it's being poo-pooed by mainstream.
What I've read is that they've done blind radiocarbon testing on dinosaur remains and gotten dates between 20 and 40,000 years.
Yeah.
Okay. Nothing more than 65,000 years old is going to radiocarbon date at all. It's like beyond that point, like radiocarbon would essentially all be gone. They've been finding like soft tissue in dinosaur remains. Can you see my screen now?
Absolutely can. Yes, it's right there.
They've been finding soft tissue for dinosaur remains since 2006, right? This Mary Schweitzer.
Yep.
Mary Schweitzer at the University or NC State University, right? And she caught grief for that at first, right? It was like they had a Tyrannosaur. They had a leg bone, which they had to break in half, saw in half, to get back to, it was out in some remote place, and the only way they had in or out of that place was a helicopter, which is not one of these giant military helicopters. And they couldn't carry but about half of that, right? And so they saw this leg bone in half of that, and they started, investigated, like lo and behold, right, soft tissue. Nobody had ever done it before. Everybody just assumed, that it couldn't possibly be soft tissue in dinosaur remains. But it's been turning up since then, more and more cases of and this is like collagen and hemoglobin and collagen and God knows, it's all kinds of stuff shouldn't be there, proteins. It's not going to be there after even 1 million years, much less 65 million years. Give me a second. It's like,
okay.
You've got the screen here where I had several things to show you. I've got the picture of Jupiter and the sun sitting there, and it's like this ocean world that you see would be Ganymede 50,000 years ago. That's one of Troy's.
Very familiar with it.
Right. Right. Give me a second. If I go to search the web here, and I'll just type in Agawa rock.
Agawa rock.
Let me show you what turns up. If I go to images, right? So this picture here, can you see this?
Yeah, my eyes went immediately to that one.
Okay. A friend of mine who died like about 8 or 9 years ago was the best known of all Native American authors, right? This was Vine Deloria, who used to teach at the University of Colorado, and who has a number of books which are standard university textbooks on Indian affairs, right? Custer Died for Your Sins, right?
Yeah.
And a number of other books like that. And he's got the one book which is about catastrophism. And that book is called Red Earth, White Lies. Why did he write that, right? He was attempting to refute these standard theories as to what happened to the large animals in North America 12,000 years ago. They lost about 40 species of what you call megafauna, including the mammoths, including mastodons, including, you had a 2,500-pound bear, this California short-faced bear. You had American super lion, like 5 feet tall at the shoulders,
Wow. Yeah.
1,500 pounds, right? You wouldn't want to meet him.
No.
The standard theories blame the extinction of all these creatures on the ancestors of the present-day Native Americans, right? Well, that's ridiculous. In order to exterminate a species of large animals like that off of an entire continent like the Americas, you would have to have two things. You'd have to have firepower and mobility in quantities beyond anything that Native American ancestors ever even dreamed of. Okay, the first instance there ever was, to my knowledge, of the human race ever having, firepower and mobility and those kinds of quantities would have been Genghis Khan's army. Okay, you never had anything like that. At any rate, so the book is largely a refutation of what they call the overkill hypothesis or the blitzkrieg overkill hypothesis. There's a little section of that book which deals with dinosaurs in Native American traditions, oral traditions, and Vine said that that he had been conducting a study of native oral traditions all the way, from north to south in the Americas, all the way from Alaska down to Tierra del Fuego, right? And talking to every storyteller and every medicine man in any of these tribes. And he said if there was anything that flummoxed him, at first it was the extent to which every one of these tribes had oral traditions which spoke of Indian ancestors having to deal with dinosaurs on a fairly regular basis, right? Now the stegosaur they called Mishi-Pishu, which means water panther. Okay, and that's what you're seeing here. The glyph that you see here shows this water panther, which they described as having red fur, a cat-like face, a saw blade back, and a spiked tail, which he used as a weapon. Now that's a stegosaur. And you'll notice that the creature has these legs directly underneath him. They're not splayed like any sort of a lizard or reptile. Okay, reptiles don't walk with their legs underneath their bodies. Reptiles walk with their legs out to one side.
That's the reason why they can't breathe and run at the same time, right?
Yeah, well, they have a harder time walking on land, moving on land than we do. Now, everybody in the world is going to say, well, the creature has horns, right, and the stegosaur never had horns. There's an explanation for that. Indians, I mean, touch-up artists would touch these things up every 10 or 20 years or so, every couple of decades. And somewhere long ages, centuries after the creature itself had died out, some touch-up artists simply figured that a creature that big needed horns.
Yeah.
So the horns are just an add-on, right? But the saw blade back, right? The dorsal spikes are something that you don't see. Now, Lewis and Clark said that these glyphs were common at the time that they made this expedition of theirs. But they said that their native guides were in mortal terror at the sight of these things. The glyph meant, caution, one of these things lives here, right? Now, what I believe to be the case, the stegosaur wasn't by any means one of your large dinosaurs, right? But he was big enough that the change in gravity was going to create a problem for him. So he tried to move into water to deal with all the extra weight and everything, after gravity changed. But he didn't have any real adaptation for living in water. So he didn't, bull sharks got him or something else in the Mississippi River got him, right? It's like he didn't really survive in water. He didn't have any real adaptation for living in water, right? But he tried. Right, that I believe is the story of the stegosaur. Again, that's called Mishi-Pishu. Means water panther. The name is similar to the word Mississippi. The Mishi, apparently, the Mishi part of that means water.
Water, okay.
Right. So we were talking about, just a whole host of things which led me to Ganymede, right? And we talked about one of those things the last time, right? We were talking about Mars images. And you've got this overwhelming body of knowledge now coming in from those probes that you have on Mars. And all of these images, it's thousands and thousands, and I've been looking at those kinds of images since the early 90s. And they show, unmistakable evidence of, previous major civilization on Mars, right? You've got complex structures, buildings. You've got the remains of cities and urban infrastructure, which you saw, right? You've got, mechanical debris, junk and debris strewn across the sands everywhere. Some of it, easy enough to figure out what it was. Other parts nondescript, right? So that Troy McLaughlin and I, somewhere around 2011, right, or the early part of 2012, we're looking at the possibility of co-authoring a book on human origins, right, which would assume an origin from Mars, would assume that modern humans came here from Mars, right?
Right.
But by the same token, Troy also had posted a number of articles about this purple dawn in the Thunderbolts, in the Thunderbolts forum, and the question, where do we even start with some of that stuff, right? It's if I go up here and just say SaturnTheORY.com,
yeah.
You've seen this, right? He's got a new edition of the book out. Timeless Age in a Purple. Okay, the Saturn Death Cult, Part 1. Timeless Age in a Purple Haze.
Looks good. Yeah.
A picture of the Earth underneath the dwarf star, right, with one pole pointed at the dwarf star. Link to the Ganymede hypothesis, right? This video of Troy's, right, which got an awful lot of views, right? I mean, it's worth watching if you haven't watched it. And then this picture of the Earth and Mars inside the plasma heliosphere. You see, it's like a rocky body like Earth and Mars associated with a dwarf star would most often be inside the plasma heliosphere of the dwarf star. And that says that you've got radiant energy bouncing off the interior of this plasma heliosphere and coming back to the planets from all sides. You're not going to freeze, right? You know, you've got enough radiant energy, but it's like, you know, the whole middle part of the light spectrum is just going to be missing, right?
Yeah.
It's like the whole middle part of the light spectrum is going to be missing, and what you're going to get is a deep, you know, they talk about red and brown dwarf stars. What you're really going to be seeing is a deep purple, right? What they call the purple dawn, and you get like indigenous peoples of the Earth that speak of a purple dawn. I mean, they're oral traditions. You know, when you didn't have a sun, when you didn't have daylight that we have now.
Yeah, it's also amazing how people are attached to the color purple, especially children.
Okay, it's like, what is it, Lord Byron said, you know, you had, like, purple and gold were described as royal colors in ancient times, you know. And most books will tell you the fairy tale version of that, you know, that these were just expensive dyes, right? I mean, they were royal colors because average people couldn't afford them.
Yeah.
Okay. That's pretty lame, right? Purple with the colors of the sky in the 2 ages prior to ours. Royal colors. Okay. Yeah. Now, what does that tell you about creatures living? What does that tell you about creatures living in such an environment? It tells you that, you know, they're probably, you know, dinosaurs and the old creatures of the Earth, you know, lemurs, tarsiers, bush babies, these things all have the same kinds of huge eyes, right? And these are eyes adapted to an environment where, I mean, they just never saw anything that we would call daylight at all. I had several things up here. It comes right at it. You can see the picture here. You've got lemurs and bush babies, tarsiers, owl monkeys, owls, right? These are the old creatures of the Earth, right?
Yeah.
You know, that's what dinosaurs, okay, you had starting around, I was seeing this at the same time, you know, articles in science journals talking about dinosaurs on the nightlife, right? Okay. And then you've got these new reconstructions of hominids, you know, and Danny Vendramini's Neanderthal. And, you know, this is like a body punch. This is like one of Roberto Duran's punches to the liver area or something like that, right, to these people that, you see, the Neanderthal has become a sort of a poster child for Kumbaya religion.
Right.
Right. The people who, you know, were investigating Neanderthal remains, you know, like in the 1860s and 1880s and 90s, understood what they were seeing, right? Got Marcelin Boule's image reconstruction, which is reasonable, I think, right?
Yeah, it's pretty creepy looking.
I'm sorry?
That's pretty creepy looking. Wouldn't want to run into that guy.
Not somebody you'd want to run into, you know, I mean, you wouldn't want to be unarmed.
No.
You know.
Definitely.
Danny Vendramini's images are shocking to a lot of these people, you know, and it's almost comical, right? Because you run into what I call Neanderthal apologists, you know, like on forums.
Yeah.
The other thing that makes this hard to deal with is that, like, you know, evolutionism sort of cuts across all political barriers, right? It's like, you know, you could go on like left-wing forums, you know, like Politico or whatever, sort of, you know, Able to Know or whatever, right? Or you could go on Free Republic or any sort of a conservative forum, and the stuff that you read coming from the evolutionists, there's no way to tell the one from the other. It all sounds the same, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, they don't like to see this, right? It's like they for the last 60 years, the Neanderthal has been presented as if he was just a slightly different human, right? Just a slightly different race, or, you know, maybe slightly bigger brow ridges, maybe a few other
Now, what about the people saying that we have like 2.5% of Neanderthal in our blood and all that. Is that true, do you think? Or
I don't think it matters. Where do we even start with that one? It may or may not even be true, right? Troy doesn't believe that's even real. You know, he thinks that those samples may have been contaminated, right? I don't think it really matters. It's like you've got all kinds of problems with that. Supposedly, humans of Asian or European descent have like some small number of genes which are shared with Neanderthals, some small number of Neanderthal genes. People of African descent don't have that, but nonetheless, that's still ridiculous. That says that even if that's true, that means those genes don't do anything, right? They're just sort of genetic baggage, garbage, right? I mean, there's very little genetic variation amongst modern humans, okay? It's like some say that within the entire human race there's less genetic variation than there is in a typical group of 40 African monkeys of the same species.
Right, there's a bottleneck.
Yeah. You've got this Svante Pabo over at the Max Planck Institute, who's supposedly the guy that's put this Neanderthal genome together. Mm-hmm. And he wants to claim that these genes, which are shared with Neanderthals, indicate crossbreeding, okay? That doesn't, and there's several reasons why that doesn't work. It's like,
I don't buy that.
Oh, no, there's no reason to buy it. Look, they're assuming that the Neanderthal looked just sort of like a slightly different human, right? And that's the problem. See, it's like these images of Danny Vendermini's, basically are consistent with everything we actually know about the Neanderthal hominids, right? It's like, what do we actually know about the Neanderthal? It's like, human needles are common, right? Whereas early human needles, Cro-Magnon needles are common. Nobody's ever found the first Neanderthal needle because a creature with a 6-inch long Ice Age fur coat does not require needles. Yeah. The Neanderthal's rib cage was, conical.
Yes.
As are the rib cages of the great apes, right? And this is to make room for this gigantic upper body musculature, which is the musculature that you need to haul a 200 or 400 pound body up into a tree.
Yeah.
Boreal creature. Now, the Neanderthal was not arboreal, right? Nonetheless, he was a descendant of creatures which were. Our rib cages are cylindrical, right?
Yeah, that's how we can throw.
Yeah. Humans have the kinds of shoulders that you need for throwing things or using something like an atlatl. Mm-hmm. Monkeys and apes don't. The Neanderthal wouldn't have. Okay, the motion to throw something or to use an atlatl is the same motion that you use in swimming. Okay, humans are basically aquatic mammals.
Yeah, that's always intrigued me.
Well, that's another funny thing, right? It's like Elaine Morgan and the aquatic ape theory. I mean, this is the best theory of human adaptation that's ever come down the road. It's never gotten any traction in academia for two reasons, right? It's like there's no fossil evidence of it, no fossil remains of an aquatic ape which have ever turned up on Earth, right? And there's never been a body of water on this planet which would be safe for humans to live in on a full-time basis, okay? You only need to spend 10 minutes in the ancient sea monster section of the Smithsonian Museum to comprehend why humans don't live in water, certainly why they didn't 50,000 years ago.
Yeah.
So this theory of Elaine Morgan's is perfectly good. It just needs a different kind of a world to happen on, right? What's going to happen? I mean, you've got a question of whether or not humans are descended from hominids, and then you've got a question of whether or not humans have ever interbred with hominids, right? You've got two separate questions. As far as descent goes, for any hominid to have ever evolved into a human, he would have had to lose everything he needed to live, right? He would have had to lose his fur while you had ice ages going on. He would have had to lose almost all of his night vision while trying to make it as a land prey animal, surrounded by predators, which could see perfectly well in the dark. You understand what I'm saying?
Of course, yes.
It doesn't work, right? He's going to have to lose almost all of his sense of smell. The human sense of smell is almost worthless from the standpoint of a land prey animal, whereas an aquatic mammal doesn't really require much of a sense of smell. Mm-hmm. Okay, but if Bambi had our sense of smell, then deer would become extinct within 1 month, right? I mean, it wouldn't take very long. It would just be an effortlessly free meal for every predator that ever laid eyes on them.
Yeah. Cats, man, can really smell too. When I open my little can of food for my little cat, it doesn't matter what part of the house she's in, she smells it instantly.
Right. Now, see, the main nervous system connection for humans is from eyes to brain, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Whereas the main nervous system connection for a dog is from nose to brain, right? Now, a dog, some of them have decent eyesight, right, but not all, right? And probably most dogs would miserably fail a simple maze test, which a rat could pass. Okay? Now, that same dog, later in the day, you could tell him to go track some deer that you've shot with a bow and arrow or something and has run off into unfindability, right? And that dog would go and find the deer, ignoring the scent of other deer, once you put him on the scent of the deer that you shot, then he will be able to track that deer down and show you where he was. And he'll be thinking to himself, like, these humans must really be retarded not to be able to do that.
Yeah.
This is after he failed the maze test, right? You understand what I'm saying?
They do have amazing noses.
Yeah. Now, the Neanderthal was viewed as a primitive human rather than as an advanced ape because of the size of his brain, right? In other words, the Neanderthal brain's a little bit bigger than ours, right? But the Neanderthal brain was dominated by the areas of the brain associated with motion and vision, and particularly vision. And that combined with the eyes, these huge dark world eyes, says that what you're really seeing is that the Neanderthal brain is like the neurological equivalent of the circuitry for a military night vision system of some sort.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? You've got a creature whose whole his whole thing is it's basically a weapon, right? I mean, he was not able to use throwing spears, javelins, or ladders. They were using. He was able to make spear points and bind spear points to. It was not stupid, right? I mean, it was a reasonably intelligent creature. He was able to use fire, right? He was able to bind spear points to staffs, but he was using little short thrusting spears and going out there and killing mammoths and other large animals, orcs, and creatures. Want to have to take on with just a spear in your hands.
No doubt. I wouldn't want to. I know that. It took a lot of guts.
Right.
That's a mammoth. Okay. So we were in a perpetual twilight, pretty much.
These are the first humans that came to Earth, right? But a human is not going to arise under those kinds of conditions. This was the big aha moment, right?
Yeah.
At some point, looking at all these pictures of the early creatures, and the purple dawn creatures, I said to Troy, we're looking at this whole thing the wrong way. I said, Mars would have been in the same deep purple environment that the Earth was in 50 or 100,000 years ago. And if you can't expect humans to either evolve or to be created in conditions which are hostile to them, right? Mm-hmm. I said, you've got this double solar system. This is the other thing which had become obvious, right? You had like a divided solar system 50,000 years ago. If you look at the key to the whole thing is the spin axes of the planets, right? If you look at what you would expect a solar system to look like, I mean, just given any kind of a normal theory as to how solar systems arise, you would expect the spin axes of the bodies in that system to be roughly perpendicular to the plane of the system, right?
Yeah, this is true.
Okay, you would expect the axis tilts to be all fairly close to zero. And in the case of Mercury and Jupiter and the Sun, you have, those bodies really do sort of look like that. All those axis tilts are less than 10 degrees, right? You've got two bodies in our system, which are Venus and Uranus, which are oddballs, which have oddball axis tilts. I mean, Venus is upside down. You can say that its axis tilt's 180 degrees, right? It spins the wrong way. It spins retrograde. And then Uranus is laid over at a 90-degree angle or close to that 85 something, right? And each one of those two bodies has its own separate little story. But the other four main bodies, Neptune, Saturn, Mars, and Earth, all have this roughly 26-degree axis tilt, between 24 and 28. And that's a big anomaly, right? I mean, if you want to believe anything resembling a standard theory of the history of our solar system, there's no way to explain that. I mean, what that really tells you is that those four bodies were captured as a group, right?
Right.
You ask yourself, what is it about being captured as a group which is going to produce, like four bodies having the same axis tilt? And what it really says is that these four bodies were not an orbiting system at the point at which they were captured by the sun. They were an electromagnetically aligned system, like a shish kebab or something like that, with the poles pointed upwards towards the dwarf star. And they would, in other words, what Troy and I believe happened ultimately is that the Saturn, the Neptune, Saturn, Mars, Earth system, flew into the plane of the Sun, Jupiter, Mercury system from the south at a rough 26-degree angle. And as the individual bodies peeled out and began to orbit the way they do now, just ordinary gyroscopic force caused them to keep that 26-degree approach angle in the form of axis tilts.
Mm-hmm.
That's why you have this rough 26 degrees. If you go back 50 or 60,000 years ago, you've got a double solar system. You've got a very bright cosmos to the north, right? You've got the sun and Jupiter and Mercury. And the other thing that you will have under those conditions is that you would anticipate Jupiter to be up closer to the main sequence star than it is now, which is the normal situation in our galaxy. I mean, you read about hot Jupiters, right? And large gas giant planets orbiting closer than Saturn and Jupiter orbit now. Right, John Cook basically said that he had done the math, and he ended up believing that, that Jupiter would have been like closer to this, a little bit closer to the sun than the Earth is now, well within the habitable zone of the sun. And that says that these 4 large moons of Jupiter's, particularly Ganymede, the largest of them, would have been getting, warmth and radiant energy both from the sun and from the dwarf star. For what was, it's not like the dwarf star died out immediately, like just flicking a light switch off, after it was captured, right? I mean, this is an ongoing process. But, as we see it now, it's definitely a gas giant planet. It's not a dwarf star any longer.
Right.
That video of Troy's goes into the history of Jupiter. I mean, that's worth watching. Apparently, if you were to make the heliosphere of something like Jupiter visible, it would appear in our sky bigger than the moon, right?
Yes. I saw that. Very good.
That got a lot of attention. That video got a lot of attention from the Thunderbolts group, right? And we've got the one person in the Thunderbolts group who basically likes the Ganymede hypothesis, Don Scott, right? You've got a couple of other people in the group that don't care for it. So it's a mixed bag.
Yeah.
But you understand what I'm saying? It's like you've got, a double solar system. You've got like one very bright part, and then you've got like a very dark part, which consists of the, like I say, Saturn and Mars and Earth. And and in that dark part, the hominids were native to that dark part. Humans were not. There's no way to believe that humans would have arisen. If you can have humans arise within something like this, then the humans are going to arise in the bright part of this whole thing. And that's what I told Troy. It's somewhere along about 2012. I said, we're looking at this whole thing the wrong way. It's like humans must have arisen, like on some kind of a thing, like in this bright part of this double system, like in the Sun, Jupiter, Mercury system, maybe some kind of a planet that got blown up or doesn't exist any longer or something. Troy knew a bit more about Jupiter than I did at the time. It's like he, at that point, went into an investigation of Ganymede, what all is involved in Ganymede. And very cautiously, right? He said that, like, if at any point this had ever started to look like trying to pound a square peg into a round hole, or something didn't fit, he was going to drop it, right? But it never did. He said the more he looked at this, the more obvious it became. The parts were fitting together just of their own volition, right? So it's like chess grandmasters describe as a game that plays itself. Okay, that gives you a home world for modern humans. Well, let me tell you a little bit about Ganymede and what you would have had 50,000 years ago. It's an ice world now, but Ganymede has water, it's got oxygen, and it's got an intrinsic magnetosphere. And the intrinsic magnetosphere is the rocky bodies in our system now. It's like only the Earth and Ganymede have it. This is what you need to protect yourself from cosmic radiation, and particularly around a dwarf star. Dwarf stars flare occasionally. They're not as stable as the main sequence stars. Have I run that by you at all, or?
No, go ahead. Talk about it. I like talking about
Yeah, this is like a creation evolution type thing. It's like you very often, you get into arguments over how old the Earth is.
Yeah.
And they used to try to put some sort of an estimate of the planet's age together from just by adding up Bible chronologies, right? I mean, I think they used to believe the Earth was somewhere around 5,000 or 6,000 years old.
Right. They still do. Yeah. A lot of
these are Christians who ought to know better, right? Because they're not doing Christianity any favors, by trying to tell anybody that the Earth is 6,000 years old. But the hell of it is that, what Trina came up with is not exactly Genesis, but it's closer to Genesis than it is to any kind of a book on evolutionary biology. Okay, I mean, you could think of it as moving Christianity into the space age, right? We've got the one body in our system which really is ballpark for some kind of a 5 or 6 or 10,000 year age estimate, which is Venus, right? Yeah. And Venus looks like that. Venus you've got a surface temperature that would melt lead, right? You've got like about 850 degrees Fahrenheit, right? That's the surface temperature. You've got a 90 bar CO2 atmosphere. That said, if you could survive on the surface, it's like a 2-mile-an-hour wind would knock you over, right? It's like you've got a massive thermal imbalance according to all the raw data, and there's a big argument over that, right? You've got like massive upwards infrared flux. You've got like a complete lack of regolith, no dirt on Venus, right? You've got cratering, which doesn't look like anything you would expect if the planet was 4 billion years old, right? Every bit of what we know about Venus says that it's a new planet, right? It's hot because it hasn't had time to cool off. Right, the Earth and Mars don't look like that at all. So they've got to be a whole lot older than Venus, right? But they're not hundreds of millions of billions of years old, right? It's like Bob Bass once redid Lord Kelvin's heat equations for the Earth. He came up with an outer bound of about 200 million years, which is, that's more than you might like, right? But that's still not enough for any sort of a version of evolutionism, right?
That's why they have to use the 4 billion year story.
Yeah, and then you get this question of dinosaurs. You see, the people telling us that the Earth is 4 billion years old are the same people telling you that dinosaurs died out 65 million years ago. We know that's wrong. So what's wrong with the story? The dating schemes that you read are all making assumptions, right? And the assumptions that these schemes go out the window the first time you allow for one cosmic disaster of global scale, right? And there have been a number of cosmic disasters of global scale. So the basic reality is that all you can really do is guess. And even when you look at something like strontium rubidium dating or thorium uranium lead dating, the worst possible case says that you're assuming that any sort of heavy metals you find on the surface of the Earth have always been there, right? That they give you the age of the Earth. The answer says that given any sort of a theory as to how a planet would form up, you would expect the heavy metals to be at the center, right? Any sort of heavy metals you find on the surface or near the surface of the Earth are either going to have gotten there via impact or via some sort of transmogrification just from electrical discharges, right? In other words, these Birkeland currents that you get like arcing between planets could create heavy metals. Now, so all of those things are pretty meaningless, right? Let me tell you what I think you can do. It's like we've been getting radiocarbon dates for dinosaur remains, and those dates come in like a range of 20 to 40,000 years. You can make two simple-minded but I think reasonable assumptions. You could assume that the geologists at least got the ratios somewhere near ballpark for reality, and you could assume that this 40,000 year figure would be an outside, sort of an outside figure for dinosaurs, right? Mm-hmm. For dinosaurs. If you make those two assumptions, then you can plug that 40,000 year figure into the normal little 24-hour clock model for the age of our Earth, which says that, if the whole history of the Earth is one day, 24 hours, and dinosaurs appear at 10:45 p.m. Mm-hmm. Okay, and that gives you an age of about 700,000 years. Okay, yeah. And if you multiply that by 5 or 10, just to give the evolutionites every possible shot at it, then you're still only talking about like 4, 5, or 10 million years, right? Which I could live with that. In other words, if somebody asked me, what's your best reasonable guess? The closest thing you could come to an educated guess, as to how old the Earth is, I would say 10 million years would be an outside figure, just based on what I just told you. Does that make sense?
It makes perfect sense. 1 million years is a long time. They talk about it like it's just a couple weeks, though.
Oh, I know. I know. But, so at any rate, when you talk about a Milankovitch cycle, or you talk about cycles of things which go back over millions of years, right? Well, I mean, the millions of years aren't there, right?
I don't see it.
This is why I like Troy's and my vision of a Saturn theory better than I like some of the other versions of it that you've heard. Now, you know, somewhere 25 or 30 or 40 years from now, I think it's absolutely certain that some version of a Saturn theory will be generally accepted. You've got 4, 5, or 6 different versions of a Saturn theory floating around, right?
Right.
It's just a question of which one gains general acceptance. But I recommend Troy's and mine. Excuse me, I'm sorry.
That's okay. It's all right. Take your time.
At any rate, what's the difference between Troy's and my version, the McLaughlin-Holden version of a Saturn theory and some of the other versions you might read about? The difference is that our version is basically self-contained, right? It's like our version does not require anything getting captured from cosmic distances, from interstellar distances.
From light years away.
Yeah. You see, the nearest other star to us is Alpha Centauri. It's about 4.3 light years away, right? Mm-hmm. One of the versions of the Saturn theory that you'll read has Saturn wandering in from the Sagittarius dwarf galaxy.
Yes, I've heard that.
Let me explain the problem with that. The problem is that, suppose you had something like Saturn that wants to hit our system, starting from something even as close as Alpha Centauri, right, say 4 light years away. Then there's only 2 ways it could happen. You're going to shoot something, you're going to shoot it with a rifle or a shotgun, right? Now, to hit something with a rifle, you have to aim it. You have to aim the rifle. You've got a scope or something on the rifle to aim with.
Yeah.
Okay. You don't aim a shotgun. If you ever aim a shotgun, you never hit anything with it. You point a shotgun, right? It's like, that says that like you're just going to point something at whatever it is and just pull the trigger right. And it's like, if nothing intentionally, in other words, for something like Saturn to have ever been captured by our sun, starting from 4 light years away, you would have to have somebody like Ming the Merciless from Mongo aim the damn thing, like directly at the sun, at our sun.
Yeah.
It would have to be it's not going to happen just for out of the blue, right? The chances are 0. You see what I'm saying? Whereas if some huge cloud of objects the size of Saturn had ever, in other words, had ever passed around our sun and just the one got captured, that cloud of...
By the way, in case you're wondering, because Ted mentioned it a couple times, Ming the Merciless from Mongo was the villain in Flash Gordon movies. It was a series that was on TV in the 50s. He's dating himself a little bit there. I had to look it up. There really was a Ming the Merciless from Mongo in Flash Gordon movies. That's all.
Saturn-sized objects would still be, within 1 or 2 light years of the Earth. It'd be very easy to see, right? Our telescopes can see Proxima Centauri. That Alpha Centauri consists of 2 main sequence stars, a binary, and then 1 dwarf star, which is called Proxima Centauri.
That's an excellent point. Yes, Proxima Centauri at the red dwarf.
Proxima Centauri is sitting off a little bit too far to be gravitationally bound to the binary. Right, so I assume that it was, created in some sort of a Birkeland current, right? The way that an early solar system would be created, according to the theory that Troy and I espouse, says that you get like 99 point some % of the mass of the universe in plasma form, right? You get charge separation across immense distances of space in this plasma environment of space. And because of the charge separation, you get Birkeland currents arcing through, similarly huge regions of space. And these currents look like twisted pairs of currents. They look like DNA, RNA spirals, right? And when these current pairs cross each other, you have short circuiting. You have what are called electromagnetic pinch points, or Z pinch points. And, these Z pinch points do have the power to agglomerate plasma into much more solid bodies, into stars and protostars and, dwarf stars, and possibly also into rocky planets,
It's
although
like ley
it's
lines
more
in
likely that the
space.
rocky planets invariably are created by fissioning from the gas giants or from the dwarf stars, as in the case of Venus being ejected from Jupiter or Saturn, or as in the case of the Earth's own formation. So, this is what we believe. We believe that our whole system, including the Sun and Mercury and Jupiter and Saturn and Uranus, Neptune, Mars, Earth, all of this stuff we believe originated in a single Birkeland current somewhere back, some, few million years back, few tens of millions of years back.
As a Herbig-Haro object.
Yeah. They're named after the two astronomers, Herbig and Haro, right?
Mm-hmm.
You can see these things. It's like, let me go up here, and if I just say Herbig Haro.
I did a piece on them from Wall Thornhill's website.
Right.
Yeah.
Herbig Haro object images, right?
They're amazing.
You can see these things like this one, for instance. You can see the twisted pair of currents. You've actually got like a Birkeland current like that running straight through the center of our own galaxy. What do we call that? The double helix nebula?
Yeah.
And that's probably what powers our galaxy. Is spiral galaxies like the Milky Way appear to be like what they call homopolar motors, driven by these Birkeland currents.
Yes.
And again, the Thunderbolts group does a better job of explaining these kinds of things than I would, right? So it's like, you'd be better off to watch their videos on homopolar motors and combinations of things like that, Birkeland currents and galaxies, spiral galaxies.
Yes.
Let me tell you a little bit more about Ganymede.
Okay.
You've got two things that you're trying to explain with Ganymede. I mean, normally you've got like this ultra low moment of inertia, the fact that most of the mass is concentrated towards the center. Mm-hmm. And then you've got this intrinsic magnetosphere, and they try to explain, both on Earth and on Ganymede, they try to explain the intrinsic magnetospheres as being created by a dynamo effect. And that really, it doesn't work in either case. I mean, in the case of the Earth, if the Earth was being, if the magnetosphere was being created by a dynamo effect of some sort, it wouldn't weaken over a period of time. I mean, it would be topped off continually. Okay, but we know that our own magnetosphere is weakening. And that really, it doesn't work in either case. I mean, in the case of the Earth, if the Earth was being, if the magnetosphere was being created by a dynamo effect of some sort, it wouldn't weaken over a period of time. I mean, it would be topped off continually. Okay, but we know that our own magnetosphere is weakening. At any rate,
I got you.
This is a Herbig-Haro object here, and the funny thing is that everything in the world of plasma physics is scalable, right? It's like you can produce things like this in a plasma bottle, and you can see these, these stars, these objects being formed up at these pinch points, right? I mean, it looks sort of like a shish kebab in which all the shishes are lit up, right? Or like a string of stereo ornaments which is pulled taut. You've got, on a much larger scale, the exact same phenomena, which you would call a string of galaxies, right? Where you have like the things being formed at the points where currents cross each other, not like individual stars, the whole galaxy.
Yeah, I know. I saw that picture in one of your interviews. That you showed the universe, and it just looks like a gigantic wiring diagram.
You've got this unreal picture. I mean, what is that called? The local supercluster images, Laniakea.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
This is our local supercluster of galaxies. It's just unbelievable that they can put this together. Right? This is an electrical discharge. I mean, this whole thing, right?
Yep.
Every point of light in this picture is not an individual star. It's a whole galaxy, right?
Right.
The red dot that you see where my cursor is over here, where it says Milky Way.
Yeah.
That's the red dot represents the location of the whole Milky Way galaxy in this picture.
Right, and they used to call it the local supergroup, right? But they changed it now to Laniakea.
Cluster, yeah. They call it Laniakea, and that to me is, just the compute power that it takes to do something like that. And it's just completely fabulous, right?
Oh, absolutely. It's amazing.
Spend $400 right now intelligently and come home with more compute power than anybody could have bought for any amount of money, even like 15 or 20 years ago. I mean,
unless it was the military, they're always about 40 years ahead of us.
I showed before my father died, I showed him, the Google Earth program.
Uh-huh.
And he was just completely blown away. His hair stood straight up and fell over in his face. He said, my God, Teddy, what if Adolf Hitler had something like that in 1938? And I said, that's right. Dann würden wir diese kleine Gespräche auf Deutsch haben, then we'd be having this little discussion in German, right? Like I say, they've got the good cameras now, which are, out there in space. They don't have to pick up information. In other words, we're not having our vision obscured by the Earth's own atmosphere anymore. We're getting just remarkable. And when you look at those other superclusters, there's all, in other words, this isn't the only supercluster out there. And they all look like just a connected web. It looks more like a spider's web than anything else. When you look at that kind of a picture, it shows all the connections between all the clusters of galaxies.
Yeah, I see a plant, Ted. The veins in a plant, almost the same.
Yeah. Oh, there's reasons for the similarity. Right. I'll tell you a little bit more about Ganymede.
Okay.
So that they're trying to explain the intrinsic magnetosphere and also the low moment of inertia, right? And they're trying to, and they claim that there's a 600-kilometer deep outer mantle of salt water. They claim that the outer mantle of salt water provides the conductivity that you need, like for this dynamo effect, and also gives you the lack of weight near the surface of the planet, right? And Troy and I have our own version of what this outer mantle is, and it's not salt water. It's like, there's almost no sodium around Ganymede, right? So it's like, Ganymede was a freshwater ocean world, right? The outer mantle is mostly pumice. Pumice is lighter than water. Pumice floats. Okay, this pumice is created by an intense Birkeland current between Jupiter and Ganymede early on, right? Okay. You created this planet where you've got like, dwarf star is basically a watery environment, so that you've got, water ending up on the largest of these Galilean moons, right? You've got a freshwater ocean world with like both anchored islands and coagulating floating bergs of pumice. Luxuriant vegetation, warm. You've got everything in the, the intrinsic magnetosphere, which, like I said, was fused in, right? Early on, right? In other words, the magnetosphere both on Earth and Ganymede are remnants, right? Mars almost certainly would have had a magnetosphere at one time, but it got blown out of it, just the catastrophes, right? The electrical arcing would have destroyed the magnetosphere on Mars. And so you've got everything in the world that you need for an ideal human environment, right? A believable human home world is what is it going to have, right? It's going to have to be bright, be it because of what we've gone over with, humans and dolphins have the smallest relative eye sizes of advanced animals, right? We don't have these dark world eyes like the Neanderthal or the dinosaurs had. So a human home world is going to have to be bright. It's going to have to be wet because of the, Elaine Morgan was absolutely correct in describing like 100 different characteristics that we share with the aquatic mammals, right? And it's going to have to be safe. It's going to have to be safe, both from cosmic radiation and from sea monsters. There can't be any sharks and sea monsters in a world like that. And we figure all of that was, Ganymede would have been your ideal human world. Now, what all does Elaine Morgan talk about? There's several things that sort of stick out. Like I said, she provides a list. The way that humans use fat, right, is what you see with the aquatic mammals, right? It's like, you don't get that with land animals. Voluntary control over breathing, right? We take that for granted. Monkeys and apes don't have it, right? Now that's, this is an adaptation for swimming and diving, right? For swimming underwater. Okay, being able to control your breathing, and that's the only reason that they can't teach gorillas and chimpanzees to speak English or French. They don't have they can vocalize, and they do, but they don't have voluntary control of the breathing. They can teach them deaf signs perfectly well, and some of the chimps and some of the gorillas, or at least one of the gorillas that they've taught to sign, have on several occasions taken human IQ tests and checked out, achieved scores of 75 to 90, right?
That's amazing.
That's adequate for half the jobs in the world. Not only is it adequate for half the jobs in the world, it's better than average for some whole countries. Like, what do you think average IQ is for Somalia?
About 60.
68. 2 points below what you call retarded, right? That story in itself, right? But comes from inbreeding and from, bad habits. But
so basically, I'm just trying to get this picture now. You got Jupiter, which could have been a brown dwarf, but it could also have been a hot Jupiter within the Goldilocks zone there of the sun. The Earth was going around Jupiter, or within.
Not the Earth. The Earth was always the Earth at some very, very late point got passed off to...
I meant Ganymede. I'm sorry. I'm thinking about where we live now. But Ganymede was orbiting Jupiter until the Saturn system came in. Sun and Ganymede and Jupiter were already an established system that you call the antique system, right?
Correct.
Yeah. Yeah, I like that. But we still had night and day, right? Or was it bright 24 hours a day?
That's a good question. Give me a second.
I say that because, at night we have certain things that happen, like endorphins help us fall asleep. And
what I've got here is one of Troy's pictures. Troy is an artist, right? It's like he's got a picture of Jupiter here, the red, the reddish dark star, and then the sun.
See. Yes.
Distance, and then you've got like a freshwater ocean world sitting here with anchored, with islands and floating bergs of pumice. That was the human home environment, right? Now, let me tell you a little bit more about Elaine Morgan. It's like voluntary control over breathing.
Yeah.
Face-to-face sex.
Second,
that's something
I heard the voice of
animals generally
experience.
don't do, right? Humans do that. There's a number of other things like that, right? It's like, not having a reasonable sense of smell. Like I say, an aquatic mammal doesn't require much of a sense of smell, whereas for a land prey animal to not have any more of a sense of smell than humans have, fatal. That just doesn't work at all. And Neanderthals and interbreeding, right? I said there's no way that humans could be descended from hominids. The question is, have we ever interbred with hominids? The answer is no. For any human, what you're assuming is that like some Neanderthal male is going to rape a woman, going to capture some woman and rape her, and then instead of cooking her and eating her like afterwards, is somehow going to keep her alive long enough to bear a cross-species child, and then raise that child to reproductive age and then have him or her breed back into human populations without anybody catching on. That's ridiculous.
Yeah. Now, what is, you have a theory for how they crossed over without using spaceships. Let's hear that.
Yeah, that's interesting. It's like...
It came from Ganymede to the Earth.
Yeah, the first humans on the, Cro-Magnon man, right? The earliest example of which could easily be the people that, the ancestors of the people we find living around Australia.
Yeah.
Some people now are talking about an out of Australia theory, which to me makes more sense than an out of Africa theory.
Yeah.
I don't have a problem with that. It's like I would expect the people living on Ganymede to have looked sort of like native Australians. Okay, it's like, you've got an ocean world which is like closer to the sun than we are now, that's also got radiant energy coming from this, what's left over of this dwarf star. And I don't think that light skin is not going to be an advantage, right? I would expect them to be dark skinned.
Mm-hmm.
I don't regard races as being very meaningful. It's like, we seem to have the two human groups on the earth. We've got the group which descended from Adam and Noah, right, which I refer to as Bible antediluvians. And then you've got the descendants of Cro-Magnon man, pre-Adamites, right? And it appears to me to be the case either one of these groups is capable of producing any color or any feature that you would ever see. Look, it's like both the Spanish Basque and the native Australians appear to be Cro-Magnon descendants, right? And the one you would call black, the other would call white. What does that tell you?
I don't know. It's kind of confusing, to be honest with you.
Yeah, it is, but what I think...
They come from two different places, maybe?
No. What it tells me is that, you shouldn't worry about racial differences, right?
We make way too much out of it.
The two groups, the two main groups are genetically all but the same, right? They're easily interbreedable.
Yes.
Whereas, when you talk about humans and Neanderthals interbreeding,
yeah, but how did
they're not interbreedable, right? It's like mules and donkeys and horses are much closer to each other.
Yeah, that's
the Neanderthal, and all mules are sterile. Okay. Right. So that doesn't work. Now you ask, how would you ever get 1 or 2% of our genes, which we would share with Neanderthals? Mm-hmm. Let me tell you how that would happen. It's like they say you are what you eat, right?
Yep. Yeah.
Okay, let me tell you what's going to happen. The first experience early humans ever had with Neanderthals was going to be watching friends and family members get killed and eaten by them, right? Eating a Neanderthal is basically, that has been killed in a battle, is just going to be like sending a message to the Neanderthals in their own language, right? Now what I picture having happened is you're going to get some Cro-Magnon war party, traipsing around in the Swiss Alps around 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock. They get in the afternoon. They get into some kind of a pitched battle with some Neanderthal family, and an hour later, they're sitting around. You got 12 or 15 dead Neanderthals lying around in the ice and snow, and one of these guys said, "Man, it's been a hell of a day, right? It's like." I'm so hungry I could eat just about anything right now, and I'm sure as hell too tired. I'm not going out hunting right now. What the hell is there to eat around this place? What do you think they're going to eat that night?
Yeah, they're going to eat that thing that they just killed.
Yeah. Now, do you think they're going to do the world's best job of cooking them under those conditions?
No, probably not.
No.
So you're saying by eating them raw, because playing devil's advocate for a second, someone's going to say, well, we don't have cow in us and we eat steaks.
Yeah. Okay. Say you are right. If there actually are, it's a big if. Troy doesn't believe there even are. If there actually are any DNA, any Neanderthal, if there actually is any Neanderthal DNA in modern humans, so that's how it would have gotten there. They say that we share 60% of our DNA with bananas, right? And what do you think that comes from?
Eating them.
It either comes from something resembling object-oriented design, or it comes from eating bananas, right? And it's probably, I would guess that the banana was a common food item on Ganymede, right?
Which happened to be healthy.
The original human diet would have been some combination of shellfish and fruit. Mm-hmm. Then they would have learned very quickly to make ladles and nets and whatever it took to kill fish and catch fish, right? So that shellfish and fruit, and then see, that's another kind of a funny thing, right? It's like humans do not swim as efficiently as other aquatic mammals. Certainly nowhere near as efficiently as seals or dolphins do. So that humans expend a great deal, to swim or to be spending 15 hours a day in water, burning up an awful lot of energy. And the energy for all of that was coming from this fruit component of the original diet.
Yeah.
This is where the human taste for sweet things comes from. Okay, it has to be. We're not spending 15 hours a day in water anymore. And however much energy we get or we burn doing anything else during the day, it's nothing compared to that. We still have this taste for sweet things. Okay?
Yeah, especially at night.
Yeah, and then you've got this, the fact that we've got all these refined sugars. We've got a big problem here. This is the American diet. Remember I said if you really know anybody that's a hypochondriac, it's like, this would be the most major thing I would tell them to worry about, the American diet. But at any rate.
It's easy to get fast food. You know, it's hard to eat healthy.
All right.
It's expensive too.
The fact that we share 60% of our DNA with bananas either indicates, object-oriented design, or it indicates humans eating bananas in large quantities. That's what I think it represents. Like I say, I mean, any DNA, any Neanderthal DNA that modern humans would have, that's what that represents. It doesn't represent crossbreeding. Let me show you this.
Wanted to talk about that water bridge too. I was trying to bring that up.
Neanderthal realities. And I created this group just so that somebody doing a Facebook search on the word Neanderthal could have some chance of turning up something other than disinformation, right? Mm-hmm. And you've got 3 or 4 or 5 other Facebook groups, whose titles include the word Neanderthal, which are basically just fonts of disinformation and bad information, right? I mean, just scientific yuppieism. Yeah, yuppieism poisons science. I mean, you can see this is what a Neanderthal actually looked like. I've had a problem ever getting these header images for Facebook groups right. This is as close as I was able to come for this one. At any rate, the two groups are related. If you go to YouTube, right, and type in water bridge.
Missing Michigan copper, Greg J. All right.
Yeah.
I got the front page.
Here, floating water bridge between 2 beakers.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't want to, you can check this out or include as much of that as you want.
Yeah.
You've got current being run between 2 beakers of water. When Cro-Magnon man first came to Earth, he was culturally sophisticated, but he was not technologically sophisticated. He was using atlatls to kill fish, right? Now, if Cro-Magnon man was capable of space vehicles, then he would also have been capable of spinning reels, right? He wouldn't have needed the atlatl to catch fish with.
Yeah, that is interesting.
You understand what I'm saying? There's no reason to believe that Cro-Magnon man got into an airplane or a spaceship or anything like that and flew here, or that anybody brought him here. It's like what you had happen was what Troy describes in, let me get back to Troy over here, timeless age in a purple haze, right? This is the description. Basically, Troy claims, and this makes perfect sense to me, that the southern system, the Neptune, Saturn, Mars, Earth system didn't just fly straight into the sun system. It walked in on a spiral, and on this spiral approach, there were at least one point of near capture before the final capture, right? So you have this point of near capture, which you can see in the picture here, right? And after this near capture event, the Saturnian system spiraled back into deep space for a while longer, like several thousand more years or several tens of thousands of more years, right? Mm-hmm. At the point of near capture, the 2 things on the outside of each system, the 2 largest rocky bodies within each of these systems would have been Earth and Ganymede. Those would have been the 2 that came closest to each other, and you would have had, an electrical connection being created between the Earth and Ganymede. You would have had this exact thing that Don Scott is talking about, like with what you call a water bridge, right?
Yeah.
You get a bridge of water. In this case, you're seeing between 2 beakers of water, but in the case of Earth and Ganymede, it would have been between the oceans of the 2 worlds, right? So you would have had these people standing around, like playing beach volleyball or trying to catch fish with paddles or nets, and playing with the seals and the dolphins. But all of a sudden, you get this this vortex opening up in the sky.
Yeah.
And some very large number of these people and other aquatic mammals would have been sucked into this thing. Now, did all of them survive that? No, probably not. I would bet heavily against it, right? But some of them apparently did. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes. Watching that reminds me of siphoning gas. You ever siphon gas? Once you get it started, then it just goes.
Not recently.
No, when I was a kid,
Yeah, back in the day, yeah.
Yeah.
I think it used to go on in the 1950s.
You got to do it perfect so you don't get it in your mouth because it tastes like crap.
Yeah.
It was like getting gas with a lawnmower or something,
Yeah, well, it's like you could really mess yourself up if you get stupid enough.
Oh, yeah. That's bad.
Right.
Yeah.
Now, this is the answer to how humans got from Ganymede to Earth.
I think it's solid.
Like I say, you have these first humans that transferred here, and there's no way to really put a date on it, right? It's like some period of time. Every indication is that the indigenous peoples of the Earth, what I call Cro-Magnon descendants, have been on Earth longer than the rest of us, than the Bible antediluvians, the people descended from Adam and Noah. I figure probably most of us, right? It's like you've got a situation where there's a lot of room for interpretation. I mean, a lot of the material I read indicates that Cro-Magnon man would have come here like 50 or 60,000 years ago. Some people believe the native Australians were here 60,000 years ago. That would be an extreme figure. I think the most normal figure that you're going to see says 45,000 or thereabouts. Okay, that's a long period of time. Troy and I, like I said, we haven't answered every question, right? We haven't answered every question people are going to have about human origins. Some of the questions which we have answered are very big ones. Where did the first humans in our system come from?
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. What is the relationship between humans and hominids? The basic answer is there isn't any relation. The only relationship between humans and the Neanderthal is like similar design, right?
Mm-hmm.
The fact that our DNA is as similar as it is, to that of apes or hominids, indicates to me that you're looking at something like object-oriented design. You're looking at a designer who didn't want to be reinventing wheels all the time. Understand how object-oriented programming and software development work, right?
Yeah, a little bit, yeah.
Okay, C++, iFold, Smalltalk, those kinds of programming languages. We have classes and subclasses, right, to where you can see this in computer games, right, or like in flight simulators, or some kind of a game where you've got like, a generic class that represents an airplane, right, and then you have subclasses that represent different kinds of airplanes. World War II flight simulation game, right, Aces of the Pacific. Separate classes, subclasses for, like for Corsairs or F6s, or for Japanese Heroes, or for P-38s, P-51s, whatever, right, and then it's sort of a cascading system of information, right, and I believe that that's what we see in a living world, right?
Yeah.
Thing which says that, like I say, Plato understood well enough that there was a difference between God with a capital G and these pantheon gods. It's like, our living world is all, you've got this information code, DNA, RNA, which is the basis for all living things, right? The basis for all life that we know anything about. And the information code itself appears obviously enough to be the work of a single pair of hands, right? Most people refer to that single pair of hands, the owner of God, right? Whereas when you get to some kind of a point like, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50,000 years ago on this planet, then what you see doesn't look like the work of a single pair of hands anymore. In other words, there's no reasonable way to believe that a supposedly omniscient God is going to need to go through 40 or 50 species of horses or elephants to get to the one that he wants. There's no reason to believe that a well-meaning God is going to create the creatures of Pandora's box, fighting flies, chiggers, ticks, fleas, hornets, wasps. In other words, I don't see any reason to want to worship whoever created those things. You understand what I mean, right? It's like Cro-Magnon man did some of the work of cleaning this planet up when he got here. He eliminated the hominids, right? He eliminated several other kinds of things which posed unacceptable dangers to humans. We just about have the power to finish the job at this point, or at least if we don't now, we will within 50 years. We could get rid of the creatures of Pandora's box, we could get rid of mosquitoes, we could get rid of... They almost did that in the 1950s, right? I mean, DDT.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, they all but had malaria and polio wiped off the planet. They had bed bugs wiped out of the South 48, the United States. I mean, they had all kinds of problems, basically either under, lice, right? We've got all these creatures whose morphology is limited only by the writer's imaginations, right?
Yeah, they have 5 limbs, 2 legs, 2 arms, and a head.
One-eyed, one-horned, flying purple people eater, right?
Yeah.
That's the thing that I believe that you will never find, right? You see, it's like what we're actually finding doesn't look like that at all. What we're finding on Mars and what Troy's and my investigation indicates was the case on Ganymede is very much more like what a Christian or some other religious person would anticipate. You know, in other words, the same DNA, RNA information scheme, the same basic plan for large animals, you know, 4 limbs, a spinal column, you know, 2 eyes, 2 nostrils, 2 ears, either teeth.
Endoskeleton.
I'm sorry?
Endoskeleton instead of an exoskeleton.
Yeah. Right. Insects are different, of course.
Yeah. It's a good thing that insects don't grow as big as humans, or that'd be a whole nother problem.
Oh yeah, that could be a bad problem. That's.
Now, I've heard you talk about that giant bird. You see a picture of a guy standing by. I have the picture. You were saying that these wings that, and that was an excellent point, was that you don't see ostriches dragging 50-foot wings around.
Oh no, no. The large birds that survived did so, you know, by having the wings become vestigial. They can never fly again after the change in gravity.
Yes.
The mohawk ostrich, right?
Yeah, but you think about them giant pterodactyls flying. You know, our atmosphere had to be something completely different than what it is now.
Gravity. I don't think it involved the atmosphere. I think it involved gravity.
Gravity. Okay. The air could have been thicker or something, but it involves gravity. So our gravity had to have been 2/3 less than it is now, right?
At least. Okay, I think it was probably more attenuation. It has at least a 3-to-1 attenuation, but I believe it's probably more than that. In other words, the 3-to-1 attenuation arises from requiring that the ultrasar would be able to stand with roughly the same level of effort as the biggest elephants that we know anything about. Okay, you had creatures that we only have footprints for, which, you know, the footprints indicate a creature a couple of 100 feet long, right? That would be bigger and heavier still than the ultrasar, right? We've got the seismosar, which they do have bones for, which, you know, appears to have been like about 150 feet long. That could be your whole defensive team on a football team, right? I mean, that would be, you know, you couldn't get around him, you know, and stay in bounds.
What is that big bird they got hanging? What is that? Is that some kind of?
It's an Argentinian teratorn.
And those birds still exist, or are they extinct?
Oh no, those are long extinct. The teratorn, you're talking about a 25-foot wingspan. You're talking about, you know, like 150 to 250 pounds.
So that kind of tells me that Earth's gravity changed more than once.
It may have collapsed in stages. Right now, let me tell you about the biggest birds that can fly in our world today. It's like, you've heard about albatrosses. I mean, the albatrosses have their own set of problems. I mean, they're the biggest bird that can take off and land anywhere near decently, right? It's like a lot of albatross landings look like badly controlled crashes, right? I mean, takeoff attempts, they have to be face straight into the wind to take off, but they're a stupid bird and they don't know that, right? So a lot of their takeoff attempts end in failure.
Yeah.
You know, so they'll flap until they sit there and fall over exhausted, and then float around in the water and give it 20 minutes and try it again, right? Call them goonie birds, right? You know, there's the other thing which gets up to 20 or 25 pounds and flies is the Peratt eagle, which is the big hobby of people like Genghis Khan or, you know, Mongols and, you know.
When did the dodo bird exist?
When?
Yeah. How long have they been extinct?
They've been extinct for a couple of 300 or 400 years. I don't know, but it's only within the age of European exploration the dodo became extinct.
Oh, okay.
They were killed off by Europeans, right?
Ah, okay.
No.
I always wondered why they called them dodo birds.
I'll tell you about this guy that brought a Peratt back to Wales. You know, like, the book was called The Bird of Jove, right?
Okay.
Sam Barnes, okay? He brought a Peratt eagle. This was like one of England's top falconry artists this is, you know, you still have the Soviet Union in full bloom, right? It's like 1972 or thereabouts this happened. The guy goes out on one of these tours of the Soviet Union and then gets lost, right? And wanders, you know, he gets lost from the tour that he's supposed to be on and ends up out there in Kyrgyz country. And he comes across one of these Kyrgyz Khans who has a Peratt, which is as big as Peratts ever get, which is around 24, 25 pounds. And, you know, more normal for Peratt is like 15 pounds or thereabouts, right? What all do they use Peratts for? It's like they use Peratts to hunt with, you know, kill deer, you know, you got to understand that an eagle like that, its powers to kill things, are disproportionate to its size, right? The bird that Sam Barnes brought back to Wales had talons that were 11 inches across. He tried to teach this bird to catch footballs in the air. He gave up on it after she popped 2 NFL footballs, splowing, right? Yeah, splowing. They use Peratts to kill wolves. Now, Mongols and Kyrgyz people and Kazakhstani, you know, people in that part of the world raise sheep for a living, right? And, you know, I mean, wolves are a problem, and you would get some wolf go out and kill a sheep or something. And you come out with rifles, and the wolf is going to be running over hill and around dale. You're not going to get a reasonable shot with the rifle. But the Berkut eagle can just go out there and get him, right? And I mean, for a 10 or 15 pound Berkut, you know, a wolf could be you know, I mean, the wolf might win that once in a while. You know what I mean? It's not guaranteed that the eagle's going to win. Whereas for a bird the size, it's like, you found this 25 pound Berkut that had flounce or something like that, right? I mean, they didn't have any cure for in the Soviet Union at the time. It was going to die, so it's like, you know, Kyrgyz Khan gave the bird to Sam Barnes. And what he told him was that since time immemorable, you know, the people in that part of the world have been raising Berkuts for size and strength, right? And 24, 25 pounds is as big as they could get them. So beyond that, it's like that they couldn't take, you know, in other words, you get a bird up any bigger than that, he's going to try to eat some sort of a heavy meal. He's not going to be able to get back in the air anymore, and then a wolf might get him. Or some other, you know.
That makes sense.
Not going to be able to survive, right? So it's 24, 25 pounds is the limit. Beyond that, like I say, they begin to encounter too many problems. That's your super golden eagle out from, you know, high Asia.
Yeah. Yeah, I've read a couple of stories. Now, I know it's probably fiction, but I've read a couple of stories where they're saying that some sort of pterodactyl still lives in some parts of Texas, and that they actually...
Look, it's like, when you talk about pterodactyls, that was a 40 or 50 pound animal. It's like the big pterosaurs are called Big Bend pterosaurs or Texas pterosaurs.
Yeah.
Pterosaur. Okay. Again, like I said, Sam Barnes, I'm sorry, that's not the guy I'm thinking of. Sam Langston, Texas, right? Paleontology, when he first had bone, you know, Texas pterosaur bones, was going to put them together with a 60-foot wingspan. He didn't have much in the way of wing bones. That's what he did have indicated, right? And the aeronautical engineering group at the school came down on him. They but listen here, friend. It's like, you know, out of the goodness, you're making us look stupid enough when you put something like that together, like with a 40-foot wingspan. We'll let you do that, you know, out of the goodness of our hearts, right? We're not going to let you put something like that together with a 60-foot wingspan. You make us look like the fools of the earth. Some people have tried to explain the large flying creatures by way of a thicker atmosphere. They've got a couple of problems with that. Experts have said that even a gliding creature trying to hold his wings, you know, straight in a turn would snap these wing bones, you know, like something like in our own atmosphere, right, under present gravity. A thicker atmosphere would just make that problem worse. It wouldn't make it better.
Yeah.
And
okay.
There's another problem that says that, you know, and some of these people are proposing an atmosphere which would be close to being buoyant, right?
Yeah.
At that point, you've got a gigantic problem that says you've still got to breathe this near buoyant atmosphere. So, you know, what's going to happen inside your body's cells when you start trying to breathe, you know, air which is that thick? Well, it's going to be like the redneck physics experiment where they pour a container of liquid oxygen onto a barbecue grill. Did you ever see that?
No, I never have.
Oh, give me a second. Let's see if we can find that. Only that's what's going to be happening inside the cells of your body. Okay, that's not a formula for happiness.
No. So it had to have been the electrical condition of the Earth was different.
Gravity. Okay, so the only thing that explains any of this stuff is a different gravity, right? And like I say, I don't like the idea of expanding Earth theories. I don't like the idea of this near buoyant atmosphere. It's like the only thing that's really going to help any of these problems is gravity, and the attenuation of gravity was due to this much greater surface charge of the planet. Liquid oxygen barbecue. Let me see if that turns anything up. Oh yeah, lighting a charcoal grill with liquid oxygen. Like I said, this is your great. Yeah, here, hold my beer and watch this, right?
Holy smokes. That guy better get out of the way.
Does that look wonderful enough?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, would you want that going on inside the cells of your body?
No.
No?
Okay, so, yeah, because I'm just trying to think of what would it be about gravity that would make us more prone to being telepathic, you know, that's which is going to be our next segment. It's
not going to involve gravity, okay? It's a separate phenomenon. The thing which relates the two is this question of the surface charge, right? It's the question of static electricity and a white noise environment which that would have created.
What is white noise environment? I never heard that term before.
It's a good question. There's like I say, you have white noise machines, right? Which you can buy, which is sleep aids, right? You have like kinds of experiments which Dean Radin does, which they call Ganzfeld experiments. Typically involve white noise chambers of rooms. Right now, a person left in a white noise chamber for more than about 30 minutes, and the way I've heard it, will start to hallucinate.
Wow.
Yeah. So it's not like like don't try it at home if you don't know what you're doing.
Right.
You get into some weird stuff here. It's like I may have gone as far as I can go right now, like without starting to cough or.
Yeah. We've been on for 2 hours right now, so that's.
I'm speaking, but it's starting to go.
Yeah. It's okay. We're at the end anyway. Yeah, that was good. Now our next installment will be talking about the telepathic age. I can't wait for that one.
That's the most interesting part of the whole deal. And
yeah.
I'm thinking, and again, this is where I get off and
we're going to do it on part 2.
Thunderbolts group, right? The things which I regard as the most interesting aspects of the whole business are, taboo subjects.
Yeah. Well, we have no taboo subjects here. We can talk about all of it.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
You might be the person to try to put together we need some kind of a conference, people who understand all the different aspects of Mars together in one room.
Okay.
On the internet. And there's a thing which you should look at, which is called Zoom.com, Z-O-O-M.
Okay, I will.
Zoom.com is the networking, it's the conferencing system that Rex Baer uses, Leak Project.
Yeah, I watched your interview on there.
I was sort of impressed with that. But
yeah, he also interviewed Walt Thornhill just recently, not too long ago. I saw. It was good. Yeah, he's into the Anunnaki pretty heavy.
Yeah, like I said, what I normally tell people about Anunnaki is that, I would advise people to watch these videos of Lloyd Pye's up to the point at which he starts talking about Anunnaki and then turn them off. Lloyd came to the same conclusion that Troy and I have, without knowing anything about Ganymede or anything like that. Lloyd Pye came to the conclusion that humans had to be from somewhere else, right? That we simply would have been hideously ill-adapted to the conditions on this planet 40 or 50,000 years ago. Hominids, he said you could look at hominid remains and tell that they were adapted to this world, but humans aren't, right?
Yeah, I know. There was something I wanted to bring up, and it's kind of escaping my mind. Was it wrong? The Palladians, being at war with the Anunnaki. It's good theater.
Yeah.
But I don't really see any proof of anything like that. I know a lot of people want to say that there was a nuclear war so many thousands of years ago or something, and that's why we have dead parts of the Earth. But when they nuked Japan, it didn't die.
No, still living in Nagasaki.
Yeah, so I don't know. I don't know.
In fact, if you look at a picture of Nagasaki today and Detroit today, and somebody told you that we won some kind of a major war, cities that got bombed 50 years, 70 years ago, then, I don't know if anybody believe you.
I resemble that remark.
That's our inner cities are pretty bad, but although I gotta give Detroit credit. I went down there last summer to watch a ball game, and man, they have really built it up. They've invested some money in it. It's looking good.
I'd like to see them come back, right? But what I believe they're going to have to do, they're going to have to start making. This may take changes in government regulations and rules. I don't know, but they're going to have to start making cars that people can afford and that would want. And
I agree 100%. The solar price is ridiculous.
In 2016, I was reading this like a couple of articles that indicated one of the things that happened, that affected the election was the average American family cannot afford, more than half of all American families cannot afford the least expensive new car being sold in America, like the little Nissan Versa. But, here's what this tells me. It's like, the car that I would want if I was ever going to buy another new car. I want something to be bought like for less than $10,000. I would want something which was modern, had a modern engine with modern, ignition control, right? And I would like to have one of these new engines, like what they call the OPOC engines, like the Acadies. I don't know if have you ever seen graphics of the Acadies engine?
No, I haven't.
An engine the size of a basketball would power most cars.
Now that's what we need, and I just can't. I'm dumbfounded as to why they can't come up with a car for $12,000 or $10,000.
There's another thing. Look. There's another thing which makes no sense at all. It's like the typical small car of 1958 was like, was like 500 or 600 or 700 pounds lighter than the typical small car today.
It's like a roller skate that you can drive.
No, it's not like a roller skate. It's like a Tata. Nexus, Tata. This would be.
Oh, I've seen those cars. Yeah.
Next.
Oh, that's right. Do you live in East Texas or West Texas?
East. Okay, it's like I live about 40 miles from the Gulf of Mexico.
Well, there's someone who has a Tesla tower out there.
Okay, and that's not in East Texas. Where is that? That's going to be up by Waco somewhere.
I thought it was East
We've got a
Texas.
company that was reproducing the Tesla tower and Tesla's scheme because I'll see if I can find that and send it.
Yeah,
to you.
there's a video on it. I got a video I can send to you. It's really good. It's by this couple.
Oh, very interesting.
Yeah, I'll have to send that link. Yeah, well, Ted, I guess it's probably time to say goodbye. We've been on for 2 hours, and I know your voice is tired. So
Yeah.
I got a lot of material to work on here. I'm still working on the first one, and I'm going to put them out in like segments. But you'll get a better idea when I know what
I'll
it
get
is.
back to you later in the week. Okay.
Yeah. Well, I had a very interesting talk. Thank you very much for your time.
All right.
And I just love picking. Definitely, it's going to be great. I just know it, and always good to talk to you.
Okay.
Yeah. So we'll talk again.
Okay. Like I said, I'll give it a few days here.
Okay, Ted.
Catch up with you a bit later. Take care.
Okay, buddy. Take care.
Bye-bye.
All right. Bye-bye.
A few years back, Neil deGrasse Tyson, for whatever reason, redid Carl Sagan's Cosmos. I didn't really find it all that entertaining, but I did watch the first episode. At that time, I was beginning to doubt things. I didn't know it at the time, but I took away a nice nugget of knowledge and stowed it in the capillaries. At that time, it was the only game in town. And I took away one thing with me from the first show, and I never saw any of the other ones. He stated, close to the beginning of the show, probably within the first 15 or 20 minutes, human beings' eyes, our eyes, were made to see underwater, and that's why we can't see as good as we should. That would make sense, only if we were aquatic apes. That would line up with Ted and Troy's thesis. You're saying it's there. One thing that I don't understand about Google, if you Google Cro-Magnon Man, you notice one thing right away. They do their best to make Cro-Magnon Man look his worst, while they do their best to make Neanderthal look their best. I don't get that. Cro-Magnon was human, and they should look like this. At least that's what I think. Homo neanderthalis tapedumpus. I like how they pass out the homo names to make it sound complicated. A scientist once said they traded in the truth for words and then talk about the words. Anyways, Neanderthal is not human. That's how I see it. Cro-Magnon just seemingly appeared out of the blue. There really wasn't anything before or any evidence of anyone who could have made those magnificent paintings in those caves. And they don't even really let the public in to see them. You'd think it would take an awful lot for them to turn down a gold mine, because that would bring in tourists from all over the world. It gives one the distinct impression that they have something to hide. It doesn't make sense. I've often mused wondering if Neanderthal was Bigfoot, but I guess that's not so. It could have worked though. But I just wanted to say thank you to Theodore Holden for spending 2 hours with me to explain his Ganymede theory. I've looked at it and studied it, and it's pro-electric universe. It's pro-SATURN theory. That's two things that I agree with. It's pro-Herbig-Haro object creates planets and stars. The only leap, and it was a good one, because no one else did it before, was they needed to ascertain, if it wasn't the Earth, what planet was it? And instinctively they went to Jupiter and found that Ganymede has oxygen and a magnetosphere. So the only leap I see is what happened to that Herbig-Haro object when it dissolved. Would they have scattered like buckshot? Or would they have tended to stay together? And right now, unless I learn something new along the way, I don't see them scattering. I see them sticking together like Ted said, a shish kebab. That's exactly what Shoemaker Levy 9 did. You know, it was the same thing on a smaller scale. Like he said, it's all scalable. But anyways, I wish them both the very best. I had a good time. And even if you don't agree with their theory, there was a lot here to digest, and I hope you got something from it. I have a few videos that are pretty close to each other, and I'd like to take a poll and have you guys choose. I want to do another.
The influence of the sun's heliosphere, that is, into the reaches of interstellar space, where most free-floating brown dwarf stars are found. Its magnetosphere would most likely take on more opaque properties, especially when spotted by optical telescopes. The effect would be to massively increase the visible size of Jupiter without increasing its mass. Probably the most startling effect of this hypothetical scenario is that Jupiter's four major rocky moons, Io, Europa, Ganymede and Callisto, would all be optically hidden inside this opaquely glowing magnetosphere. Effectively, if Jupiter's energy output was scaled up to that of a brown dwarf star, then its moons would essentially take on the status of being planets. Planets that are encapsulated inside this cocoon-like bubble that would optically hide them from the greater cosmos. That brown dwarf stars might have their own planets is a concept contradicted by modern scientific models for planetary formation. Theoretically, there is simply not enough material or mass in a brown dwarf star's circumstellar disk to allow for planetary formation by accretion. That is according to current thinking. Yet, in a sensational and recent development, 3 Earth-like planets have been found orbiting the star TRAPPIST-1 some 40 light-years away. As already noted, because most brown dwarf stars glow in the cooler spectrum, they are very difficult to spot by optical means. The use of radio and infrared astronomy techniques are better suited to spotting brown dwarfs, but the powerful magnetospheres surrounding these objects can disguise their true size and mass, and may be hiding many terrestrial-like moons from observers. According to the electric universe model, it is most likely that a plasma bubble or a plasma sheath will form around the magnetosphere of an interstellar brown dwarf star, making it even more difficult to assess its actual size and mass, and also adding to the opaqueness surrounding such an object and any moons orbiting it. Because the electric universe model accepts the existence of electrical fields in space, it is perfectly feasible that plasma, a fourth state of matter that makes up over 95% of the visible universe, will form a protective sheath around any electrically charged free-floating object in space. This protective plasma sheath will take on variable opaque properties when electrically excited by the divergences in interstellar electrical fields, and this will add to the visible size of the object it is surrounding. This is in accordance with Irving Langmuir's discoveries in the electrical sciences and the nature of plasma, and it helps explain the observable variances between the sizes and masses of brown dwarf stars. According to electric universe principles, we actually see this effect in action when lesser electrically charged comets enter into the Sun's own stronger electrical field from the depths of space and begin to glow brightly while seemingly massively increasing in size. Mainstream science outrightly rejects this and claims this is the effect of sublimating ice from the comet's surface as the Sun's light heats it up. However, electric universe theory points to cometary fireworks as being electrical in nature, as the comet's overwhelmed electrical field reacts to the Sun's far stronger electrical output, the so-called solar wind. In short, the growing number of large brown dwarf stars and so-called rogue gas giants sighted in interstellar space are most likely plasma-sheathed objects with large, dense, and fast-rotating cores at their centers, and possibly come complete with one or more moons orbiting those cores, but all hidden within the encapsulating plasma bubble. Again, if we were to render Jupiter's magnetosphere opaque, then all its own major moons would be hidden from us within this vast bubble. Jupiter, for all intents and purposes, would take on the look of any brown dwarf star known to exist today. A curious factor in the ongoing search for exosolar systems like our own is that we have yet to discover an alien solar system even remotely configured like our own. Surprisingly, to mainstream science, our solar system appears to be the odd one out, and current theories that demand the formation of gas giant planets at orbital distances matching our own gas giants are increasingly shown to be inaccurate with the discovery of so-called hot Jupiters. Hot Jupiters are gas giant planets with orbits far too close to their host stars.
Yes, I thoroughly recommend watching the Ganymede hypothesis. I will have it in the description. for you. It's very interesting. I wish that it would have played the part with the Herbig Haro object. It's just outstanding. I want to show it before the 6 hours are up. You gotta hurry. So I'm going to have to find it. That barbaric beat. It's just something about it. Makes me want to dance in front of the window in my underwear. Just kidding. Alright, I got a joke. How does Hitler tie his shoes? In Little Nazis. That was really cool. That's 5+ hours of unadulterated Ted. He's always interesting, you know. This is what I was looking for. Okay, hold on. I want to find the part with Herbig Haro objects. It won't take long. Should have shown this one in the first place. I'll find it if it's
one of these pictures of a Herbig Haro string, because I want to talk about the Ganymede hypothesis and what that does to any sort of an idea of humans evolving from hominids, human evolution.
Okay.
Got it. Beautiful.
So what I've got here is a picture of a Herbig Haro string, right? Other people call it a Herbig Haro object. And you can see, like in some of the areas here, you can see like a.
Hold on 1 second. I have to divert your attention for a few. I will be right back with it. It's got to be included.
An important element to the Ganymede hypothesis is the idea that solar systems are formed from the polar jets of what we call Herbig Haro objects, and not out of the circumstellar disks of dust and gases surrounding many stars, as accepted accretion theory insists. A Herbig Haro object is a category of axially aligned celestial objects centered around young protostars that are seen to be emitting vastly long polar aligned jets of plasma along their axes of spin. Along the length of these jets can be seen what are believed to be beads or bubbles of plasma. While it is currently not known exactly what might be inside these so-called beads, their sizes and nature indicate to proponents of the electric universe model that these beads might be areas of intense electromagnetic activity, and therefore possible areas for planetary formation. Mainstream science claims a Herbig-Haro object's polar-aligned jets are simply pressure-induced hot gases being spurted out into space by their protostar in the same way a garden hose spurts out a stream of water. However, the garden hose analogy fails when one realizes that gases under pressure dissipate almost instantaneously in the near vacuum of space and simply cannot maintain the physical integrity as seen in these vastly long streaming jets that typify Herbig-Haro objects. According to the electric universe model, only the filamentary nature of electrically charged plasma, as seen in countless color-enhanced images of space, can account for the nature of the so-called gas jets we see being emitted from the polar regions of protostars that make up Herbig-Haro objects. This is because these so-called jets are, in reality, powerful Birkeland currents, the plasma-conducted currents of electrical energy that permeate space and which were first discovered over 100 years ago by the Norwegian scientist Christian Birkeland. According to electric universe principles, the protostar seen at the center of Herbig-Haro objects forms as the result of a Z-pinch taking place along an existing Birkeland current. This is actually a type of short-circuiting that is taking place, and not the result of gases imploding under their own weight to trigger nuclear fusion reactions. Most stars can be seen clearly placed along the filamentary strings of plasma that show up in enhanced space images. Subsequently, stars are to be understood as electrostatic phenomena according to the electric universe model, and a Birkeland current that undergoes a Z-pinch will produce this kind of effect along with powerfully attractive magnetic fields capable of sucking vast amounts of heavy elements into its core. The subsequent plasma beads seen forming further along both the north and south stretches of this Birkeland current are simply lesser Z-pinches, but are still areas capable of generating intense magnetic fields, and therefore able to also concentrate heavy element matter into their centers to form the kind of protocores needed to form planets and brown dwarf stars. As stated earlier, while it is not currently known what is inside these plasma beads, the authors of Cosmos in Collision believe protoplanets and proto-brown dwarfs can and are being created by this process. At some stage in the Herbig-Haro object's life, the highly active Birkeland current that has formed the central protostar and the series of plasma beads along its length will break. When this happens, the protostar is electrically severed from the plasma beads seen along the length of its jets and severed from any object that may have formed inside these plasma beads. The jets will disappear, effectively leaving a series of independent celestial objects strung out from each other along their original axis of spin. That is, a series of axially aligned celestial objects that will range from the main protostar at the center of the Herbig-Haro object to possible brown dwarfs, gas giant planets, and even terrestrial planetary bodies. Because all these bodies originally shared the same axial spin and direction of motion while joined by an active Birkeland current, they will continue to proceed through space in roughly the same direction, though at different speeds and increasingly different axial tilts. The protostar at the center of the Herbig-Haro object will now most likely travel fastest along its original celestial northerly course, where it will eventually catch up to any planetary body or brown dwarf that may have formed in the plasma beads of its northern jet. Upon catching up to these bodies, the protostar will force these planets or brown dwarfs into an orbital relationship with itself, something that may slow its northerly progress in the process. Any southerly planets or brown dwarfs formed in the protostar's southern plasma jet will, though severed from their protostar, also continue a northerly journey in the nominal slipstream of the protostar and, at a later date, also be captured by the protostar as they catch up to it, thanks to the protostar having been slowed by its previous capture of the northern bodies. In this way, a protostar formed at the center of a Herbig-Haro object is destined to collect to itself any celestial bodies previously formed by Z-pinchers in its polar jets. The process of collecting these disparate bodies will be catastrophic and induce highly destructive changes in the electrical status of any planets or brown dwarf stars that form as a part of a Herbig-Haro object. Eventually, however, the process will see all the involved bodies electrically equalize and settle into a stable orbital configuration. Eventually. In the case of the Ganymede hypothesis, our Sun is postulated to have started life as a protostar, or proto-Sun, at the center of its own Herbig-Haro object. Strung out along the powerful Birkeland current that formed our proto-Sun were a range of planets and brown dwarf stars. The planets Jupiter and Mercury, including Jupiter's moons, formed in the plasma beads of the proto-Sun's northern jet, while the planets Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, Mars, and Earth formed in the plasma beads of the proto-Sun's southern jet. It is most likely that at this time both the planets Jupiter and Saturn originally formed as brown dwarf stars, complete with their own collection of moons and planets. At some point, the proto-Sun's powerful Birkeland current failed and the proto-Sun was electrically severed from its future planets. Continuing along its northern course, the proto-Sun eventually captured and collected the planet Mercury, and then the brown dwarf Jupiter along with Jupiter's 4 moons. This became the basis of the antique solar system as discussed by the authors of Cosmos and Collision, in which Jupiter's moons may have once been liquid water worlds highly conducive to life as we know it. At a much later date, the gas giant planet now known as Uranus caught up to the proto-Sun's antique solar system and was catastrophically captured by the Sun, the result being Uranus knocked on its side and left in the bizarre orientation we see it in today. At an even much later date, the brown dwarf Saturn, along with the planets Neptune to its north and Mars and Earth to its south, caught up to the Sun, and via a series of catastrophic encounters was also eventually captured. This highly destructive epoch in our solar system's history saw a catastrophic rearrangement of all planets involved in this process as they electrically discharged and equalized with the Sun, and even saw the birth of a new planet that would later be called Venus, as the brown dwarf Saturn fissioned spectacularly and ejected a piece of its core under intense electrical stress from the Sun's much more powerful electrical field. These catastrophic events are the origins of world mythology, witnessed by humanity and recorded for posterity. Over time, both Jupiter and Saturn were reduced to gas giant status and pushed to the outer realms of the Sun's new solar system, while the terrestrial planets collected at much closer orbits, with the Earth finding itself fortuitously placed in the Sun's habitable zone, where it is today.
Even if you don't agree with it, you got to give it up for them. They thought this shit up. It amazes me because, it sounds like it's very plausible to me. That's all. I don't know if it's true or not, but it's plausible.
It is perfectly
Yep, that's right. I agree,
Yep,
Greg.
I agree. I agree too.
The first thing anybody's going to think about is Mars. You know, if there's, let's say, look, okay, we're not from Earth. Where else could we be from? Well, the first knee-jerk answer would be Mars, and that's what a lot of people think to this day. However, Mars was in the same purple dawn environment, so it had to be a bright place. We know Earth had a dark past. Humans couldn't have originated in a dark world, or we'd have see in the dark eyes like all the dark world creatures do. Neanderthals happen to have huge eyes. So if we can't their reasoning was, okay, well, what was with Jupiter? Jupiter, even John Cook says it was at one time three quarters of an AU away from the sun, which would put Ganymede right in the habitable zone and would give it a double magnetosphere because it has its own, plus it's protected by Jupiter. So that would explain the red light, why people lived longer, because less cosmic rays got through. You following me?
It's following you all the way.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, it's very interesting.
Now,
and it's the only other hypothesis I've heard of. Well, what were you going to say, Ned? I'm sorry.
no, it's not only is it the only, but it's a hypothesis that goes a fair way to explaining some of all the things that are thought about of where, why, you know.
Yes, like why are we so different from Neanderthals? He makes a great point when he says they would have had to have lost their fur in an ice age. How could that possibly happen? And the skeletal structure would have to completely change. We have nothing in common with Neanderthal man. Nothing. So, it's more like saying either we were created by advanced beings that came to Earth, or we originated on Ganymede and through some cluster puck of nature fell through a water hole and landed up on a different planet. Or what's to say that two planets the same charge couldn't touch? In that case, you could cross worlds.
Yeah, but I can't agree with that. I mean, I just don't see how a person could live through that.
Right. Well, he showed you that the water bridge.
We're talking incredible sizes here, right?
He took two beacons, both of them charged, full of water, and put them close enough to each other where they'd have a reaction, and it caused the water bridge. You saw it on the video, did you not?
Right.
Yeah. So it's possible. But, see, I'm from the camp that there were advanced beings on Earth that could fly in space. I really think that's very plausible and probable.
Yeah.
Ancient alien. I know.
According to Chinese,
don't shoot me, but
Chinese history, the Chinese went to the moon and stuff. According to their history.
Yeah. I know. And remember, well, in the Giants book, I read the Chinese were like 400 years ahead of everybody else, and then for some reason they didn't stay that way. You know.
I know that's odd. That is strange. Why is that?
Yeah.
Well, Greg, what about then? And I know I understand what Teddy's theory is, but what if what was on the water breach was the creators of the modern human? It wasn't necessarily the modern human; it was the embryo, or the creators. Say, like your Enki Enlil. You've got that story too.
Yeah, I know. I can't.
So what I'm getting at is,
as much as I want to poo-poo that story, I just can't.
yes, that comes into line as well. And so the water bridge, yes, you wouldn't go across it as a fully developed what we are today. You'd have to be in some other state, you know.
How could that second module and DNA node be fused to give us 46 chromosomes?
I know.
How could that possibly have happened?
That's right.
That's weird.
So
I
you're
keep
looking
going
at
back to that.
yeah, and like what Teddy's put together is that what we are today is what came from Ganymede.
Yes. Right. And the water would have had to be safe. You couldn't have aquatic apes on the earth. They would have been eaten.
Mm-hmm.
So it had to be a real safe environment.
So you could put out the argument then that the seeding for Earth in its current format could have come from Ganymede. And you got the other thing with
dolphins
the Herbicaro.
Humans and dolphins.
Yeah. And you've got what about the binary star? Is there a binary star now? It could be on the other side and you wouldn't probably find it, you know, like, are we looking in the right positions? So, you know, like they say that most stars have a binary star.
Well,
what would or where would the binary star be?
It might have.
On a Herbicaro, you wouldn't be in the middle, you'd be going around the edge of it like electricity goes around wire, wouldn't you?
I'm trying to picture what you said.
Righto, so let's say you've got a loop of wire.
Okay.
The electricity goes around the outside of the wire, not through the middle of the wire.
Right.
Right, so it would be, in what they're saying, it would be reasonable to expect that we actually go around, we're actually on the outside of the Herbicaro, going around the Herbicaro, which is going around the our galaxy, you know. So we're a unit within a unit.
I see what you're saying.
We're within
yes, that's
within
it. That's
arms, right.
That's right.
Right. So where would you look for the binary star as well? And like, because you're going around that, so we don't go like a straight line through a tunnel like that collider is, where they just send it around a tunnel on the inside. We're on the way I'd see it, it's we go around the outside of it. And you look at those pictures, and so would you be able to see inside? Well, we don't know that either, do we?
No, we don't know a lot.
So these new telescopes may be showing a reflection off a reflection with Herbicaro objects.
Now you're bending my brain.
Because there's a possibility. Well, there's a possibility you couldn't see into the center of it.
Center of what?
The Herbicaro object.
Well, yeah, the Herbicaro object. Well, you mean while you're in the Herbicaro object? Because ours, you know,
well,
went out
what
and
I'm
kaput.
saying is we're not in it.
Not anymore.
Pardon?
Not anymore.
What do you mean it went kaput?
Well, when the Herbicaro, when the electric current going through the main Birkeland current snapped. It just, like lightning, it strikes and then goes out. It just takes billions of years or hundreds of thousands of years in space, on grander scales instead of an instant. But once it went out, then everything, didn't you see it? And everything started flowing north. So we're not in the Herbigero anymore. It died. But it created the solar system. And then the sun eventually captured all the planets, like it would. All of them do eventually.
Yes, but what now gives us our trajectory path, meaning our sun's
that would be the
trajectory
current
path.
in the galactic arm.
Yes. Yes, right.
The
So in the
Brooklyn
galactic arm, are we in the arm or are we going
We're in
around
a
the
spur.
outside of the arm? Yes.
We're in a spur. Yeah, we're not in the arm.
Yes. So, to put better to what I spoke before.
You know what's really good about that?
I
You're
would-
talking about how the sun moves through space, right?
Yep.
I'll tell you what, man. First chapter of Celeria Binaria nails that sucker. Yeah. That's one thing I love about Celeria Binaria. He talks a lot about where the sun has been and where it's going. It's orbiting the galaxy. But it takes, I think they said it
34
takes
million years.
150 million years to orbit one. And they're trying, some people were saying, it also moves up and down. It's not just going straight through, it's bobbing up and down like a bobber. And they were always trying. Last time there was a cataclysm, but what they don't understand is the planets had to all, it was like a car accident, but it's all worked out now, so we don't know what to expect.
Well, it would have to be going in some form of a spiral.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Like you say, which makes it look like it's bobbing up and down.
It pulls the planets
along. And part of
along.
that would have to be. Yeah, but you'd also have to, because of the orbit. And I understand, you take in the mass and all that.
Mm-hmm.
It would also have to be given off like a positive and a negative charge type field, because otherwise, like a magnet, it'd keep drawing in. So, what prevents the continual that you end up everything gets drawn into the sun, or does that eventually happen? What prevents that as it's going on, because the sun's the major magnetic electric body.
The point of least resistance, like they're locked into it magnetically.
Yeah.
Because the tail of Venus still touches the Earth.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And Earth would be repelling it.
Right, but if the two bodies got closer, there might be a thunderbolt exchanged.
Yep. Which would then equalize.
Yeah.
Which would then give you an equalization.
Yeah, that's what Wal Thornhill says when like Crater Lake. He claims that wasn't made. The reason why they can't find the crater is because it wasn't made by the crater. It was made by the thunderbolt that destroyed the meteor in the ground.
Oh.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Yeah, that's right. I've listened to that speech he did on that.
Yep.
Yeah.
And Velikovsky makes the same claim in Worlds in Collision as well. And also he makes an interesting point about why is it that if the moon has an effect on the tides, why isn't it then that anything that you weigh isn't lighter, like a feather or a blade of grass? Why isn't it any lighter? It's not any heavier or lighter, but yet it pulls in the ocean. Now that's a damn good conundrum right there.
Yeah. This stuff I never thought of before.
Mm-hmm. If the moon was pulling up on the ocean, then when you weigh something, it should be a little lighter. But it's not.
That's true. It's not.
Interesting.
I
Mm-hmm.
mean, what is gravity? What is gravity when it, when it,
It is a magnetic dipole effect, electromagnetic dipole effect. Now I try to
right?
wrap my head around that catchphrase. What is it exactly? Is it electric
That's
or is it magnetic? Does it push or does it pull? I don't know. It's electromagnetic and it push pulls. It's crazy. It's it does. It push pulls.
Yeah, I was looking for a site that you can play with and move your planets around and watch the orbit.
Yeah, I got Universal Sandbox, but it doesn't have the electric force, so it's worthless. But it is fun to play with, though. But one thing I was going to say that really kind of astounded me is that, our blood is a colloid, right? That the core is iron in all our blood cells. And if you lose the surface charge of the cell, which is negative 70 millivolts, you have a chance of getting a massive clot, and that causes heart attacks. So, that's that one guy that wrote that book for that video that I did, anions versus cations. You got to watch it, and salt, sea salt, Himalayan sea salt. And they've got this thing on the market called the 12 cell salts. Remember I sent you some, Andy? Do you remember?
Yep.
Yeah. And that keeps... See, if your blood is deficient from any one of the 12 essential cell salts, that's how disease can creep in. But if it's not deficient and you have a good alkaline, thing going on, then you're all right. You don't have to worry about it. That's that book. What's the name of that book, Andrew? Do you remember?
That was the one
that doctor
with the
wrote.
salt. With the salt. Gee, that was going back a while.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see.
That's 12 months ago.
Yeah, right. I don't even remember. 12 days ago. Let's see if I can find.
Yeah,
something.
you did a video. You did a video on it.
Yes, I'm gonna find it here.
Yeah.
I want because people should know about it. We've had what do you think of the night with Ted? 6 hours of Ted. That's great.
I just said, Greg's just played a full night of 6 hours of Ted.
Yeah. Ted's an American classic, man. I love his style. I remember when I first started listening to him. I heard him on Red Ice Radio, and he's got that, he just doesn't want to mess around. He wants to get to the point.
He's a very, for anyone who doesn't know him, he's a very, very determined person.
He's bristly.
When he sets his mind.
Yeah, he's bristly.
When he sets his mind to something, that's the path he's going.
Yeah.
Because I spoke to him about 10 days ago. I hadn't heard from him for a while, and I knew he'd had that surgery.
Yeah.
Oh, I better see how he's going, because he isn't like a young spring chicken anymore.
Oh.
And here he was. So he had five vertebrae fused.
Oh my God.
And he was using a walker, but he wasn't letting that deter him or be in the way, and he's got himself to the point now where he uses a stick and he can walk about 40-50 yards, which is, virtually the same in meters, without the stick.
Oh.
So he's spending a lot of time at the moment doing the work so that he gets his full mobility.
Okay, so you guys,
So that's what I mean by.
You're communicating with him then, because I just heard from him today.
Did you?
Yeah. I texted him to tell him I'm going to have a TED night, and he was saying his comeback is slow. And I understand that, because when you're older, it's harder to come back. I've noticed that myself just with being sore,
Yeah. Yeah, I just gave him a call just to see if he was about. He answered. And,
Ah.
yeah, we had a chat for about 45 minutes.
Oh, on Skype? You should have recorded it, man.
Yeah.
I would have listened to it.
Oh, well, it was just a call to say, hey, Ted, how you going? Haven't heard from you for a while.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm look at the text right now. I said, let's see here, let me see here, Ted. I said, Ted, I hadn't heard from you lately. Are you okay, buddy? I'm going to play a live stream that's going to be a repeat of our first interviews together. What's up with Mars and Saturn? I want to let you know, so respond when you can, because I'm worried about you. And then he did. He responded 4 hours later. Greg, I seem to be recovering. This one is slow. More like 628 months. Then like the 2 or 3 weeks for most operations. Major activities for the last year have been health-related or political. One of the two. Not much time for catastrophism. Nonetheless, I am starting to get back to the project. Oh, that's good to hear. Yeah, that because I was worried. You know, said he's 78, so you know.
Oh.
It'd have to be 78 or 79.
Gotta give it up for him, you know, and he's still.
Yeah.
He's still at it.
And that's a huge. That's a huge surgical procedure for a person of his age.
Yes, that is.
That doctor's name is. I'm sorry, Andy. Go ahead.
No, keep going. That doctor's name.
That doctor's name is Dr. T.C. McDaniel, and I'm going to put a link to the website for you. He did serious research in an attempt to save his own life. He found some very interesting findings, of which he went to cardiologists to inform them, and not one showed much interest at all. So he put it all in a book titled Disease Reprieve, Living into the Golden Years, and he more than accomplished that, living to the ripe old age of 102 before passing away in 2013. Please check out his website.
Yeah. What about the other with the earthing, whereby you should earth yourself?
Oh yes, that too. Yes, earth. Yeah, and I still haven't done that, Andy. I'm ashamed to admit. Still haven't. I gotta go to Home Depot and get that damn grounding rod. I want to do that, but I have to figure out how to make it. You know, it's not like just stick a wire on the bed. It's got to be.
Yeah, but even if
you have to make it.
Even if you go out, if you go to the park, and instead of sitting on the wooden bench, you sit on the grass.
Oh yeah,
that's one.
When me and Olivia do our throwing, we play barefoot. We earth the whole time.
Yeah.
And plus, I had a garden last year. You know, I grew tomatoes.
Yeah, I know you did.
Yeah.
Nearly time to do it again.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to get a little bit more of a head start. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, but that earthing, see, when you look at it and what he said and the research he did on it, that seems to be a very big point as well. And that all comes back to the discussion that you were doing with Birkeland currents and that, because it's all part of what we're part of.
Yes. Yes. You know what? I got to close this down. We're coming on 6 hours. I got 6 minutes. So I'm going to start a new one. Just stay where you're at. I'm going to say goodbye to everybody in the chat room here. And we're going to
fire up again.
We're going to go into part B. And Ted has another one more that was on telepathy, and I haven't seen that since we made it, so we might watch that.
That'd be a good one.
Yeah. Is this it? Yeah, here's everybody. Let me get you.
All right.
Hold on just a minute. You can stay right there. I'm not quite done yet. Okay, I got everybody on screen. I just wanted to say hello to Ray Carr. Hey, by the way, yesterday I was watching the music one. You know, poets like to leap suddenly out of the dark. And I did that Wednesday thing, you know, with the music and that.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I noticed Axe Blade's having some kind of problem. It said buried Axe Blade 2. I was like, what's going on with him, man? I haven't seen him in a while. So I was just wondering, you know, is he having problems or something? I just wanted to know because I'm concerned. He's been around for quite a while. So, you know. But Christian Norris, how you doing? Let's see.
Christian P. Norris.
Bridget Bargoat. That's pretty funny. Let's see.
Bridget Barjo.
Bridget Barjo. Power to the People.
Yeah.
And for some reason, it's not. Oh, because of that. Gargoyle. Good to see you, Gargoyle. And who else? St. Pauli girl. Derry Denver. What? Derry.
Derry A. Derrini.
There you go, Derry. And that's Bell. That's Ball. And that's it. All right. Thank you for coming. We're going to get back into it, but we're going to close this down. I'm going to have a new one. Just go to my homepage and look in live streams, and it'll appear there. Thank you, and good night. Love and peace.
See you soon.
See you soon.